Good evening, I'm Celeste Mitsu. Our major supermarkets are on thin ice. The consumer watchdog has handed down a damning new report revealing dodgy practices. There are 20 recommendations, and among them, consumers are to be warned about shrinkflation. That's where products become smaller, but they end up costing more. And the Coalition's David Littleproud has slammed the regulator over one major problem.
And this inquiry is nothing more than business as usual. It does nothing to address the power of the supermarkets.
A teen accused of attempting to hijack a Jetstar flight at Victoria's Avalon Airport is now facing 4 additional federal charges. A lot of the details will be kept secret to protect Australia's national security, and that does include a suppression on any communication that the accused may have had with any foreigners. Landmark bail laws have been rushed through Parliament after a marathon sitting. It'll take around 3 months for these tough new bail tests to be introduced for serious crimes, but youth repeat offenders who breach bail will stay in jail for an extra 3 months. A power substation in Furno has plunged one of the world's busiest airports into darkness. Heathrow has grounded flights for at least the next 24 hours. And hire e-scooters will no longer operate in Richmond, Fitzroy and Collingwood. Neuron and Lime were facing a 400% fee hike from the City of Yarra, forcing them to pack up from next month.
90 years strong. Get the home ground advantage with Radio Parts. Your trusted electronics wholesaler and retailer in West Melbourne and online. Shop local, win big.
Coming up, we're back to the MCG. A crowd of up to 80,000 is expected for the Bulldogs' centenary match against the Pies. The Cats have handed Toby Conway a 2-year extension, and coach in waiting Josh Carr admits it's been a tough week, but denies Port's succession plan is a distraction.
Yeah, when there's noise outside, it doesn't bother me. I don't think it bothers anyone internally because we understand what our jobs are. There's always a distraction, no matter what.
The Power host Richmond tomorrow.
The Volkswagen Blue Carpet event is now on. Get a great deal on the T-Cross Life, available from $35,990 drive away. T's and C's apply at volkswagen.com.au.
Triple M. Melbourne weather.
Getting down to 11 degrees tonight, a partly cloudy start to your weekend, a top of 21 tomorrow, mostly sunny Sunday, 23. Tonight from 7, we are live to the Triple MCG for the Doggies and Pies as Triple M rocks footy.
Why do millions of Australians use Instant Scripts for their healthcare needs?
Being able to talk to an Instant Scripts doctor anytime, day or night, helps us feel better already.
Requesting a medical certificate is easy.
Getting my script tonight is so simple.
Over 2 million Australians have turned to Instant Scripts for their healthcare needs. Our doctors are here for you 24/7. Visit us online at instantscripts.com.au. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Tools down.
Hope you've had a brilliant week.
Radio on.
We're here to talk football.
Triple M footy roars into the weekend.
Yes!
Game on.
Driving on less than 5 hours sleep, you're 4 times more likely to crash. A message from the TAC.
This is the Friday Huddle. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Leading up to Footscray take on the Pies. Welcome once again wherever you're listening around Australia, around the world. And for the first time in West Australia, you've missed the first 2 hours of the show. You can either listen on the podcast tomorrow or you can get on your program director and say, we need the huddle from the start. This is the Triple M Friday Huddle for TAC. Driving on less than 5 hours sleep, you're 4 times more likely to crash. Mark Howard, Damien Barrett, Nathan Brown and Jason Dunstall. 2 hours in, we haven't had much of a chat really about what we saw last night. We're all at the footy, Damo. What are the news stories out of the Hawks 3-zip and the Blues zip 2?
Yeah, we just signed off on an AFL issue too, Howie. They've admitted that they, on the night in question, should have intervened when Adam Cerra kicked the goal in the second quarter for Carlton. Then the subsequent interchange of players thereafter saw Hawthorn for a brief moment having 19 players on the field. Now, there's been various ways of dealing with this from an official perspective, but the AFL states that upon realising this, the AFL interchange official notified Hawthorn, who took steps to rectify the error before play resumed. The AFL field umpires paid a 666 warning as Hawthorn were lined up with 7 players in one of the sections of the field. And upon review of the situation post-match, it is the view of the AFL that the AFL interchange official should have considered it a major breach, alerted the umpires, and Carlton should have been awarded a free kick and 50-metre penalty from the centre. The AFL has now provided Hawthorn with a warning in relation to this process for managing player rotations. But I can imagine as a Carlton, some people right now will be thinking, well, that was at a pretty crucial stage of a game that got away from them in the second half, albeit. But, a bit sloppy there from the AFL.
Which would have been a shot for goal from 35, 40 out directly in front.
And on the back of that,
is a good shot.
Yeah.
Tom de Koning kicked the big goal early in the first quarter, which was a free kick on the line, which wasn't a free kick. Yeah. Then they had the snicko on the post. So you could say, Carlton, you had your excuses, but when you watch the game, the fumbling from Carlton again last night would be alarm bells for Michael Voss. The amount of times they fumbled the ball, and I know we don't keep stats on it, and early I thought they didn't get organised in their defensive end early. It looked like Hawthorn by how far. Their defence was so unorganised. It took them a while to get going. Once they did get going, their midfield really challenged Hawthorn. But two things. It was the fumbling and they were unorganised down back, which really cost them last night. 20 points could have been a lot closer, could have even been a win.
And then the story, as often is the case from a media perspective, how he goes to the Blues with their 0-2 start to the year alongside Hawthorn's 3-0. But Western Bulldogs next week in round 3 and then Collingwood. So on paper, they're not matches that present well from the Blues perspective, given the shock loss came in the round 1 occasion against Richmond. And then last night, I don't think too many people picked them to win, but ultimately leaving them 0-2 and with a lot of work to do in a season in which began with lofty expectations and aspirations.
How are you seeing the Hawks, Chief? They've won in 3 different ways by 3 similar margins. Strengths have been weaknesses. The weaknesses have been strength within the space of 3 weeks.
Yeah, good and bad. I think there's plenty of room for improvement, but they keep finding ways to win, which is a positive. And I think if you can do that when you're not playing your best footy, it's a good sign. But it was last night's game was one of the best pressure games I've seen for a long time from both teams. The pressure numbers were off the charts. So from that perspective, to be there, and it felt like it too, it had a real finals-type atmosphere. So I don't think Carlton are too far off the mark. I think they'll get a win soon.
What's impressive about the Hawks is they've gone after 2 key defenders. And you never know how that's going to fit in. You never know how your side's going to be balanced up when it does. But you look at the way Battle played last night. Played on Curnow. Yeah, Curno's underdone, but I think Battle had 20-plus disposals and just made the right decision at the right time. Barras is what he is, and he's a very good defender. But when you bring those 2 in, you look at Hawthorn and the balance of their side. Do they have many weaknesses when you can bring Gunston off the bench and he kicks timely 2 goals just with that touch of class? I mean, he's a big turnaround from 0-5 only 18 months, or less than 18 months ago.
It is. I think there's something to be said for looking at the holes on your list and picking players from other lists that you can actually fill those holes with. Yep. There were 8 or 9 players for Hawthorn last night who've come from other clubs. And I look at the types like D'Ambrosio, incredibly important. He had a big night. His ball use is spectacular. Same with Carl Amon. Jarman Impey, another one.
Scrimshaw, who's really out this game for other reasons. But, they identified Chief. And I think it's a really good scientific exercise worth exploring because North Melbourne, for instance, had a head start on a Hawthorn rebuild and is yet to get anywhere near winning the amount of games that Hawthorn is doing and now presenting for a premiership crack. And Richmond's gone down the once traditional path of going to the draft again, which is what Hawthorn did in 2004, by the way. But this is a very different way of going about it. And I think it's a copycat industry, isn't it? We will see other clubs do this.
It's one thing to stockpile good players and just keep picking the best player you can get. I think it's another to have a model with pieces on the board, and you just got to keep ticking off, I've filled that piece. Now I've got to fill this piece, which mightn't necessarily be perhaps the best player available, but it's the best player in that type of position that you want.
And the club that players want to go to.
Yeah.
It's all right to be able to select players, but to get them, and obviously Sam Mitchell's been highly integral in convincing players who it's an easy sell now. It wasn't an easy sell 2.5 years ago.
How does it work behind the scenes at a footy club, Chief? You've worked there. So Sam Mitchell, the recruiting staff and the list managers, who gets the biggest say in, let's say, Battle and Barras? Who has the biggest say in getting those 2 players? Is it Sam Mitchell? Is it the list manager? Is it a multitude of people?
I honestly don't know because it's been 10 years since I've basically been in the system. The way we used to do it was you'd identify
you brought in Lake and Hale and those guys.
So you identify what type of player you need, and then you go, well, who's available? Who's the best we can get to fill that position? And that's up to the recruiting team to do that. So the coach gives a wish list, if you like, but the coaches don't spend the hours watching all the other players, watching potential draftees and all those sorts of things. So they just got to put a wish list in there, and then it's the job of the recruiting department to fill that list.
We will take a break here on the Friday Huddle. Tom Mitchell to join us next. A lot still to come as we lead up to Collingwood taking on Footscray on the Friday Huddle on Triple M, thanks to McDonald's and Ream Hot Water.
The Triple M Footy Friday Huddle for the TAC. Driving on less than 5 hours sleep, you're 4 times more likely to crash.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
See the dirt fly at the Pro MX opening round this weekend at Wonthaggi Motocross Track. Kids under 12 go free. Search Pro MX Wonthaggi for tickets.
Traffic. Triple M Melbourne traffic.
The Fantastic Bedroom Sale is on now at Fantastic Furniture. Shop in store at one of their 88 locations or online for huge savings on bedroom furniture and mattresses. Hurry, don't miss out. Taking a look at your majors, the Mornington Peninsula Freeway is still slow southbound past Thames Promenade, then from Eastlink past Frankston Dandenong Road. The Westgate Freeway of Cumbersome outbound from Todd Road past Williamstown Road, and the Ring Road is slow Greensborough bound passing the Deer Park bypass. Roads and ramps will be closed at times on the M80 Ring Road and the Princess Freeway in Laverton North until early April. Delays expected. Search Big Build for more information. Triple M Melbourne weather down to 11 tonight. Tomorrow partly cloudy with a top of 21 degrees.
Melbourne, weekdays from 6. It's Mick in the Morning with Roo, Titus and Rosie.
What's your favourite animal? Come on.
Oh, the bear, the grizzly bear.
Rosie, what's your favourite animal?
Probably the otter. They're cute. They have rocks and they go, hey, look at my rock. How good's my rock?
They got big buck teeth. Is that the beaver?
It's the beaver. They're not bad.
That's right.
I don't mind a beaver.
Start your day with Mick in the Morning. Weekdays from 6 on Melbourne's Triple M.
Visit quit.org.au to start your journey and quit one step at a time.
Win $1,000 for a paid day off thanks to Solo by MYOB and Triple M. Sole traders rarely get a break, caught in boring admin work. Solo is the new admin app for sole operators, tackling the work, freeing you up to do what you do best. To win a paid day off, tell us about your business admin work woes. Go on, enter now on the win page at triplem.com.au. Solo by MYOB. Do less work. Competition T's and C's apply.
Upgrade your home with Doors Plus March Madness sale. Save on stunning external or sleek internal doors. Even doors for pets. March Madness savings across the range. Plus, we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Hassle-free from selection to installation. March Madness on now. Doors Plus. No fuss.
Through coaching, I've really found a way that I can give back. And for me, that's something special and personal.
Playing sport is a really good way to be involved in your community and engaged in your community.
Seeing the young girls and women out there watching and kind of inspires me to push on and show them that we can do it as well.
Footy met those expectations and became more than footy, and I can't imagine life without it.
To find your more, visit play.afl/more to footy.
Try the crunchy, cheesy, melt-in-your-mouth mac and cheese bites from 7-Eleven. Or a serve of crispy chicken bites. Try something new for lunch. 7-Eleven. Wonderfully easier. Range and availability may vary by store.
Get ready, Epping. It's a grand opening of Lowe's at Pacific Epping on Saturday, the 22nd of March.
And to celebrate, there's 20% off store-wide for 1 week only, excluding gift cards and schoolwear.
There's 20% off polos and shorts.
There's 20% off all big men's range.
There's 20% off all workwear.
There's 20% off all flannels and new season fleece jumpers and trackies.
There's 20% off almost everything in store.
So don't miss the grand opening specials for 1 week only at Lowe's Pacific Epping Shopping Centre.
Right now, you can get 75% off the Fetch Mini at Telstra. Experience effortless home entertainment at your place. Find out more in-store or online. Offer ends April 21.
Here's something worth celebrating. Dan Murphy's is now available on DoorDash, just in time for summer. That's right, Australia's largest range of beer, wine and spirits is now available right at your fingertips and ready to be delivered straight to your door. Raise a glass to convenience and head to the DoorDash app now to get Dan Murphy's delivered. Whether it's midweek wine or cocktail time, order on DoorDash. Must be 18 plus. Choose to drink wise.
Han Ultra, a beer with 0 carbs, which makes it ultra good. Best served ultra cold after some sort of ultra-curricular activity. Han Ultra, 0 carb, great taste, how good. Less than 0.5 grams of carbs per serve. Drink responsibly.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Hot water needs replacing. Go for one that's steady, hot and strong. It's Australia's favourite water heater. You know who we're talking about. Built tough for Aussie conditions and manufacturing right here in Australia for over 80 years. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Rheem. Massive game coming your way tonight. Footscray take on the Pies, and we are joined by a superstar of Collingwood.
Just missed. Mitchell on hand. Left foot snap. Mitchell.
Pies out of the centre. A flying shot at goal by Mitchell is home.
Advantage play. Mitchell snaps. Another one for the Red Hot Pies.
Well, this man played in a grand final at Sydney. He won a Brownlow at Hawthorn, and he's won a premiership at Collingwood, as well as being CEO of Ball Magnets, which is just a media juggernaut, and it's even got its own merch because he's wearing it, so he knows what he's about. Tom Mitchell joins us on the Friday Huddle. Mitch, great to see you. How are you?
Thanks, Howie. Good early plug from you. Really appreciate that.
We'll take care of it, the podcast, all the media you're doing. When I say that, though, like, it's a remarkable record at 3 very storied football clubs. When you're done in 5 years and you've got a couple more premierships at Collingwood, like, you'll look back on that and say it's an incredible run at some incredible organisations. Congratulations to you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, it's always something you reflect on at times and think, how fortunate am I? But then the other side of you is always really competitive, and you look at, you know, whether it be teammates or opposition players and some of the things they've achieved. So you're always striving to try and achieve more, which is exactly what we're trying to do at Collingwood at the moment, and try and hopefully win another one.
We're not seeing you at the moment, unfortunately. So tell us about the foot or the feet and what's going on and when we are going to see you.
Well, lucky I don't kick much. I just handball, so I don't need to feet too much. But the foot's actually healed and better, so that's great. I've just had a little niggle.
That was the plantar fascia we're talking about,
yep. So all good there. Had a little stress injury. That's recovered. And just as I was getting really close to return to play, I've just stirred up my right ankle a little bit. So just having a week off before I build again. So nothing to be concerned about. I'll be back pretty soon.
How do you deal with that? Like that injury time out of the game, especially now your mates are running around playing footy?
It's tough. I reckon this 11-month period it's been now has really tested my resilience. I've had some big injuries before, similar to Brownie's broken leg. We'd spoken, I think, years ago when I did the same injury, which is really tough. But at least with that, I had a set timeline. I'm like, all right, I know I got to do this rehab. I'll be back at this time. Whereas this just been, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 3 steps forward, 1 step back. So it's been a different sort of rehab, but it's really tested me. And days like today are really hard when you watch the boys. You miss out on going out to do what you love. At the same time, I'll be in the rooms with the boys, helping them warm up, staying a part of it and contributing where I can. But yeah, it is tough when you can't actually play.
Are you a good rehabber? How do you motivate yourself when you know you've got a stint on the sidelines?
I would say I'm fairly good rehabber, but I guess not very patient. So I guess my tendency is to probably the lesson I've learned in my career is that I've probably overdone things at times, through wanting the best outcome, probably doing too much. So it's taken me 14 years to learn sometimes less is more. But I guess I'd rather be like that and make sure every stone is unturned or turned over. So
you've always given the impression of knowing exactly where you are at a given point in time. And I asked that given that you've just mentioned 14 years in the system, injuries at this stage. What do you see ahead now? Because being the professional you are, you'll only be going at one pace and with one goal at the end, that being the ultimate, both personally and team-wise, I'd imagine. But what is left in that mind of yours right now?
Yeah, the mind's strong and the body's strong. I know that, external narratives and I understand that media and things can make strong headlines, and that's what their job is to do. And I guess I'm a part of that now. I do some media with the podcasting and things that I do, but I guess the inner self-belief is so important because
and it's still there.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, I'm so confident in getting back and playing really good footy this year, as good as I ever have, and have taken sacrifices and things to a whole new level. So, I'm really confident in getting back to play quality footy, but also in our team and what we can try and do.
And your track record in those biggest moments, game-wise, in your career, the 16 grand final for the Swans and the 23 one for Collingwood, if not the Swans' best player on that day, Josh Kennedy was, and then equally you got votes officially in the Norm Smith medal count of 23. So you obviously perform on the biggest occasions you've been in.
That's very nice of you to mention that. I haven't played. I'd like to say I've probably played decent footy in some of those big games, and I guess they're the games you set yourself for. So as hard as it is, I guess, missing these home and away games, that's the carrot dangling at the end. That's what's keeping me sane, knowing that, okay, you can deal with, missing some home away footy if it means we can get there and play finals, which is the goal of every team. So that's what's keeping me sane, that carrot at the end of the road that hopefully we can try and chase.
The game changes so quick from Chiefs era to my era, from when you started to where you are now, or even 3 years ago, the game changes. What's been the biggest change in AFL football since you started?
It's a really good question. Just trying to think. There would be a few.
Tom, just as you think about that, you've got no idea how excited Nathan will be that you said that is a very good question.
Okay.
It's the first one of the year.
You got the head wobble going.
That, my word, he has. You can answer it now, but he'll be very happy with that.
Okay. I'll hopefully give a good answer to follow on from his great question. Within the game, I would say it seems as though from when I first started, like pressure around the ball has gone to another level, whether that's through team defense, which probably has grown and enhanced even since when I came into the system in 2012. But it seems like you have less time. There's more heat. I would say the game's faster with, from when I started, you can bring in the ball quicker from a point. The umpires will throw it up quicker. It's quicker. And I guess you fatigue quicker and you need to be sharp with your mind. So I would just say the speed of the game has definitely picked up.
Are we asking too much of the players? We know there's great money in the game now, and if you have a successful career, you can do particularly well. But the length of the season, the length of games, the amount of training that has to be done, the psychological impact, is it something that's I guess there's a lot of players that won't cope with that is what I'm saying. Do we ask too much of the players?
I don't think so. I think we put our hands up to do this job and we understand all the good things and hard things that come with it. That's not to say that the challenges aren't really hard. I know that, players really struggle with whether it is injury and scrutiny and dealing with performance and all sorts of things. So there are challenges, but I think we're pretty well supported within the club, especially from a welfare point of view, from our coaches, how well we're educated with all sorts of things, that I think we're in the best position to succeed as well.
Pendlebury and Sidebottom play, was it 308 games to break the record from Adelaide?
As teammates.
Teammates.
Who were the two? They're passing.
McLeod and Tyson.
Yeah.
So what is it about these two blokes that you've seen in your time at Collingwood?
Yeah, they go about it so differently. I think it's been touched on throughout the week in Collingwood media, but yeah, I guess Pendles is, it's always spoken about, but his professionalism, the way he prepares. Steele is very jovial. He's probably one of the best locker room guys we have. He just brings the group together. But even chatting to Pendles, from when he first started, he feels as though he's softened quite a bit and has a, what's the word, like a quirkier, more enjoyment within the club. And you can definitely see that too. He's got great relationships all across the playing group, as Steele does. So that's probably something I learnt from being at Hawthorn and Sydney, coming from environments where it was very, hard-edged everything. Since coming to Collingwood, the biggest thing I've learned is to enjoy and let go a bit, and I've really enjoyed that, and that's probably credit to Fly as well.
Got to have a little bit of fun for a moment. Players have their strengths, and some people aren't always great at everything. Take this with the greatest of respect. You're not blessed with speed.
Correct.
Neither's Pendles.
Yep.
If you race over 100, how far do you beat him by?
Shit, well, he might actually get me.
No.
No.
You'd get him, surely.
Do you know what? I can probably find out for you because we get our GPS results at the end of each year. And
with your high-end running.
I can check my top speed versus him. I'll check after this for you.
That'd be great.
The party line out of Collingwood, that Pendles is all about, playing the sub in that round, opening round game. How did you see it as a player? I mean, Scotty Pendlebury, personally, if I'm a player, I want him out there with me.
Yeah, I think as a competitor, you want to be playing every game, and I personally don't like the sub rule. I don't think anyone likes it, so let's put that out there. But Pendles was no different. I'm sure he would have loved to play there, but from a team management point of view, it's actually something we've spoken about within. Obviously, we've got an experience list, and we want guys playing their best footy throughout the season, and we had 3 back-to-back 6-day breaks, and so I guess Fly chose to pull the trigger on that early with Pendles, and I'm sure he'll have a blinder tonight, especially playing alongside Steele.
We are speaking to Tom Mitchell on the Friday Huddle. Now, Chief, have a look at this. Ballmagnets.com.au, which is Tom's business, which he's going to tell us about. Quite extraordinary. The latest link here, Train with Cripper, preview course. This is extraordinary. So you're in this with all sorts of superstars. Paddy Cripps is involved, Aaron Phillips. I think Josh Giddey's got an involvement as well. He's obviously doing fine things in Chicago. Where'd you come up with this idea? What is it? And this is fantastic for kids, Chief, to learn how to play the game. I think you need to get the Chief involved and how to be a big full forward and play out of the square as well.
You got to have people that can relate to the kids.
I think Chief out of the square would be good.
I think it'd be good as well. Yeah, a bit of a goal kicking tutorial could
That's
be good.
right.
None of us are good at goal kicking, so that'd be handy. But yeah, it's I won't take all the credit. It's something Cripper, Lockie Neal, and myself started the concept throughout COVID. Aaron Phillips jumped on board, and Josh Giddy has equity in the business now as well. So we've expanded into basketball, and as you mentioned there, Cripper's just released his contested ball program for, I think it's only $15. So it's pretty affordable and accessible for anyone who wants to check it out.
I can log on, pay me $15, and I get video tutorials from Cripper in this instance.
Yep, I think there's maybe 15 videos of how he trains and prepares throughout the week within a program. So myself and Lockie need to pick up the slack and do our program. Cripper's been pretty good, but Josh Giddy and even some of the talent we can get access to in the NBA and other sports that we're really passionate about, it's been really special. Shaquille O'Neal, we had on for a podcast. Carmelo Anthony, I know you're big in the podcast space, Howie. You've probably chatted to a few of these guys. Alex Pereira, the UFC light heavyweight champ, that's actually a pretty funny story. So I did a whole podcast with him with a translator because he can only talk Brazilian. So he's got one of the biggest best death stares you'll see, and he's staring at me across the table, and I'm thinking, does he want to kick the shit out of me, or is he? What's he saying to me? But I've had some pretty fortunate experiences through ball magnets. Yeah.
Mitch's podcast sounds a bit more global than yours, though, Howard. You're a bit local. Is that fair?
Don't stoke him up, Chief. He'll just spend 5 minutes telling us about himself.
No doubt.
No. There's what's that about? Rising tide floats all boats, I think they say, Mitch. But it's interesting because
Dylan Buckley's the biggest these days.
Dill's the star. Christian Petrarca's big in the cooking channel. I've seen Isaac Quaner's doing modelling now and setting up these different businesses. How much time do you spend? Because the average footy fan, I don't think they understand the commitments that you guys require, but then you obviously have to get the time management to spend time on these. How important is it to get the balance right and also provide a career for yourself when you finish the game?
I think it's so important. It's something I learnt the hard way, back to the big injury thing that Brownie and I shared, doing a major injury. That's what sort of put me on the path to find something outside of footy, because I was like, well, what am I going to do for this next 12 months when I can't play and train? So it's been great, and I'd recommend any athlete or any person to find something outside of their actual job to do, because it just gives you that release on the outside. And yeah, in terms of how much time I put in, I'd do something every day for the business. And it's actually, again, kept me sane throughout this rehab period, because you can't just think about footy when footy's not working.
Ballmagnets.com.au. If you've got any interest in footy or basketball, maybe get Nate on to do a boxing course. Who would know what you can expand into?
Time I wear my Balenciaga shoes, I get a little bit of heat in here. Now, I've had a quick look through your Instagram. There's a lot of Balenciaga on your Instagram.
There's a little bit. I follow the trends of Lipinski and Quaino. They're the
Really?
two blokes that have their kits on point. So I'm trying to hang on for dear life. My fashion's not on their level.
What's the most you've spent on a pair of shoes?
Shoes.
Because Nate spent $1,500 on a pair of
No, they were more than
sneakers.
that. That was €1,500.
So that's like $3,000.
Mm.
I'll probably be 1,000.
Okay.
I'll put my hand up. That's 4
Look at Nate just smiling knowingly. He loves it.
Hey, Mitch, it's great to see you, mate.
Yep.
Thanks for coming in again. Ballmagnets.com.au as well as the podcast. It's got some amazing guests, but more importantly than that, we hope to see you out in the perfect world. Everything goes right. When do you see yourself back on the park?
It's the question I'm asking the rehab crew every day. They're still telling me to be patient. They don't want to give me an exact timeline, but I would say, if I had to guess, maybe a month, maybe a bit longer. I'm not exactly sure.
Look forward to seeing you out there. Don't go anywhere there, because you can hear Nate's next segment, which he does a top 5. Nate, what's the top 5 this week?
I'm worried this week.
Well, the idea came from a group discussion.
No, it didn't.
Get stuffed, Nate.
This
What is
you.
it?
The top 5 luckiest AFL premiership players.
Oh, no.
Ruthless topic.
Isn't it?
But it's not a negative. It's
not a negative.
The negative,
Good on you,
Mitch.
Jason.
Travel
Thanks,
well,
boys.
mate. Friday
I'll
Huddle,
avoid that
Triple
one,
M.
I reckon.
The Triple M Footy Friday Huddle for the TAC. Driving on less than 5 hours sleep, you're 4 times more likely to crash.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
See the dirt fly at the Pro MX opening round this weekend at Wonthaggi Motocross Track. Kids under 12 go free. Search Pro MX Wonthaggi for tickets.
Triple M. Traffic.
Triple M Melbourne traffic.
Dan Murphy's don't match prices, they beat them. And with Dan's deals, get Maschio Italian Prosecco $10 for My Dan's members. And Sunday choose to drink wise, T's and C's apply. Watch out for an incident on the Ring Road, Grange-Brabant to Sydney Road. A few delays resulting in that one. Otherwise, reports of a crash in Doncaster Road eastbound before Williamson's Roads. And the majors starting to taper off. The Westgate Freeway still slow outbound over the Westgate Bridge past Williamstown Road. Bellardo roadworks are underway in Carrum Downs and Skye until mid this year. Lane and road closures are in place and delays are expected. Plan ahead on the Transport Victoria website. Triple M Melbourne weather down to 11 overnight. Tomorrow partly cloudy with a top of 21 degrees.
Every week on Mick in the Morning, you'll hear from one of the biggest names in the game.
He stands there like a Goliath.
Club captain.
And he bombs away.
All Australian and Premiership captain.
Number 11, the captain of the Melbourne Football Club, Max Gawn.
Get Max Gawn's review of the round. Tuesday after 7 on Mick in the Morning with Rube, Titus and Rosie.
Triple M.
The new Bailey Aluminium Step Extension Ladder. Quick, convenient and compact. Exclusively at Bunnings. BaileyLadders.com.au.
Power up your holiday plans with Red Energy. Switch your home to a Qantas Red plan by March 18 and earn a guaranteed share of 6 million Qantas points. Plus, earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points when you pay your first electricity and gas bill in full. Don't miss out on your guaranteed share of 6 million Qantas points. Call Red Energy on 131 806 or join online. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets available at redenergy.com.au/EFS.
Get ready for this. For AFL matches this Thursday and Friday with Sportsbet, get a second chance on your same game multi. That's right. If it doesn't win, get a bonus bet back with Sportsbet. Conditions apply.
What's gambling really costing you?
The LDV work van range. All kinds of work vans for all kinds of work. Vans for big work. Vans for green work. Vans for dirty work. Vans for even dirtier work. And now, introducing the newest one-ton van in the range. The all-new Deliver 7 diesel auto with a 7-year warranty from just $42,490 drive away for ABN holders. Visit a dealer today. LDV. Bring it on. T's and C's and exclusions at ldvautomotive.com.au.
Hi, James Hisley here. At KO Sports, everybody's welcome. From newbies to those who never missed a game.
He provides the magic.
There's room for everyone, even if you go for the team with the best mascot, like the Mighty Hawks. So get on board with KO Sports.
Hey, and have mercy. This is Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top. This is George Thorogood.
The Red Hot Summer Tour presents the greatest rock show on earth, starring ZZ Top, George Thorogood and the Destroyers, along with The Living End, Baby Animals and Rose Tattoo. The Red Hot Summer Tour, rocking on the lawns at Mornington Racecourse, April 27. Get your tickets now from redhotsummertour.com.au.
Doors Plus March Madness sale on this week. Bifold doors, sliding doors, stacking doors and more. March Madness savings across the range. With up to 50% off fully installed packages. Why shop anywhere else? March Madness on this week. Doors Plus, no fuss.
Hey you, if you're sitting in the back of a hybrid right now, but didn't order it through DD, I'm about to blow your mind. You could have gotten the same car and the same driver with the same radio, feeling the same silence because you didn't make the same small talk as the last passenger. You'd be sitting in the same traffic, ruminating in the same thoughts that kept you up last night. But here it comes, for a different price. It's the same, but DD. Check the app next time.
The irons that created the player's distance category just got better. The new tailor-made P790. More speed, more consistency, with a 24% larger sweet spot. Available now.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Top 5 not too far away. Firstly, though, Nick Quinn joins us from our sponsor at Ladbrokes here, the Magnificent Hair. Hello to you, Q-Dog.
Hello, Howie. Hello, all.
Friday night footy, Footscray versus Collingwood.
The money has come for the Pies into $1.48. The Bulldogs now a $2.65 outside of the line, 12.5. The over and under set at 172.5. The first goal kicker market, always popular. Aaron Norton and Sam Darcy head the way there at 9. There has been money for Bobby Hill, $15 into 12, and Tim Memory's attracted support, $14 into 13.
Probably a fair market given how undermanned the Dogs are. What about the big games tomorrow, Quinny? Where's the money going?
The money has come for the Adelaide Crows, Jace, against the Bombers. Adelaide into $1.64. The Bombers at $2.25 to bounce back. Now, Richmond, they won as a $12 outsider last week against Carlton. They're $6.40 to do the same against the Power, who are $1.11. The line 38.5. St Kilda, a $3.90 outsider against Geelong at $1.25. While on Sunday, North, a $3.10 chance against Melbourne. The D's, $1.36.
Are the Hawks head of premiership market betting, Quinny?
They are, Damo. They're now a $5.50 flag favourite. Brisbane $6.50 with GWS. Geelong an $8 chance. While the Brownlow, Nick Dacos heads the way there at $7. Patrick Cripps $10. Sarong at $15 with Will Day. And a quick look at Sunday's NBL decider. The Illawarra Hawks $1.65. Melbourne United at $2.25. But it's going to be a massive weekend. You can check those markets on the app. And as we say, please gamble responsibly.
Thanks to Nick Quinn from Ladbrokes.
Launch your punting plan with the Ladbrokes app. Take on the fun and download the Ladbrokes app today.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
He's a self-proclaimed footy superstar.
I reckon I was probably the most influential player in the AFL.
He fears nothing and no one.
This is all off-air stuff that you're not allowed to talk about on air, but I've gone with it anyway.
Yeah. And he sees the world a little differently.
Just watching a Komodo dragon eat a monkey.
This is Nathan Brown's Top 5.
Now, when we collectively came up with this idea...
we didn't. Can I just make one little statement, Nate, before you start?
Yes, you can, Jason.
Be very careful with the words that you use and the context you use around this because it could be very offensive to people.
Okay, well, it's not going to be offensive because I haven't gone down the negative path. So it is the top 5 luckiest AFL premiership players. And
sounds negative to me.
Clearly, I didn't win one, so I'm a little bit scorned by that. I would love to have won one, but then you get players that just... right place, right time, get the job done. And these aren't, I'm not saying all these players I'm picking here.
Jeez, you're setting this up very
good players. Very good players.
All of them?
Very good players, all of them. And it's just a lucky coincidence how they got to where they are, and I'll go through. So, for example, James Jordan played for Melbourne, didn't get on the ground back in 2021. He was the injury sub, but still gets a premiership medal. They'd call that lucky as a premiership player. So that's not a negative. That's just James Jordan did on the ground. So that's the example I'm using here, Chief. So that's a fair positive, yeah?
Well, I don't know if it's a positive, but it's something.
23. He's the best 23.
It's a 4-minute disclaimer before you start the segment.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so the first one at number 5 is...
Number 6, Tyson Goldsack.
The sack. Bloody good player, Tyson Goldsack, but I'll take you through what happened. He plays in the prelim, and this is the year where there was 2 grand finals. He plays in the he doesn't play in the first grand final, left out of the side to play, and they become a draw, obviously. Leon Davis gets dropped from the grand final team. Ooh. Tyson Goldsack comes in. So he is not a premiership player if there's no drawn grand final the week before. And more importantly, he starts forward. He's never started forward in his life. His mum had a bet on him at 80-1 and he kicked the first goal. So that's a positive.
Yep.
Is it not?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Well, not so
sold
positive.
that as a positive.
Not so positive for Leon Davis.
No. I didn't. But
he was the drive-by.
But he wasn't a premiership player, was he?
And you just reminded him.
Good start, Nate. Good start. That's
number
5.
4.
Number 32, Darcy Fort.
This is last year. Didn't play after round 8. Bloody good player, Darcy Fort, and they had him waiting in the wings. Oscar McInerney does his shoulder in the preliminary final. Who are we going to get in? Darcy Fort came in, did a bang-up job, and he's a premiership player. Luck, unfortunate for Oscar, but he's now a premiership player, Darcy Fort.
Yep.
Anything wrong with that?
I'm liking the way you're badging these, Nate.
He's done this really well to this point.
To this point.
And the next guy I actually played with.
Number 10. Mitch
Morton for the Sydney Swans. So I played with him, one of the most talented players I've ever played with. He could do anything with the football. Mitch, a bit wayward at times and a bit loose, but he was delisted by Richmond at the end of 2011. Sydney threw him a lifeline and picked him up. He did not play until round 21 that season where they had an injury to Trent Dennis-Lane. So Trent Dennis-Lane goes out of the side. He was sub in round 21 and 22. He was dropped for round 23. Goes back in for the finals And he actually played a bloody good final series,
Including
and
the
he kicked
grand
2
final.
in the granny, had 14 disposals, and only played another 5 games, Mitch Morton. Career was done, but he was a lifeline at Sydney, and now he's a premiership player in folklore, Chief. Not quite the folklore you and Dermot made, but Mitch Morton folklore altogether.
Who you described as one of the most talented players you've ever
He
seen.
had talent coming
and then
out
he got
of his...
delisted.
He did get delisted, but he was a talented player. If he could have put it all together, Chief, he would have had a longer career.
What's he up to these days? Mitchy boy.
Not sure, really. His brother got chased on the field. Remember that? By
Cale Morton,
Darren Mead.
Was Darren Mead or Brendan Lade?
Brendan Lade.
Brendan Lade, I think it was.
Similar, yeah. Okay, so at number 2, I'm going to go back to 1997.
Number 20, Aaron Keating.
So Aaron Keating had hardly played any
Great
football.
story.
He played one game. They had an injury. He came into the prelim side in
Tony
1997, played against us, the Western Bulldogs, hardly touched it. Picked him for the grand final again the next week. 0 touches in the grand final, becomes a premiership player, then goes on the following week and plays in a Sandford premiership, 2 premierships in 2 weeks, plays 3 more games and done. He plays a total of 5 games and within that period was a premiership player twice in the AFL and the Sandford.
Fair effort.
Eh?
Done well to back up after the celebrations of an AFL grand final and rolling into next Saturday and winning another one.
Did. Now, this has been all positive.
I think he
Chief.
went pretty hard too, Howie.
You've got to admit, this is positive.
We've got one to go.
And at number 1.
Number 19, Cameron Mooney.
Oh, no, this isn't positive.
Is this Geelong or
This
North,
is positive.
North Melbourne's?
That his team was good enough on the day to carry Moons. Because
You know so well, Nate.
he didn't touch it.
You're talking about the 1999 North Melbourne
1999.
one.
His other 2 grand, he kicked 5 in a grand final, so he's a damn good player, as we know, Cam Mooney. But he didn't touch it on the day. Fortunately, the team was in a good spot, and he won the premiership for the Cats. Went on, he kicked 5 in a grand final a few years later. He's a 3-time premiership player, and he's a star, and he's part of your program, Chief, and I love it every week. That's all positive.
Didn't touch it.
Either did Aaron Keating.
And North traded him out.
Neither did James Jordan. So
You
3
blokes-
of your 5 never touched it in the grand
You
final.
blokes said I had to have Moons in there.
I did not.
I said you blokes.
That's it? No more apologies? That's all your list?
That's it. That's the list.
Sure?
What do you got? What else you got?
No, that's all I got. That's all I got.
That's good.
I thought it was no. I thought you badged it very, very well.
Who do you think he missed out?
No,
You've got obviously got a name in mind.
I do not. This is the Triple M Friday Huddle for TAC.
The Triple M Footy Friday Huddle for the TAC. Driving on less than 5 hours sleep, you're 4 times more likely to crash.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Cedar Dirt Fly at the Pro MX opening round this weekend at Wonthaggi Motocross Track. Kids under 12 go free. Search Pro MX Wonthaggi for tickets.
Traffic. Triple M Melbourne traffic.
Bed sheds up to 50% off. Mid-season clearance is now on. Get half price off all temper and huge savings across the entire bedroom range at Bedshed. Limited time only. Reports of a crash in Doncaster Road eastbound before Williamson's Road. Bulldogs and Collingwood out the Triple MCG tonight. Brunton Avenue is closed and watch out for extra foot traffic around the precinct. Optus mobile internet and tablet plans are better together. Bundle eligible Optus plans and save big. Ends April 6. Visit Optus in store or online. T's and C supply. Triple M Melbourne weather down to 12 tonight, partly cloudy. Tomorrow mostly sunny and 21. Right now it's 18 degrees.
Melbourne, weekdays from 6. It's Mick in the Morning. It's the show with Mick Malloy, Nick Rewalt, Titus O'Reilly, and Rosie Walton.
It's a commentator's curse. Occasionally you come across names that are very hard to get off without sniggering.
General Booty.
That's my safe word.
This is my favourite, Dong Dong, who was a trampoliner in the Olympics.
Trampoline?
Start your day with Mick in the Morning. Weekdays from 6 on Melbourne's Triple M.
Visit quit.org.au to start your journey and quit one step at a time. The new Hot Honey Chicken range has dropped at Macca's, featuring the Hot Honey McCrispy, Hot Honey McSpicy, and Hot Honey Dipping Sauce with Chicken McNuggets. Embrace the drip at Macca's. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Welcome back to Ladbrokes Brains Trust. Your next question. Which Collingwood player kicked 3 goals in 4 of their last 5 games? Your time starts now.
Don't waste time guessing when you're building your same-game multi. Fast-track your picks with new stats and insights from the last 5 games. Plus, follow your multi in real time with new Ladbrokes same-game multi-tracker, all in the Ladbrokes app. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Ready to hit the road? The Tullawana X15C is made for long-lasting off-road adventures. So stop dreaming and start planning. Available now at Austrac Campers.
Austrac
Campers.
Hi, I'm Kevin Sheedy, proud ambassador for Essendon BMW. Your ultimate driving machine is waiting for you at Essendon BMW. Come and explore our outstanding selection of in-stock vehicles ready for immediate delivery. With an on-site business manager and vehicle appraiser at your service, the team is dedicated to maximising your trading value and finding the best financial solution for you. So why wait? Located conveniently in Essendon Fields, visit Essendon BMW today and take the first step towards sheer driving pleasure. LMCT 0011700.
The Amazon Big Smile Sale is live now. Shop epic deals on electronics, home, toys and more. Plus get free delivery on eligible orders over $59. Exclude select remote areas. Shop amazon.com.au.
There's always that moment on a road trip after you've already stopped for snacks, had 2 emergency toilet breaks, and have finally agreed on a song. When you suddenly think, did I leave the iron on? No, you're covered with award-winning insurance from Allianz, just in case. Winner of 2024 CanStar's outstanding value for both home and contents insurance. Allianz. Conditions apply. Before buying, read the PDS and TMD on our website.
Telstra Home Internet deals are on now, so there's never been a better time to experience beautiful internet at your place. Find out more in-store or online. For new services only.
Why do millions of Australians use Instant Scripts for their healthcare needs?
Being able to talk to an Instant Scripts doctor anytime, day or night, helps us feel better already.
Requesting a medical certificate is easy.
Getting my script tonight is so simple.
Over 2 million Australians have turned to Instant Scripts for their healthcare needs. Our doctors are here for you 24/7. Visit us online at instantscripts.com.au. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Well, this is the Triple M Friday huddle for TAC. Driving on less than 5 hours sleep, you're 4 times more likely to crash. TAC, Mark Howard, Damien Barrett, Nathan Brown and Jason Dunstall leading up to Collingwood taking on Footscray. And then we'll hand over to Joey, BT and Jack for the call. Before we get to some news, Damo, you were at the footy last night. You were at the footy last night. I don't know if you were, Damo. Did you, either of you two, have the catering on offer? Did either of you sample the beef rendang?
No, why?
On the MCG. Well, I was calling with a couple that hoed in to the beef rendang. And one of them started getting very, let we say, burpy at the half-time break. Maybe a bloke that calls races. And then
Matty Hill,
a three-time premiership player from Richmond, sent us a text this morning and said the beef rendang was calling him all sorts of problems overnight.
Beef rendang wasn't in the normal part.
Broadcast.
Well, that was what was in the
all we
Fox
had was
area.
the pies and the awful salad they have there. They really need to lift their game in there, to be honest.
They always have that gluten-free talk about you sandwich with capsicum in it that never gets sold.
And then the scones, and they have the scones with sultana. Who eats sultanas anyway? Like they're all left.
So, Chief, you avoided the beef rendang last night.
I did.
It's a good decision from all reports.
I'm very happy now.
Talking about your man, Matty Hill, who is getting rave reviews for his calling. He's doing a
very good call.
He was telling me last Saturday he drove to Marvel at 8 a.m. in the morning. I know nothing about horse racing, so you have to tell me the venue. He drove to Marvel, parked his car at Marvel, went to the races last Saturday at Flemington, called 10 horse races with average 14 in the field. So he's called 140 horses. He's got a car back from Flemington to Marvel Stadium and then called the Kangaroos and Bulldogs game that night.
Unbelievably hard thing to do to call horse racing.
That's a solid day of operating.
Any number of 12 to 14, sometimes 16 horses.
Yep.
He's on the binoculars. It could be the best part of a kilometre away, the horses, and he has to get every name right.
And he does.
One after another, and he does it perfectly. He is the best race caller in our country by a mile.
Great.
He's a good footy caller too. I was saying to him, how do you lock it in your head? He said, well, you don't until the horses are in the mounting yard because the jockeys could change, so the silks might change. So he doesn't start focusing on the horses till they're in the mounting yard. Again, I know nothing about horse racing. The other thing that surprised me, he sits there, like, obviously, you're going to laugh at me. Obviously, there's no special comments in horse racing, but he sits there in his little clock tower booth by himself all day.
He doesn't like anyone there, distractions. He likes to be on his own.
How he nailed that Melbourne Cup call last year, where there were two outsiders going across the line locked together. They weren't the favourites. Knight's Choice and Warp Speed were not the favourites, and they came from both well back in the field, and he picked it up early, Chief, when they were starting their runs, and called the right bob of the head too on the line.
And a really humble, nice fella too.
Very, very nice. And not only did he have to call the footy by that night in the Footscray game, he was calling by himself. And I thought we were getting a nice little chemistry between us on a Thursday night. I said, how'd you go by yourself? He said, I really enjoyed it. I think I prefer it.
I'll pose you a question, Chief and Howie, because Howie, you know what the wages are like at Fox for a caller.
This is your area.
Would he get more calling the races or would he get more calling the football, Chief?
Question.
I suspect there is enormous money in the racing industry.
So why is he calling football?
Everywhere.
Because it's just a little bump up?
I'm sure he's getting a good bid to do that as well. He's in demand because he's a brilliant caller.
There's sort of paper bags everywhere in horse racing, isn't there? Do you think they just slip him a few extra if you...
Don't think so, Howie.
He's very
allegedly, Howie. Allegedly.
He's very good. But he probably, my only advice for him is steer clear of the beef rendang because he was quite gurgly at the half-time break last night, to be fair, Damo. Have you got something you want to say, Nathan, or not?
I'm being told.
Here we go.
This is just pie-in-the-sky stuff, but racing around $500,000.
$500,000?
So
who texted you that?
What?
Who texted you that?
I just got it in my ear for
Snorkel?
No, not Snorkel.
$500,000.
He's not here. He doesn't get here on time. We don't even have a producer.
But I guess if you are the best in the country at what you do, which he is at horse racing and soon will be at footy if he's not already.
And you're at headquarters.
It's a good wedge. Now, for those that didn't catch the show from the start, we're a 3-hour show now. You can catch up on the podcast. But, Damo, you did some, what can be described as unusually entertaining work on the Sunday football show on Channel 9 last week. A chief took issue with it earlier on in the show.
What about the version we get on a Friday? I mean, honestly, you come in here and you're a combination of Jeff Boycott and Chris Tavares. You couldn't play a straighter bat or be more You're like dry toast in the morning. Fills a hole, but no one really likes it. It's like when Nate's taking all the toilet paper. I'm wiping my ass with coarse paper towel. It's getting the job done, but it's not what we're looking for, Damo. What about a modicum of humour? When you come in on a Friday, my friend, we want Sunday Voldamo on the huddle.
I'm still reeling, Howie. It was about 2 hours ago.
Very, 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 very good.
It was good, Chief. No, it was very good.
We have been celebrating Footscray in the 100 years. I believe, was it Dougie Hawkins wandered into the rush hour?
Was he grumpy like he is now, Hawk, or was he a bit more smiling?
Very grumpy, JP. Very grumpy, mate. There were some mornings I couldn't. You were sitting there doing the crosswords, and I was going through the form guide for the horses, and I thought, can I actually talk to him now? And then I said, "Hi, Jace." He goes,
That's Doug Hawkins talking about you, Chief. You used to do like.
Was that when you were doing that TV show?
We did mornings.
Oh.
Why do people think you're so grumpy? Why do people think you got this thing against people that you don't like people? Because every time Christina meets you, she goes, I don't know what people think about Jason Dunstall, but he is a
Janine loves you, Chief.
Lovely chap.
That's because we work in an industry where we're heard and seen by people in the media. And going all the way back to the footy show, I was the one that would take Sam on, so I'd get angry. We role play, and people see you role playing, and they think that's what you like. So everyone thinks I'm grumpy. I don't care. I mean, I'm as laid back and as happy in my life as I could possibly be. So if people think I'm grumpy, I couldn't give a rat's, Nate.
What was the show with Dougie? Take us back. When was it?
10 till 12 we used to do.
10 till 12 on Triple M?
On Triple M.
And what did Dougie bring to the table in the 2 hours?
Not a lot.
You were a massive rating, though, weren't you, in the day?
Yeah, well,
Pick Jimmy and Ruboy?
13 and a half.
13s and a half.
That was good.
Big numbers.
Every day, Chief, was it?
Yeah.
10 to 12. I can't remember this. Yeah. You also did the TV show with Dougie, didn't you? That Live and Kicking.
Yep.
Yep.
Dougie didn't bring much there, right?
That lasted about
He's
as
a
long
ringer,
as
Dougie.
that lasted about as long as best on ground. The old line kick. That
A
was
little longer than best on ground.
Are you sure, Chief?
Yeah.
I'm not sure it did.
A little longer than best on ground, my friend.
Damo, a little bit of news before we lead up and hand over to Joey, BT, and Jack.
I love what the Bulldogs have done this week by renaming themselves the Footscray Football Club, just for the purposes of the 100-year celebrations. And I think there's some Bulldog supporters out there, Howie, who would like it to be permanent, but I get why, Brownie, and you've had a connection to the club, because of the premiership in 2016 being won under the Western Bulldogs title, that I think that's the reason that it probably will go back, and it won't even be opened up, I don't feel anyway, for a debate within the board.
Well, I was drafted at the end of 96. They were still Footscray, and they were changing to the Western Bulldogs in my first pre-season, and David Smorgan explained it that the Western Suburbs is the fastest growing region in Australia, and not everybody knows what Footscray is. Not everybody can, align with Footscray, but if you're in the Western corridor, then you feel like you're part of it. So he wanted to name the football club something Western, obviously Western Bulldogs, so everyone who lived in that Western region could then barrack for the Western Bulldogs. So that was what it was in 1997. It's been that ever since.
It's remarkable when I was reading about the people rattling the tins. I saw Rhett Bartlett put up a thing with his retrospective where he goes back and finds old vision, and he was showing vision of Don Scott trying to convince Lee Matthews, who was on TV at the time on Optus Vision, to come down to the town hall for Hawthorn and support the no merger debate, which you would have been part of as well, Chief.
Yeah.
So Footscray is thriving. The Hawks are thriving as well as any club, but 20 years ago, both these clubs 25 years ago were on their knees, Damo, nearly out of the comp.
Not just those two.
No,
there were a lot of clubs.
There were. I mean, if you want to even go back to, as we're talking about the Bulldogs, to the 89 period where out of nowhere, Fitzroy was about to get the whip hand in a merger in that particular year, before obviously it then went down the then Brisbane Bears path, having almost gone down the North Melbourne path. So you look at the history of all of that and you get to 2025 and you got Andrew Dillon, the chief executive of the AFL, confirming this week that Tassie comes in 2028. It's just a lock now. They won't be in that stadium, obviously, but they'll be coming in 2028. And then what happens then with the 20th licence, which is a conversation that is now not too far away either. As much as some people don't want it to expand, it is going to go to 20 at some stage relatively soon.
And who would be the front runner? Is it the Northern Territory?
It's certainly in the mix. I don't claim to have a read on the space. I mean, there's enough people out there lobbying for a third team in WA. There's other parts of Queensland, but the Northern Territory is as prominent as anywhere to start the conversation.
Gee, Northern Territory has got something romantic, the amount of amazing footballers out of the Northern Territory, but obviously there's population and you need their backing, etc. Chief, what are your I know you don't like to go too far back, but you were at the Hawks in that whole merger period. What was it like as a player at the time?
Tough. It was tough when there's uncertainty, particularly when we played Melbourne in that last game of 96 to try and make the finals, and Melbourne's the team we were talking about merging with. So you're sitting there looking at the other side going, if we picked 10 or 12 and they picked 10 or 12, what would that team look like? You kind of think, yeah, it might be okay, but you grow up loving the club you're at and you want them to survive, you want them to thrive.
You kicked the winner in that game.
He just the winner. He kicked 10 in the game
and the winner
on one leg.
Just doing my bit, Nate. Just trying to help.
You had one leg in that game, Chief. That's how much of a star you were on that occasion.
But now with the with multiple broadcast partners, there's so much money in the game now compared to back then. Back then, I think clubs relied a hell of a lot on the White Knights. Supporters that were very well to do, that would
pockets,
reach into their pockets and put their hard earned into the club. So a lot of clubs survived basically on the generosity of well-to-do supporters.
2 minutes before we hand over to the boys, I read with interest a really nice article by Gary Lyon in the paper today, and this is why Duke doesn't want to be on this show anymore, because he's saying, for your generational talent, who would you pick, Nick Dacos or Sam Darcy? I love the article.
It's a great article. Yeah.
He was referring back to the olden days of Lou Richards choosing the small fella and Jack Dye choosing the big fella.
And the conversations and debates and theatre they had around the good big man beating a good small man argument.
So who would you pick, Damo? He was talking about for your generational, who will be the next best player in the comp, basically, he was saying.
We may as well go around the table. Look, I love Sam Darcy, but I'm taking Nick Dacos right now in that conversation.
Oh, it's unbelievably tough. I would love to have played the same amount of games at the moment. Sam's had his injuries, so I love what I see from Nick Dacos. I think he's going to get better and better. They're both going to get really good. Dacos just.
if you're talking who's going to have a more illustrious, celebrated career, more awards and the like, I'd say Nick Dacos. If you're talking about I have to build a footy club, I'm probably taking Sam Darcy because I want that key position piece that I know is going to be dominant. And whilst I mightn't find another Nick Dacos, I'll find someone that's not far off. Whereas it's a lot harder, I think, to find the generational key forwards that be there for 10 years and can dominate a competition.
All right, we'll take a break here. That has been 3 hours of power on the Friday huddle. Joey, BT and Jack next to take over the call of Footscray. Doesn't it sound fantastic?
It does.
Footscray taking on the Pies. Well done to everyone involved in this show. We'll be back next week for 3 hours from 4 o'clock local
with
time.
Voldemo.
Yes, Voldemo's podcast. McDonald's Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
Triple M's Friday Huddle has got you to the weekend.
Chief is very happy.
Is he?
The only thing I don't like are people who talk about themselves in the third person, and Chief doesn't do that. So.
Up next, Triple M Rocks Footy. Triple M's Rush Hour is where sport meets stupid.
It sums this show up and the people on it.
Which one are you?
Which means not everyone is on board with the Tassie Devils mascot.
Rumman the Devil. Scary looking. Yeah. Looks like one of those things you hit,
don't say
with the lollies in them.
Yeah, we know what you're talking about.
Pinjaras.
That's where Brian comes from.
Triple M's Rush Hour, Monday from 4 on Melbourne's Triple M. Good times and greatest hits.
You can't say no. You can't say no.
Try the new CC's 4 and 20 classic meat pie and CC's sausage roll and sauce.
With a Latitude personal loan, you can
Give your old kitchen a makeover.
combine multiple debt repayments into one, or get from A to B in a new CAR. Search Latitude Personal Loans online and check your personalised rate in under 2 minutes with no impact to your credit score. Make things happen with a Latitude Personal Loan. Latitude, your partners in money. Applications are subject to lending and approval criteria. Terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
No boring stories. How about that? No blind shouting. No brainless spam.
Absolutely extraordinary.
Just the best sports coverage from Australia's biggest newsroom. Code Sports. No BS, just sport. Grab the app today.
Looking for a hot deal on a hybrid? Head to Berwick GWM. The Haval Jolyon is in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Save up to $3,000 off normal drive-away prices. Or drive away the Jolyon Premium Hybrid from just $31,990. Plus, check out the Haval H6 GT Plug-in Hybrid. Enjoy top performance, fuel savings and a smaller environmental footprint. Berwick GWM, where great deals drive away fast. 257 Princes Highway, Hallam, just minutes off the Monash. LMCT 8760.
Keen to stir up the rivalry with your mates on game day? BWS is here for it with another banter-worthy AFL stat. No St Kilda player has ever won more contested balls than Jack McRae did on club debut. 23 of them. Who from the Cats will lock him down? Back your banter with BWS stats.
Plumbing. Work. Invoicing. Work. Leaks. Work. Unpaid invoices. Work. Waterproofing. Work. Hyping yourself up in the mirror to go chase unpaid invoices. Come on, Brett, you're a grown man. You're not afraid of a minor social interaction, especially to get money you're owed. Work. Do less work with Solo by MYOB, the new admin app for sole operators with fast, easy invoicing and automated payment reminders. Sign up for Solo at myob.com.
At Bunnings, we make it easy to bring your kitchen together. We've got the range of modular cabinets that are ready to go, straight off the shelf. Come in store and chat with a kitchen expert. You can choose the colours and profiles you like, and we'll help you bring it all together with a kitchen from Bunnings.
If you're on the tools, you know you can rely on Sellies to get the job done and stay done. But here's something you might not know. Right now, Sellies and Triple M are giving you the chance to win $10,000 cash. Jump on the win page now at triplem.com.au or give us a call on the Sellies hotline on 1300 337 787. Tell us about a time when things went pear-shaped on site and you should have used Sellies to save the day and you're in the running. Enter now. If it's Sellies, it works.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Every massive moment
You're guilty!
lives right here.
That's how you do it!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Nothing better than Friday night footy at the Coliseum, and tonight is a big one. Collingwood bouncing back in a big way after their round 0 loss. They smashed Port Adelaide at this venue last week. They look to keep that winning feeling going. But for the Western Bulldogs, tonight they will go back to their roots and be known as Footscray as they celebrate 100 years of existence. A very special night. They've got a lot of past greats joining them throughout the night. We've got one of their greats, Tom Boyd, joining us very, very shortly as well. There's just a good feeling in the air tonight for the fans of the Sons of the West. Good game, this one. Triple M footy prime time for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners. You can put your trust in the experts in air. I'm Jack Heverin. Alongside me, he is clearly one of the best analysts in footy, St Kilda Hall of Famer, Joey Montagna. Joey, great to see you. Great night for the Western Bulldogs.
Lovely to see you too, Jack, working alongside you, one of the best callers in the business across every sport. Looking forward to Game 5 of the NBL.
Aren't we really just licking each other to start?
You gave me a compliment, I'll give one back. That'll do us now, no more. But you're right, there is a nice vibe coming into the MCG tonight, and it is a special occasion, particularly for Footscray, celebrating 100 years. St Kilda had their 150th celebration a couple of years ago, and it's really nice to get some of the icons of the club back and past players and look back and reminisce. And in some ways, as a St Kilda man, there's a bit of a soft spot for the Dogs because they're in similar boats. A bit of a smaller club, not the big names, and limited success, but the community and the supporter base are so loyal and have been through so many tough times. It is nice to celebrate the special moments, which the Dogs fans will get to do tonight, but also, don't forget, for Collingwood, there's also a record-breaking night as well for Scott Pendlebury and Steele Sidebottom. 308 games as teammates, which breaks the all-time record for teammates for games played, breaking Tyson Edwards
and Andrew
McLeod for the record. So that's a special moment.
Interesting relationship.
Yeah, I think Pendles and Sidey's relationship is a little bit different, but they are two icons. Obviously, we know about Scotty Pendlebury, where he sits in the echelon of AFL greats, not just at Collingwood, but still Sidebottom as well. And the form that he showed last week, he was almost best on ground at his age and where he's at with his career. Looking forward to seeing them in action as well.
Our Friday night team, as always, Nat Yannides downstairs. She'll have Tom Boyd in about 10-15 minutes from now. We'll also have the Chew Man, Ash Chewer, who is the best statistician in the business. He's locked and loaded.
And what about BT?
BT.
Yeah?
BT
We're going to get him?
He was electric last Friday night. You will hear Brian Taylor on Triple M footy every single Friday night this season, which is fantastic.
By the sounds of it, he doesn't watch too many of my shows. You think there's too many footy shows on TV?
Well, we might just... It's fair to say that's ruffled a few feathers.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah. But no, he's the best, BT. Can't wait for him to get in here. And if he brings his energy, who knows where this call could go.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. He won't be too far away. What do we make of Collingwood here, Joey? So we have a round zero game where they were absolutely pumped by GWS. They were outclassed. They were totally taken apart. And then they flipped it last Saturday here at the MCG against Port Adelaide. So we've had one good, one bad. It is a small sample size still, but what are we making of the Pies?
Somewhere in the middle. I think that's probably the best way to sum it up right now. I don't think they're anywhere near as bad as they showed against the Giants. I don't think they're as good as what they showed against Port Adelaide, more so because of what the opposition dished up and how bad Port Adelaide were. Maybe made Collingwood look a bit better, but they are certainly somewhere in between. As I said, start of the year, I had them in my top four. I think that if they stay fit and healthy and have their best team available and the veterans can hold up and their bodies allow them to, we know they are good enough. Their system stacks up. They play the right way, and they've still got star power. And when you've got Nick Dacos in the team, Jordan De Goey back tonight, and a forward line that has as many options as they do, I'm still pretty bullish on Collingwood. And I think the Western Bulldogs, as injured as they are and as banged up as they are, it's going to take, for me, a coaching masterclass from Bevo if they can pull this off. And I'm not writing that off because Luke Beveridge is a master coach. I really rate and respect the way Luke Beveridge goes about it, and he'll have to be at his absolute best if they can find a way to win tonight.
Well, this is a Footscray team tonight, Joey, without Marcus Bonsampelli, Liam Jones, Jason Johannesson, Adam Treloar, Cody Waitman, just to name a couple, and then Luke Cleary was concussed last week. James O'Donnell with the jaw injury as well.
They've relied on him a lot. So, yeah.
That's a lot out for this time of year.
It is. And as we've already seen in just a small sample size of this competition, it's so even, it's so competitive and so tough that if you are just fractionally off, you can get your pants pulled down. So for the Bulldogs to be missing that calibre of players, they'll have to bring their absolute A game in regards to effort. Their players they do have, and they've still got some star quality out there. Aaron Norton, Sam Darcy is a threat. Ed Richards, I think, is now moving to the upper echelon of players in the competition, and some others as well. They'll have to be at their best, and as I said, Bevo will have to find a way.
I want to get back to Collingwood's forward line in just a moment. Nat Yannides is downstairs all night long for us tonight For Bob Jane T-Marts, of course, you can buy 3, get 1 free, plus instant cashback deals on Bridgestone, Yokohama, Kumo and Pirelli. Visit bobjane.com.au. Today, T's and C's apply. Now, we mentioned it's a special night. You've got Tom Boyd coming up shortly, but how is the feels down there?
It's a really great atmosphere down here, Jack. Obviously, a big celebration for the Bulldogs. They've changed their name to Footscray for this 100-year anniversary, and it's a really, really great atmosphere. All of the legends of the game are down here. I can see Brad Johnson, Bob Murphy's down here, Adam Cooney's just gone out.
Of course he is.
There's a few legends around. Oh, yeah, let's tell Coons that we called him a legend. Let's go with that. Good Essendon boy as well. Hey, and they've got their premiership cups as well that are out in the middle of the ground, and there's a big velvet chair which I think is going to take part in a very interesting photo opportunity. But I think that my favourite part about the celebration is the fact that Rory Lobb has actually dyed his hair blue for the occasion. So if you see someone just lobbing around with blue hair, it is Rory Lobb, in case you didn't recognise him already.
And Joey, you seem like that. You're really keen on that.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about it. Is he doing it? Yeah, I won't go there. Is it about...
you think it's a bit of me time?
Oh, there's just maybe a little bit of me time. I wouldn't necessarily put Rory Lobb in the sort of Bulldogs through and through category just yet.
Well,
only been
halfway through last year, he was out the door.
And now he's got blue running through the veins. So, no, look, he's going to... Another one, to be honest, who's going to play an important role. And you know what, it's still the old school, Jack. If you're going to do the blue hair, you need to back it up tonight. So hopefully he puts in a strong performance.
I'm really looking forward to BT's take on Rory Lobb's blue hair.
He loves this sort of stuff.
I'm just looking out through the binoculars at the moment. Terry Wallace is out there, the former coach of the Bulldogs. Tony Liberatore out there as well.
Brian Royal.
Choco Royal. Simon Beasley's out there as well. If you could pass on a tip for Saturday, that'd be good for Beasley as well. But they've got a lot of the past players back. Rowan Smith was in one of the boxes next door as well, which is fantastic. And Joey, and you sort of compared St Kilda a little bit. I've always loved what they stand for. Footscray, they're now the Western Bulldogs. Even they've got a good facility at the Whitten Oval. It's just got a bit of an upgrade, but they've always punched well above their weight.
Yeah, they have. It's a really good point. That they certainly have. They've always sort of had that sort of underdog tag about them, but have been able to stand up, and they've played lots of finals. And we know about 2016, and even in recent years, they are still a club that you need to be on your game with. They've been a terrific side, even through the 2009-10 era when we played at St Kilda in our grand final. The Bulldogs were in the prelims back to back, and almost knocked us off in 2009 when we were the red-hot favourites. So, yeah, they've always been a side that have been a threat, and they've always had star power. That's the one thing I've loved about this club. While they haven't won as many premierships as some others, they've had some of the great all-time players. I think of Dougie Hawkins and Brad Johnson, and we've just mentioned some of the names. So, it's a great story. I don't think anybody ever sort of hates the Western Bulldogs. No. They're a club that everyone's got a bit of a soft spot for, and hopefully tonight on a big occasion they're able to stand up and deliver.
All I want to know really is all of those names are fantastic. I just want to know if Danny Southern's here. That's all I want to know.
He's over in Perth. He's over in Western Australia doing some work for the AFLPA. I think he's the AFLPA sort of player development role for West Coast and Fremantle over there. So I've seen Danny Southern in recent times, and he's another icon, isn't he? And it's pretty nice. I'm just looking at that velvet chair that Nat was telling us about. Is it Bob? You got the binoculars. Is that Bob Murphy? That looks really comfortable in the chair. Is it Bob?
He's got the thinker pose going on at the moment. He's a bit smarter than most of us, and he's got the articulate sort of. I'm going to sit in my velvet chair and read a book.
I was going to say, he actually looks like he's narrating something, so he might just be the narrator. Is that the right way of saying it?
I'm sorry, what?
The narrator? What do you call the person who's reading the narrative?
The narrator.
The narrator, yes. I know where
Tomato, same sort of thing.
But he certainly looks comfortable.
I've got one bit of doubt though, Joey. Are we sure that chair's for Bob? Or has he just gone and made himself comfortable?
Well, it's sort of his style, isn't it? The suede, the velvet, sort of the retro. Yeah, that's his style.
I did wonder whether that might be a possible, like a Susan Alberti type chair, potentially, to sit down there.
And also interesting, looking at the Bulldogs cheer squad. Is that 4 different banners that they might be raising shortly? So they're putting on a good spectacle, and there's going to be another big crowd. It's almost a perfect night for football, to be honest. It's not much wind. There certainly doesn't look like there's going to be too much rain, and beautiful conditions. So I can't wait for this one.
We're talking about banners and crepe paper, so Will's telling us to head to a break. It's probably not a bad idea as well. Tom Boyd to join us on the other side of this, the hero of the 2016 Grand Final. It is Footscray taking on Collingwood, and for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M Footy, prime time for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners Australia. Put your trust in the experts in air.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Melbourne, weekdays from 6. It's Mick in the morning with Roo, Titus and Rosie.
What's your favourite animal? Come on.
Oh, the bear, the grizzly bear.
Rosie, what's your favourite animal?
Probably the otter. They're cute. They have rocks and they go, hey, look at my rock. How good's my rock?
They got big buck teeth. Is that the beaver?
It's the beaver. They're not bad.
That's right. I don't mind a beaver.
Start your day with Mick in the morning. Weekdays from 6 on Melbourne's Triple M.
Visit quit.org.au to start your journey and quit one step at a time.
Now down to the post-Mac press conference with Lions coach Chris Fagan.
Chris, tell us how the Happy Meal went tonight.
My grandson didn't get a Brisbane Bear clip this time, so we better collect all 18.
The AFL Happy Meal is here. The season starts at Macca's.
T's and C's apply.
Want to grow your business and get paid faster? Let me sum it up for you. SumUp is a world-leading payment solutions provider with over 4 million customers worldwide. Cutting-edge payment software that supports over 1 billion transactions a year. From portable FPOS to countertop POS solutions, SumUp's hardware supports every stage of your business journey. Take payments anywhere, secure, seamless, and with no contracts or monthly fees. Think outside the square. Choose SumUp. Purchase now at JB Hi-Fi, Harvey Norman and Bing-Lee.
Upgrade your home with Doors Plus March Madness sale. Save on stunning external or sleek internal doors. Even doors for pets. March Madness savings across the range. Plus, we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Hassle-free from selection to installation. March Madness on now. Doors Plus, no fuss.
Loving in the morning, loving in the evening, loving at any time. Now we've got our loving back, thanks to AMI.
If you have erectile dysfunction or premature problems, call the doctors at AMI. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call the doctors at AMI on 1800 1010 80 for a free consultation.
Or go online, amiaustralia.com.au.
It's the calm before the storm. It's the big one we all look forward to. It's Bathurst, and you and a mate could be joining us with 5 NZ Thrill on the Hill experiences up for grabs. Register at your NZ Service Centre for your chance to win.
Hi, Kev Sheedy here. I've been proud to support Essendon BMW for years, and let me tell you, their range of electric vehicles is something else. These machines are innovative, efficient, and an absolute pleasure to drive. BMW's cutting-edge EVs combine sustainability, performance, and that unmistakable sheer driving pleasure. If you've been thinking about making the switch, now's the time. Get down to Essendon BMW today. Check out the range, take one for a drive, and see for yourself what the future of driving feels like. LMCT 0011 700.
Get fired up for the AFL with Ladbrokes. Place a 3+ leg same game multi, and if one leg fails, get a bonus back. Available once per day this week. See account for details, T's and C's apply, and available on website. What's gambling really costing you?
Trust is crucial for any tradie. Trusting your tools to nail the job. Trusting your team to deliver top-notch work.
Hey, mate!
And of course, trusting your best mate to lend a paw. For insurance, IMAR has been trusted by tradies for over 35 years. We work hard finding you the right cover, chasing your claims, and getting you back on the job fast. For tradies insurance you can trust, give IMAR a whistle on 13IMAR.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M Footy, prime time for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners Australia. Put your trust in the experts in air.
There's a great feeling around the MCG tonight. The Footscray Football Club, now known as the Western Bulldogs, celebrating 100 years in the VFL, AFL. There's a lot of old faces here tonight. As I mentioned, good feeling as well, but the Pies are locked and loaded and ready to go for tonight as well. Joey Montagna and Jack Heverin. Brian Taylor not too far away. Ash Stewart to join us shortly as well. But when it comes to introducing our next guest, and he's a man that doesn't need any other introduction here on Triple M except for this.
Boyd took the advantage and played on from inside the centre square. Boyd's kicked the goal. Boyd's kicked the goal from inside the centre. I can't believe that. Boyd has kicked the goal from inside the centre square. He's dropped the magic. Can you believe that?
It'll never, ever get old, Joey, as long as we live.
He's the only person that could get away with swearing on radio and it becoming iconic. The rest of us would be sacked in a heartbeat.
It just all flows together beautifully. Tom Boyd is the man who kicked that massive goal in 2016, and he's downstairs with Nat Unides for Bob Jane Teamarts.
He certainly is, Jack. Tom, this place must bring back so many amazing memories. What does it mean to be back here on such a special occasion, surrounded by so many legends of the club celebrating 100 years of the Bulldogs?
Well, I think it's a very relevant point because I didn't play that many games here. Most of the ones that I did were really good. So it's fantastic to be here. I think one of the things about the Bulldogs is it very much so is a community club that made it to the big leagues. And, I think about the success we had in 2016, the luck that I had to be a part of that, to have that special moment. Whilst I'm listening to that, I'm staring at Luke Darcy, which is always a nice moment. And I really do think about how it took so many players and people to get us there. And, I look at the new facilities, I look at where this club is today, and I'm very, very grateful to be a very small part of it.
How many times have you listened back to that BT commentary?
Well, I actually have it as my alarm when I wake up in the morning. And then at night I watch the footage. There's a very funny story, which I won't tell you now, but maybe off air. But no, it's a fantastic moment. It's all very funny because everyone goes, people will forget who you are, Tom. People won't know who you are over time. And I say every year there's a new group of 11-year-olds who find me on TikTok with the Brian Taylor commentary, and they go, geez, Tommy Boyd, he's the best because he made Brian Taylor swear. So it's a fantastic part of my career.
Tommy, it is a nice ring to have that you are a grand final hero. You'll have that forever. It might be a silly question, and by the sounds of it, you're not. But do you ever get sick of talking about the grand final and that occasion?
Well, to be honest, my role here tonight, other than acknowledging the great thing that the clubs have done over the years, is to just sit here and have the biggest ego boost of all time on Friday night. Which, to answer your question, not really. People keep telling me I'm short on confidence, so I'm here to make sure that I can build that up and continue to do what I do. But no, I think it's a fantastic part of the club's history. As I said, I think it really is the icing on the cake of what has been a fantastic history of struggle and survival at different times of people and players and coaches and club members forcing their way through really difficult times for a club that really didn't have a lot going for them for a long period of time. So very glad to be a part of the very, very happy memories that the club does have, even if there's only a couple.
Tommy, is there part of that, I guess, when you're there and you're playing, that there is that kind of underdog mentality when you play for the Bulldogs?
Well, I certainly think it probably existed around the club, but you got to remember, I did get traded for $7 million, so it was a bit hard to think I was an underdog at the time.
No, everyone except you in that case. Yeah.
That's right. No, it certainly was a club that's so very much entrenched in the suburb of Footscray. That is one of the most identifying features of the Footscray Western Bulldogs Football Club. And I think for us to see the result in terms of an emotional impact that our grand final and premiership had in 2016 to those people makes it all the more special.
And it is going to be a special night, Tom. We understand that. And there's going to be so many icons of the football club here. I can look down. I see Scott West on his phone right now, 7-time best and fairest winner. What are some of the faces and names that you're going to be mingling with or that you've already seen tonight that are some of the legends of the club and who you're most looking forward to seeing?
Well, I just saw Bob Murphy after 3 years of finding that he wasn't able to be talked to because he played for the opposition. I saw Matty Boyd being interviewed before. Maybe we'll get him in a Bulldogs jersey to finish the game. I also look around and, there's so many great players who have been a part of this club over a long period of time. And it is a history of struggle and sacrifice. And as I said, as a young player, as a guy who's turning 30 this year, who was a part of a very small but important moment in the club history, I do certainly feel like this is for them and this is for the fans of our club.
What about you, Tommy? You're doing some great work out in the community, which is awesome. We are talking to Tom Boyd here on Triple M Footy. Maybe just let everyone know what your movements are these days.
Yeah, so I do a lot of work in the public speaking space. I do about 100 events a year talking about mental health and how important it is for our communities, our sporting clubs, our businesses, to make sure that we're supporting the people around us that we care about the most. My story is one that's really interesting. It's one that's been incredibly lucky. I've been incredibly grateful for the things that I've had, but yet even with all of those things going right, I still ended up in a really tough spot. So that's the message. If you need help, go and get it. And we know that we lose too many people every single year, so let's try and turn that statistic around.
Well said, Tom. Also, just want to quickly ask about Luke Beveridge. There's already a lot of talk about Bevo this season and the scrutiny is under, but from your perspective and as a player playing under Bevo, tell us a bit about behind the scenes. What's he like and your relationship with him?
Well, look, I don't think there's another person that I've seen, whether it be in business or football, that's turned a place around like Bevo did in 2015-16. I would certainly put him as the number one leading factor to us winning a premiership in 2016. The way he galvanised the group, unlocked the potential for people, not just players, but also the members of the club. It's just a phenomenal amount of things that he's had an impact on with regards to me as a person and as a player. And I think, the world of being a head coach is not simple. It's been a tumultuous ride at times, I'm sure he would say the same. But he still obviously is going to go down as the greatest coach in Bulldogs history, and that means something to me and the rest of the players.
Tommy, thanks for joining us tonight. We know it's a big night. We know you got a lot of people that you want to catch up with as well. So thank you for finding a few minutes for us here on Triple M.
Thank you, boys. Have a good night.
He's got a gig in public speaking, I reckon. Tom Boyd spoke well.
Bloody oath he does, yeah.
It was a great chat. And as we said, he's iconic forever. The grand final performance that he put in, the pressure that he came to the club with, and what he was able to deliver, and the goal that BT so beautifully called is going to be etched in everyone's memories, not just Bulldogs fans, forever.
I heard the boys talking about this on the Friday huddle, Joey, on the way in. And Jason Dunstall said that goal in that game justified Tom Boyd's contract in one afternoon. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. It's all about winning premierships. And there have been so many players that haven't been able to achieve that for their clubs, but that money was absolutely well spent. I think if you said to another club, would you do that again in a heartbeat and pay $7 million for someone that didn't fulfill the contract, didn't fulfill necessarily the potential, but had the moment when it mattered most on grand final day? I think every club would take that in a heartbeat.
We are ready to go here at the Triple MCG. On the other side of this, Ash Tua will hit us with all the numbers that we need to know. Nat Unity's downstairs, of course, all night long, and the best in the business. Brian Taylor has got that look in the eye tonight. Friday night footy, it's Footscray. That's right, Footscray taking on Collingwood for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M Footy, prime time for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners Australia. Put your trust in the experts in air.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Every week on Mick in the Morning, you'll hear from one of the biggest names in the game.
He stands there like a Goliath.
Club captain.
And he bombs away.
All Australian and Premiership captain.
Number 11, the captain of the Melbourne Football Club, Max Gawn.
Get Max Gawn's review of the round. Tuesday after 7 on Mick in the Morning with Rube, Titus and Rosie.
Triple M.
The new Bailey Aluminium Step Extension Ladder. Quick, convenient and compact. Exclusively at Bunnings. BaileyLadders.com.au.
Get fired up for the AFL with Ladbrokes. Place a 3+ leg same game multi, and if one leg fails, get a bonus back. Available once per day this week. See account for details. T's and C's apply and available on website. What's gambling really costing you?
Melbourne's best buys. All over it.
Allianz Insurance Australia, the winner of 2024 CanStar's Outstanding Value for both home and home and contents insurance. To find out more, visit allianz.com.au.
Best buys.
Great things happen when you're Ryco ready. Make sure your mechanic only uses Ryco filters. Find out why at rycofilters.com.au. It pays to be Ryco ready.
Melbourne's best buys. All over it.
At Officeworks, if you can't get to the store, we can bring it to you with next day, same day and 2-hour delivery options store-wide. Make bigger things happen with Officeworks. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Why wait for pleasure when you can have it now? At Wild Secrets, Australia's largest adult store, we're turning up the heat with our Afterpay Day sale. That's right. Shop now, pay later, and indulge in the best toys, lingerie, and pleasure essentials without the wait. Discreet shipping, no stress, all satisfaction. Hurry, shop now at wildsecrets.com.au and spice up your nights. Because pleasure shouldn't have to wait. Wild Secrets, where passion meets play.
We're interrupting your show. Sorry. Because Binge Basic is now just $4.99 a month for 12 months. That's a bingillion hours of entertainment for less than $5 a month. Offer ends March 31st, so head to binge.com.au/4. New and returning customers only.
Experience the superb range of GWM SUVs today at Burwood GWM or Blackburn GWM. Two of Melbourne's premier GWM dealers have joined forces to give you the biggest range, the best service and widest choice on the full range of GWM SUVs and utes. Save up to $5,000 on H6 Hybrid and $3,000 on Jolyon Hybrid at our final plate clearance sale, all backed by a 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Search Burwood GWM or Blackburn GWM and go with more. T's and C's apply. LMCT 11720.
Doors Plus March Madness sale on this week. Bifold doors, sliding doors, stacking doors and more. March Madness savings across the range. With up to 50% off fully installed packages. Why shop anywhere else? March Madness on this week. Doors Plus, no fuss.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. sexyland.com.au.
Every massive moment lives right here.
That is as good as you'll see.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy, and the first quarter is coming up next.
She thought it was true love. He looked at her. Handsome. Nice watch. Then he just started firing questions. How much do you earn? What are your assets? Why do you need my money? It was then she realised he was a bank and would never understand her business. Red Z knows when you need a loan, you need someone that understands the self-employed. With love from Red Z. Speak to your broker or visit redz.com. Red Z. Backing those who back themselves. Australian credit licence 311128.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for titanium caravans. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious titanium caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
10 minutes away from the bounce of the ball here at the Triple MCG. It is Footscray and Collingwood in Friday night footy. Joey Montagna and Jack Heverin, great to be with you. And great to welcome for the first time tonight Brian Taylor to Triple M footy. Hello, BT.
Jack, how you going? Joey,
BT.
nice to be here. Ash is about... Good afternoon. Welcome to you, Ash, by the way.
Good evening, BT.
I only introduced him because he's got some incredible information for us tonight. Now, we're seeing the 100 years of the Dogs. We're seeing the MCG, pushing 70 by the time we get going, probably. Yep. Probably a bit over 70. Ash, you've got some unbelievable historical news to go with the 100 years of Footscray Football Club.
Certainly have, BT. So the Bulldogs' highest home attendance on record is 59,000.
Well, we've already got that.
The home and away game.
A home attendance.
Home game for a home and away.
And it's their home game tonight.
Yeah, wow.
But home and away, Joey, as you're alluding to, 68,500 is the
already.
record home and away.
So that's already done.
And that will be smashed
so this this is evening,
you'd imagine.
This is smashed their all-time home and away games attended game ever.
Yep.
That's a good stat.
Ever.
That's nice.
That's pretty good to
How
start.
about you two?
All right, Ash, let's go home.
We'll lock off now, eh?
BT, you would have played a lot of footy, obviously, against Footscray, particularly back in the day. What was the game at the Whitten Oval like?
They were like the paupers out there at the wind and the rain and the mud. We'd swing in from the east and get out there to the west. No one wanted to go out there. It was an absolute dive. The ground was horrible. It was windy. It was always wet. It was just uncomfortable. You couldn't get a car park. Rarely did they have a hot shower. It was just the most ugly of ugly places. But it's fantastic now.
Gee, you painted a really positive picture of that place.
No, it was not good. But anyway, when I reflect on the condition of all facilities in those particular days, they're all pretty similar. You know, Collingwood was no better really, and neither were the Tigers at Punt Road. That was absolutely disgraceful. So you got what you got in those days. The one main difference between 30 years ago or even 40 years ago and now in terms of what's offered is they invented this thing called drainage in the ground. No one ever thought of it prior to the last 30 or 40 years. They've put drainage on every oval basically in Australia now, and that's why we have grass rather than mud and no wickets.
And that's why this ground here at the MCG looks as good as it has been. It's had a bit of foot traffic already, but still in great shape, Joey.
It's holding up really well, and as you said, perfect conditions for footy tonight. So, again, record crowd for the Western Bulldogs, and I think this will be a great game. As I said, I know Collingwood deserve to be favourites, particularly after the way they played last week, and because of the Bulldogs' injuries, it is going to be a tough ask. As I said earlier, Luke Beveridge is going to have to pull something out, a bit of a coaching masterclass to find a way for this squad missing 7 or 8 of their starting 22. But I rate Bevo. I think he can find a way, and as we've seen, if you can bring the heat and bring pressure, anything's possible.
So you reckon their depth in their team, I think you said 7 or 8 injuries, of those 7 or 8, 4 or 5 could probably come in and get a game any time they want. That'd be right, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So you reckon they have fairly good depth in them, just on the edge of being able to cover it now with impact players?
Yeah, I think there's still enough star power. The fringe is the concern for the Western Bulldogs. I mean, Oscar Baker, I know, is the sub, but when you start sort of getting into those guys and Buku Karmas and Arthur Jones, guys that have been around for a little bit that haven't really sort of shown their best footy, it does make it hard, and I think a lot's going to rely on, say, Norton and Darcy in the front half, Lobb, and Ed Richards, as I mentioned earlier, with Liberatore. He's a genuine star, Ed Richards, so I think they're going to rely on sort of 6 or 8 players to do the heavy lifting tonight.
I really think historically, under Bevo, probably under Plough first, to be honest. I see Terry Wallace down there celebrating the 100 years on the ground just before. probably started under Plough and was carried on by Bevo, but that's when they started to become more attractive to watch, I reckon, the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs were never a team you wanted to watch because the skill wasn't high. They played a dour game rather than an attacking game, and then all of a sudden they became skillful, and it was pleasant to the eye to watch. And it has been for the last 15, 20 years, Bulldogs. I enjoy watching Bulldogs game because they play a pleasant brand of football.
And at their best, particularly by hand, they flick it around, don't they?
Yeah.
Luke Beveridge, they won a premiership off the bat.
Yeah, that's been the modern game for the Dogs for the last 7 or 8 years. Before that, Rocket Eade had them playing a great style. They had the small forwards, and they were all dangerous and could cause in all different ways. So, yeah, you're right. I always enjoy watching the Western Bulldogs play.
Yep. And meeting the Pies tonight, they're both similar in terms of what they can supply the supporter watching.
Speaking of Collingwood, this is Triple M Footy Prime Time, by the way, for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Air Conditioners. About 5 minutes away from the bounce of the ball. BT, you had Mason Cox on your podcast, Life with Brian, this week.
We did.
Just as a reminder that you did actually have him. He's in the team tonight. To both of you.
Jeez, I didn't know that. I've just seen him now.
Is Mason Cox in Collingwood's best 22?
Well, can I say first, Joey, because you're the analytical one and you'll have the right answer. Mine will be just a guess.
Brian, that was patronising.
But I look at, is it the 3Ms, McStay, who are they down there?
Check Membry.
Yeah, so I look at those three and go, they're fine, they're all great competitors and they're all good players in their own right. But you only need you need someone that's tall. You need a tall player. None of those three are tall. They all play a little bit tallish, but none of them are really tall. For me, Mason Cox is probably picked in certain games, not every game, but in certain games. The only thing I worry about with Mason Cox, the ball has to, if he's playing as the deep forward and the marking forward, the ball has to be presented in the exact perfect way that they need it. Or he needs it.
Joey, in your analytical way?
I think he's only playing tonight because Brody Myercheck's out. And I think if Brody Myercheck's in the side, they will go with those three. So it is a different look. I liked seeing McStay in the ruck last week. I thought he looked as good as I've seen him for years, playing forward second ruck. He's not going to get that opportunity tonight because obviously Mason Cox will do the second ruck work. So that's going to be a bit of a watch. But it'd be interesting to see where Mason Cox is. I'm with BT. We'll play some games of footy this year and at the right times. And if there are injuries, tonight's a good one for him though, BT's, and at perfect conditions. He should be able to clunk the footy, and to have him at one end and Sam Darcy at the other, two of the tallest players in the league, could be fun.
He is, I think, 31 years of age now, so time's getting on, so he knows he's the late starter.
How was he on the podcast, by the way?
34.
Is he 34? Jesus.
Yeah, was he on the podcast? He's always got a different view on things.
Yeah, he was good. He was entertaining and good, and we didn't really talk much about footy, but he's committed to staying here in Australia, wants to be involved, and I don't think football's everything for him, but it is at the moment.
I want to ask you something about your podcast in a second, but before that, Nat Yannidi's dominating, of course, for Bob Jane T-Mart's downstairs tonight on the boundary. Nat, welcome to you.
I don't know if you want to hear from me. I want to hear more about BT's podcast, just quietly.
It's pretty boring, Nat.
Oh, don't be like that, BT. Hey, look, the good news is down here that the smoke is cleared from those pyrotechnics that we had a little bit earlier with that incredible celebration for the Bulldogs' 100-year anniversary. So great conditions for footy. No late changes for either side. Oscar Baker will be the sub for the Dogs, and for Collingwood it will be Ned Long. You mentioned that Mason Cox is back into the side. The other big in for the Pies, of course, is Jordan De Goey, so expecting him to have a massive impact for the Pies. And just quickly, a little tidbit for you. We know that they've changed their name to Footscray tonight. They've actually changed the song as well, and I'm told that that's going back to what it was. So they are the Sons of the Scray. Is that right? I don't remember that at all, but from the Sons of the West to the Sons of the Scray.
Yeah, they've gone all the way back, haven't they?
Man's nodding. I didn't know that was either. I always thought it was Sons of the West, but it was Sons of the Scray.
Yeah, probably I'd say 1997 when they changed their brand from Footscray to the Western Bulldogs. Yeah.
97? I'm getting that confirmed from...
Is that right?
From Will.
Well done,
for Red Z Lending. Very good, Two Man.
Thank you.
Speaking of the Two Man, BT, who I just couldn't help but notice, got his phone out and called Gary Zimmerman, the doctor of the Western Bulldogs.
What was more concerning is Gary Zimmerman answered it. Okay, BT.
No. Brian, are you in trouble?
You okay?
No, I need a script, a renewal of a script, high blood pressure tablets. So, just in case we go over the top tonight.
do you think 3 minutes before the bounce is the appropriate time to call and ask for that?
When I was dialing, I'm thinking probably not. But anyway, he's not allowed to be on the phone, so we'll just...
No, some officials are allowed to have their phones, and I think the doctors are one because of an emergency situation.
Toss of the coin in a second. The Two Man wants to know, BT, when are you getting him on your podcast?
What? Actually, not a bad idea, and maybe when I've run out of everyone else.
It'd probably go for about 5 minutes, wouldn't it?
No, I reckon you'd be a good story, Ash. How long do you reckon you could hold it off for? We normally go for an hour. You've got an hour in you?
When you're ready, Paul?
Probably about 29, I reckon. 29 minutes.
Yeah, no, I reckon Ash would be good.
See, an OB, so you could do an OB from Ash's Spa after a North Melbourne win, which there's not many of them.
Then be an hour at 29 to go for, Jack.
I'd rather do Mrs. Chua. I mean, I don't mean
Talk to Mrs. Chua.
Talk to Mrs. Chua.
Mind every stats person, there's a good woman, BT.
There is indeed.
Thank you, Brian.
She must be very good.
We've had the toss of the coin, Nat, I think.
Possibly, I was eating my lunch, so I didn't see it. One team is kicking one way, the other team's kicking the other way.
We are a genuine shit show right now, so let's just try and straighten up a little bit here, Joey.
Yeah, we are. The dogs,
what are we expecting?
Yeah, the Dogs won the toss. They'll be kicking to the right of the broadcast.
Which is the city end, Joey.
City end, that's correct. What am I expecting? Oh, look, I think the Dogs absolutely will have a crack. I just wonder whether, as we mentioned, the depth they can go with this Collingwood side who have got a lot of their stars out there tonight. To go Dacos in the midfield, it's going to be hard to combat for the Western Bulldogs. I think Collingwood should win this game, but as I said, and BT mentioned, I think this will be fun to watch. I think two teams play a good brand of footy. Should be flowing footy, and with a massive crowd here, I'm expecting a good one.
This is a record home and away crowd ever in the history of the Western Bulldogs. It is unbelievable. Congratulations to them. It's rare they play a home game at MCG. I'm assuming they're here because of the 100-year celebration. That's why they're actually playing this game here, and they expected to get a crowd like this. Just remind us, Ash, what the all-time record home and away crowd is for the Dogs?
Yeah, 68,000 BT, and they're budgeting north of 70 tonight.
All right, we're ready to go. Umpire Nathan Williamson holds the ball aloft. Brett Roseberry's Nick Foot's there, and Simon Meredith. Four very, very competent umpires here tonight. Four of the very best, in fact. English. Cameron in the middle. A bit of a poor bounce, but good enough to get it underway. Richards went past it, surrounding the ball. Out it comes to English. English got it on to Kennedy. Kennedy slams it on the boot, immediately goes to that City end goal. Knocked on by West. It was a clever knock on. Couldn't get on the end of it. Darcy, he tackles more and thrown to the ground to level the ball up. In fact, a free kick will it be? It will be a free to Darcy. 25. What was that for?
Well, this is because he's saying he had one arm that was, or one fist, BT, that was about 3 centimetres off the footy. So the umpire's saying, well, technically you had one arm free.
To get it on the boot.
You got to make some sort of attempt, even though he was getting tackled to the ground.
Yep.
It's a tough call. A couple of sons of guns.
20 metres out, directly in front. Darcy. What a start this would be for the Dogs. He nails it. Dogs kick a goal in the opening 15 seconds, one straight. On the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard, Collingwood yet to score.
That's going to be a good matchup. Darcy Moore, Sam Darcy. There was a bit of a red-hot free kick early. We saw a few of them last night. The umpire's happy to blow the whistle early. Interesting for Collingwood, Sidebottom and Pendlebury starting in the midfield with Nick Dacos. Jordan De Goey will start forward for Collingwood, and it was a centre clearance, and that's going to be an issue. I've just got on watch the Pendlebury and Sidebottom in at the same centre bounce. The bit of leg speed, whether that'll be a concern. That was the Bulldogs through Matt Kennedy that was able to get the deep entry that allowed that goal.
It's the voice of Joey Montagna on Triple M Footy. The Seabus Super making hard work pay off. And the crowd still continuing to build. There's a few coming through the aisles now. It's great to see.
It is amazing. It's well over 70, I reckon.
Crowd.
Friday night footy for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Nice tap out from Darcy Cameron, but Ed Richards got boot to ball. Got the coaches' votes last week, the maximum of them. Brilliant in their win over North Melbourne. Vandermeer's handball over the top at half forward, intercepted by Steele Sidebottom, who turns around and kicks to a contest. They're outnumbered here, Collingwood. Fraser drops the mark. And they keep it moving forward. Dacos has the former Bulldog Lipinski, kicks a laser to half forward into going.
He plays on immediately, goes over the top with a good-looking ball as they attack the punt road end, and over the top with a nice spoil indeed. It was Karmas. Sends it to the boundary, all over boundary, throw in deep in the Collingwood forward line. See, Rory Lobb has the blue hair tonight. He's gone from the blonde to the blue.
We were interested in your thoughts on that, BT.
Not quite with it. I'll give it a minute or two to process before I give my final comments on it.
Can't wait.
Boundary throw in. English wins it. Knocked down. Picked up by Nick Dacos. Little left foot snapper. Didn't get all of the footy. High ball. Went higher than it did further. Up they fly. McStay was there. No winner for him. Ball in dispute at ground level. 20 metres out from Collins' goal. Karmas went and got it. Banged it on the boot. Fresh Eddie. Doesn't matter. He had an attempt. Picked up in the end by Duray. He high balls one out of the 50. Cameron's going to mark. He got dealt with from behind by Darcy. But Cameron's been paid the mark. 52 metres out.
Had to stand under it for a while.
He did. Darcy made the effort to get the fist in. A little bit of remonstration from Braden Maynard, who I think just wants to get physical early. Darcy did nothing wrong. He was just a fraction late on that contest, but nothing to worry about.
5 to 10 metres. Play on. There is it on the Harvey Norman replay. Darcy Cameron didn't think he had the distance, so shifts it laterally to Josh Dacos. He's 65 metres out. Collingwood attacking the punt road end in this first quarter.
Look how compressed Collingwood are up, Joey.
Yeah, this is sort of the new footy, and Collingwood are going to be patient. They don't really want to bomb it in. They'll look for some short options, and then if nothing is on, they will go long.
All but 6 players inside Collingwood's forward 50. Kick to a dangerous area. Karmas got a fist away. Harms, hot handball, put Davidson under pressure. Ball hit the ground. The tackle was high before that. Crisp goal won't count. And it's coming back to Sam Davidson, who was pretty solid on debut last weekend.
Harvey Norman replay, pretty clear free kick from Jack Crispy. Wrapped him around the head, so I'm not sure why there's the boos.
You mentioned Harms too. He had a good game last week. Good mark taken here in the end by Kennedy. Got it out to Riley West. Tackled by Crispy. He was slung a bit in the tackle. West's head hit the ground. It was bordering on an unsafe tackle. I didn't think it was in the end, but it was right on the borderline.
That will be looked at to some extent. That motion is now what the MRO look at.
West, and it doesn't matter whether you hurt or anymore. It's the action that matters. Here's Moore. Couldn't quite wheel it in. Side bottoms there as well. Moore went back for a second go. Got the little handball to Maynard. Out the back door to Pendlebury. Through heavy traffic. Maynard onto Josh Dacos. Little kick around the body. McCreary pushed his man forward. Play on calls the umpire. Gallagher it was. Hits the deck. Went back for a second go. Gallagher. McStay got it. Wonderful handball by Pendlebury. Needs a good bounce from McCreary. Didn't get it. Chris was running forward of the footy. He was tackled when he went back to retrieve it. A lot of play here. Collingwood running out of players. Dacos out the back door. Finds Maynard.
They didn't panic. They thought their way through this one pretty well here, Collingwood. A scrubby kick from Maynard up to half forward. He's out of bounds. Nat Unides, Bob Jane teammates.
Guys, Collingwood have got a massive injury concern down here. Reef McInnes is being helped off the ground. He can't put any weight on his leg at the moment. He's gone straight into the rooms.
He's just never been able to get a good clean run out of Reef McInnes.
Chris Kennedy.
And it's thrown in.
Both engaged.
All eyes on Collingwood's bench. We'll get back to that one shortly. Liberatore, base of the stoppage, back to Bailey Dale. Hoisted high from defence. Good mark taken by Maynard.
What a mark.
Right in front of the bench.
Like a shovel the way he got that on the end. Put out the big claws and somehow reeled it in.
Move it on. Play
So Maynard's told to go. Centre wing, northern side of the ground. Goes down to the punt road half forward flank and off hands it comes from Lobb. A push in fact. It'll be a free kick going the way of the Dogs. I think it'll go to Duray.
Free kicks early, Two-man.
Triple M Red said, Joey, free kick count, 3-1, Bulldogs wait.
Top gun umpire Nathan Williamson, as JB has named him, really likes the way he looks, and he's a good-looking dude. West Australian boy, knocked down here from Moore against Darcy again. So Darcy Moore, much for the support of the crowd here. Don't forget, it is a home Dogs game here at the G, so support should be heavy for them at this ground tonight. Darcy Moore, high footy, but to the security of the pocket, looking for Membry, or McStay it was, over the line out of bounds. We'll throw it in deep in the Kaiser tack zone at the punt road end.
Yeah, it's a good observation, BT. Collingwood prepared to go into the pockets, almost like they want to get that forward half game going, lock it in, set up behind the ball and see if they can pressure the Dogs into some turnovers.
Bulldogs, one straight 6. Collingwood yet to score. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. We've been going 7 minutes here at the MCG. Friday night footy. Dale's hands were good, then Gallagher gave a hot handball. It was one that Matt Kennedy didn't want, and now Collingwood swarm en masse. Pendlebury handballs it back into the corridor. Brilliant pick up by Houston. Flares it wide to Crisp. Tucked away in the left forward pocket. Brings it back inside. Kick doesn't reach to Goey on the full. Nicely done by Fraser. His kick coming out of defence, though, a bit risky.
It is indeed out there towards Dolan. He's had it taken away by Bobby Hill. Goes over the line and out of bounds. Let's go downstairs for Bob Jane T-March. Nat?
Guys, we were talking before about that tackle from Jack Crisp, which is probably going to get looked at by the MRO and Riley West. We've got to keep in mind also that he's on he's looking to break that game's record for consistent games played. So he's on 240 at the moment, and he's 4 shy of Jim Stein. So if he does get suspended, that streak will finish.
Very good point, Nat. Very, very good point. Through the middle of the ground, the Dogs come. Here's Norton. He's a long way up on the point of the square at half forward. Got the overlap. Handball to Kennedy, I think it is. Kennedy picks it up off the deck from 40. Closing shot. Hit the post. Minor score. Fast, swift movement from the Dogs. Scoreboard sees the Western Bulldogs 1-1-7. Collingwood yet to score on the Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
The first chance we've really had to catch our breath for a few minutes.
It's been a hectic start. Bulldogs definitely getting a lot of numbers around the footy, applying pressure, winning that contest.
Darcy Moore plays the commentary side. Chris got a fingertip on it. And it's out of bounds for a throw in. Early ball winners, Stu. Reds at Lendick.
Maynard, Moore, Pendlebury and Nick Dacos, 4 disposals each. And for the Bulldogs, 4 to Kennedy. Just with the Magpies, number 1 for scoring efficiency since 2024. 5 entries tonight, yet to hit the scoreboard.
That's true. Reds Ed Lending, loans for the self-employed. REDZED.com. Artie Jones rushes his kick and sprays that one out of bounds.
On the line.
There'll be Isaac Quainer on defensive 50. Bulldogs 1-1-7. Pies yet to score. 9 minutes gone. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Quainer, I won't say that he's back to his best footy yet because he's not, but the kick to Cox is good. Should have probably been paid the mark. Had enough of it in my book. Hits the deck and we'll ball it up on centre wing northern side right in front of the interchange area. Isaac Quainer, a couple of years ago, took a bit of a dive in form, hasn't regained all of it, a little bit of it.
No, he struggled last year, didn't he? So he's looking to bounce back.
To Goey, found Schultz. Schultz wonderful to Crisp. Crisp looking for the one over the top and Long. Is that Long that's been activated?
Yeah,
it is, the sub.
So that's going to throw Collingwood's backline a little bit because Reece McInnes plays tall. Now they're only going to have Howe is going to have to play on Aaron Norton. So he's going to give away some centimetres with Darcy and Howe having to play the 2 key positions back there.
Whipped back into blame by the boundary umpire. Good throw. Cox. Got it down to Chris. Banged it inside. Membry caught behind. Nice mark lob. Defensive 50 for the Dog.
Okay, you've had a couple of minutes now, BT. What do you think about the blue hair?
No, it's still tossing it around in my mind.
He'd want to play well, wouldn't he, BT?
Yeah.
Nice mark, Sam Darcy on the wing and then turned around and bought an inboard on the left foot. Brilliant from the youngster. Gallagher with a follow-up run. They get to the wing here, the Bulldogs. Now they're starting to run out of options. Sanders to Davidson. Kick into the pocket. Didn't favour Norton. Got a handball away. Bulldogs should score from here, surely. They turn around. They snap and miss. A bad miss as well for Fraser. 1-2-8 to Collingwood yet to score. They've had a couple of kickable ones.
Houston back into play. Good kick, although he had more working back. Karma straight spoil. Picked up by Riley West. Centering ball from West. Finds a great opportunity here for McNeil. 30 metres out, perhaps even less, directly in front. Collingwood under some pressure at the moment.
Yeah, they are. That was textbook come forward defence from Buku Karmas. He was a long way off Darcy Moore, but he read the cues early, came hard. He was able to get the fisting, turn the ball over in your front half, and that is the best way to get good looks at goal.
13-12, set shotter he is, McNeil.
Hold in, right in.
And here he is, Wood one from 25 metres out directly in front. He has nailed that. So they get off to a good start here. 2-2. The Western Bulldogs to Collingwood yet to score on the Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, McNeil continuing on his good form. He was impressive in the pre-season. He was able to kick goals and he's really made that squad his own. He kicked 2 last week and now got one early. So he and Vandermeer are going to be really important. They've been searching for a long time for these pressure small forwards that can hit the scoreboard. No Cody Waitman, of course. So that's positive, but it was all set up by Buku Karmas, who really set the defensive plate.
Matty Kennedy had his 3rd rated highest game throughout his career last week. He's a 2nd ranked player at the moment, 5 disposals and a couple of clearances. Bulldogs efficient 4 entries for 2 goals too.
Still no scoreboard or clock here when you need it. That is when a score is actually added to the scoreboard. We do not see anything for 30 seconds. MCG, get your act together.
So there's that in the food situation, which we'll get to a little bit later on as well. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. Darcy doing the ruck work.
I'm going that way.
Good crowd. In fact, good crowd selling it short. It's a fantastic crowd for the Bulldogs. Friday night footy. The Dogs with a chance to go 2-0 to start the season. Mason Cox kicks hurriedly to half forward. Darcy Cameron gave a nudge. And it was pretty clear for the umpire. Rory Lobb to take the free kick at centre half back.
The blue-headed Lobb kicks the difficult one here, looking for Richards. He made the kick look better than it actually was, Richard, with his courage. One over the logo. And Shane Warne stands side of the ground. Good-looking ball goes in. Mark is taken here by Vandermeer. And Vandermeer's gone Rory Lobb style blonde. And Rory's gone blue. So Vandermeer, have a look at him. Looks like a sheep. Out there. Vandermeer, man on the mark is Josh Dacos. He stands at 45. He's a good kick, Vandermeer. And he comes from right on the 50. Not bad. Pretty good looking ball. So they have got 3 now. 3-2-20. Collingwood yet to score. This is a great start for the Bulldogs.
Really sharp start. 5 entries for 5 scores, 3 goals, 2. McNeil and Vandermeer, we mentioned them, how important they are. Guys that have been a bit maligned and at times have been inconsistent. But as we said, they've been in good form early. The kicking skills coming out of the back half as well. They may have got lucky on that last kick, but they've been able to transition really easily on Collingwood's team defence so far. So that'll be something that Craig McRae will be slightly concerned about early stages.
Now you need his Bob Jane team arts.
Okay, Jack, stay with me here, but I've got a theory on the hair. So we've got Rory Lobb in the blue, we've got Laith Vandermeer in the white hair, and Ed Richards is around there with the flaming red hair. So between the 3 of them, we've got all colours covered for the celebration.
Yeah, where's no normal guys out there?
It's making a bit of sense, Nat. Well done. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. The new AFL Happy Meal is here with 18 unique bag clips to collect. Available 10:30am to midnight while stocks last for a limited time only. Bulldogs have been all over Collingwood early. Richards came streaming out of the stoppage. Handballs to Vandermeer. Now Richards arches the back. Has a ping from 45. And just misses to the right. They are in seriously good shape to start Friday night footy here, the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they're certainly up and about. Clearance numbers, Chu?
Yeah, clearance numbers 6-4 Bulldogs away, but 3 zip out of the centre.
Collingwood having trouble getting any ball at all. Good kick in from full-back, finds Crisp. The half-back line. Right in front of the MCC members here. As Collingwood kicked to the punt road end of the first quarter. Had an opportunity early to score, which they didn't take advantage of with their inside 50s. Darcy just manoeuvred McStay out of the way and no free, and fair enough as now Darcy goes forward with the kick to Norton on the lead. On his left side, if you don't mind. And Norton marks 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Look at the talent of Sam Darcy. 208 centimetres just wheeling on his left like he's Leon Cameron.
And hitting a guy on the lead from 45 metres away.
That's as good a kick as you'll see from any player in the competition, let alone a young man of that size. Brilliant.
That needs to be highlighted on those shows this week. There's a lot of them. Everyone needs a piece of something. Norton's kick is offline though. Doesn't really make the distance. Cox sees it through for a rush behind. But this is all the Dogs here at the moment. 3-4-22 to Collingwood yet to score on the scoreboard. We've got 9.5 minutes left as Josh Dacos brings the ball in.
Joey Montagna for Seabus Super. What would be concerning Craig McRae the most right now?
They can't stop the Western Bulldogs moving the footy. Every time the Dogs get the ball back, they've been able to get it inside 50 and score.
Maynard long to the wing. Kicks to an out number. Lobb read it pretty well. He stayed down, but Bobby Hill read it better because as soon as Lobb got it, Hill tackled him. No free kick paid. Umpire Nick Foot came charging in. Pies fans have seen it on the Harvey Norman replay. They certainly think it was holding the ball. Marty Jones is wrapped up. We'll do it all again. 3-4-22 the Western Bulldogs. Footscray, as they're known tonight, as they throw it back to celebrate 100 years. Collingwood yet to score. Liberatore busting his way through.
a throw-in, mate.
And he paddles that one to the boundary line, and it's out of play right in front of the interchange bench. That's Chua.
Yeah, so last year, when the Bulldogs won the contested ball, they won 83% of their games. Tonight, they're at +9, 23 v 14.
Watch Chris for the front.
That's Chua with all the Red Z lenders. Knocked down here by Cox. Just sends it back between the interchange gates to do it all again on the wing. Right in between the interchange gates, so an ideal time if you want to get on the ground or off. Side bottom elects to come off, Pendlebury on. Cox and English will do the ruck work. Cox takes the front position, puts it at his shoe. DeGoey was just a little feathery the way he went for that. English, high balls one without great authority. Norton was there, Pendlebury, wonderful front centre. Handball to the middle to DeGoey. Had a few touches already, Ash. DeGoey goes long and high. Nothing, Ash. Left couple of pauses there for you. Little knock back into play here by Membry. Handball comes out wide. That might have been from long. Now they go forward, and without great accuracy to be marked by Duray in the back pocket.
Yep, 3 touches, BT for DeGoey.
Play on.
Two-time premiership player, Taylor Duray with the Hawks.
Play on.
There's Rory Lobb. His kick was low and flat. A good one. Marked by Jones. It had to be spot on, that Rory Lobb kick, and it was.
Stand.
It's the Bulldogs who lead by 22 points. Jones comes back in on the 45 to Gallagher, and they can change direction now. As Joey said, Collingwood cannot stop the Western Bulldogs moving the footy the way that they would like. Bailey Williams to half forward. And Quainer there to mop it up for Collingwood. He was knocked down by Howe initially. And now Lipinski, not sure, just has to kick around the corner with his left.
Yeah, little ball to Nick Dacos. Wonderful handball and give off it was. Now the Pies on centre wing. I think it might have been Perryman with a kick long and deep. Does hug the boundary line though, and the safety of it. Bobby Hill looking for the free. And I think he might have dragged one out of the umpire. He plays on immediately. Kick over the top to DeGoey, and DeGoey marks, but very, very deep in the pocket at the punt road end. Kick of only 30 metres, but he's on the boundary line. Is DeGoey. Not on the right side for a right footer. Let's see if he decides to run around on the left.
It'd be interesting to see what he goes with here, BT, because he's probably
right foot banana, maybe?
Too far out for a banana, although he looks like he's shaping up for it.
Yeah, he does. Looking for the right foot banana here. 30 metres, 25 at the most. Got it spinning right. It spun too early. And a minor scoring. So Collingwood's first score coming with 7 minutes to go. One behind, trailing the Bulldogs 22. Nat, downstairs.
Just got confirmation from Collingwood that it is a knee injury for Reef McInnes. Obviously, we don't know the severity of that just yet, but hopefully it's not too bad. He did look to be in a lot of pain.
Great work, that. Bonjane teammates. It's Harry Perryman, the former Giant, marks.
Outside 5.
Members wing here at the MCG.
I just feel like the last 2 minutes Collingwood have got a bit of it on their terms.
Got more of the footy, haven't they? Just starting to possess. Quainer. A scrubby kick going to half forward. Schultz was first there for the Pies. DeGoey sat one off. Pumps the ball into the pocket, but he was dealt with. After he kicked it, it'll be a downfield free. McStay took the mark at the top of the goal square anyway. So Collingwood, after 21 minutes, should kick their first here, Joey.
Yeah, well, they have, as you said, they've just had a little bit of control, a bit more ball in their forward half. It was Vandermeer that came in late with the bump.
He makes no mistake. And the Pies are now on the board. They're 1-1-7. Bulldogs 3-4-22. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
The last 4 inside 50s. Collingwood, this is the modern game. Teams are going to get run-ons and periods where they have the momentum. And you've really got to capitalise. Western Bulldogs maybe left a couple of goals on the table with some misses. And now the game swings and Collingwood get the game back on their terms. And all of a sudden, after being outplayed for big portions of this first quarter, and they find themselves 2.5 goals down and can look to continue to press late in the first quarter.
So 15 points, the margin here now. Vandermeer, totally unnecessary. McStay, as Jack had mentioned, had marked the ball anyway. So we go back to the middle. As Collingwood just starting to find their groove a little here. Richards, though, looking to remove it out of the middle against Long. Does well to keep his body over the ball. Liberatore comes in and bowls over side bottom in an aggressive play. Harms got it out here to Davison. Along the ground, Long picked it up. His handball's intercepted by Liver. Banged it on the right boot, which is non-preferred. Went inside 50. Free kick will go the way of Howe. against Riley West.
Play on.
And Jeremy Howe from fullback.
He's looking for Lipinski. Good contest by Jones. Flew early, but did enough to get hands on the footy and get it out of bounds for a throw-in. You see on the Harvey Norman replay there, Joey, Scott Pendlebury putting his head in the hole, getting one high.
Yeah, caught one on the bonce from Liberatore. It was like a 10-pin bowling ball. He knocked over 4 of them.
English knocks it on. Had 50 hit-outs when the teams met last year. Josh Dacos thought about giving it to Nick.
Wonderful handle.
Decision instead to Lipinski was a great one. He opens up the corridor, and now Schultz has got side bottom streaming forward. The veteran has the footy sit in his hands. He's 60 metres out. He's always been an excellent user and an excellent decision maker. And that's a good one to Elliott on the lead, 40 out.
How about the chain of handballs at half back?
Yeah, started with Pendlebury. Dacos was involved. And that is the Collingwood look. They go from one side into the middle of the ground and get it to the open side.
2 goals last week for Jamie Elliott. Kicked a couple in round 0 as well, so he's been busy to start his 2025 campaign. He kicks to the punt road end. And he misses badly. Lent back on it. And it's a 14-point game. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
What's he been like the last couple of years, Ash? What's he, a goal-a-game guy, Elliott? That sort of thing. Have you got any detail on that?
Yeah, well, last year, 21 goals he kicked, BT. Okay. So just pretty much a goal per game, as you're saying.
There's Sam Darcy, who takes a nice mark on the wing. Peels off the handball to the run of the big fella English. Straight over the logo. Long ball sent forward. West from the back. Spoiled his own man in the end. Davison spills to the front. Tackle applied, and we'll have a ball up about 45 metres out from the Dog City end goal.
Sam Darcy's been a bit of a menace in this first quarter. He's contested marking up the ground, causing headaches for Collingwood.
We'll get his full deck of numbers in a second, shoot. Red's Head Lending to go for a defensive 50. Carefully measures a pass for McStay, who can look up and see that Mason Cox is the deepest forward. He's camped under the footy. Lobb did well, got a hand on it. Cox did just as well, got boots a ball. It's the Bulldogs who mop up. Gallagher walks the tightrope at the boundary line. Broadcast side, Bailey Williams low and flat. Mark drop by Vandermeer. Gathered by Josh Dacos. McStay had to go and he did, and got it to Lipinski.
Lipinski now, little handball over the top to McCreary. Look at Jones running down with pure speed. It was magnificent from Artie Jones. Got it to Daly Bale. He goes to Liver. Back to Dale. Dale now wondering what to do. Not sure. Handball to Duray under pressure from Schultz. Schultz got him in the tackle, but he got rid of the handball just in the nick of time. It was good. The crowd don't like it, but it was good, no doubt about it. Nick Dacos attacks the footy, 30 metres out, ripped into the ground. He's been tackled high. And Dacos has milked the free here. 35 metres out directly in front, and it's Nick Dacos. Saying he ducked his head was Duray's comment to the umpire.
Well, it was a 50-50 ball, genuine 50-50. Duray just waited half a second for Dacos to go and pick it up. He went lower and harder, rewarded with a free kick.
One of the real straight set shot kickers, I reckon, Nick Dacos.
He put this in the book, BT.
18-5 is his career.
Put it in the book.
Yeah, he's so good at this. Doesn't overcook it. I'll explain that in a moment. 35 metres out and he's missed. Has he? Hit the post. Gee. Put the nose on. Anyway, a minor score there, so that's complicated scoreboard up here. It's 22 plays 9.
It's a real thing, that commentator's curse, Jack, isn't it?
It happens. It happens more than what you think. Pies have lifted at the back end of this first quarter. Membry kicks quickly, back inside Collingwood's forward 50. Elliott was wrestling with Karmas, couldn't take front position. Lobb didn't take the ball with him. McCreary went crashing through, but the footy was gone by the time he left. And Richards flares it wide to Harms. They're under pressure right now, the Bulldogs. The kick inboard, dropped by Norton, who had 2 bites of the cherry. Nick Dacos mops it up.
He does. Got it back again. How many's he had, Ash?
Nick Dacos, 8 touches.
Maynard, he's on fire already. Here's the ball to Pendlebury. Did a bit of a party trick. Long handball to McCreary. They close on him. He got rid of it in the nick of time and marked by Schultz. Schultz marks exactly where Nick Dacos was, perhaps 4 metres closer. And he'll line up for goal. What I meant by the kicking action of Nick Dacos was, in golf terms, if you don't need to hit a 1 wood off the tee, it's a hard stick to hit. And you can get away with hitting an 8 iron, hit the 8. but still got to get through it firm and make sure you punch the footy. I think he does that well. Schultz now, identical position. Directly in front. Punt road end, goal. So Collingwood have got the last couple of this game. 2-3 to 3-4. Dogs in the lead. Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
And they've been able to get themselves back into the contest because they've been able to turn over the Western Bulldogs ball movement. So Bulldogs are still winning the ball really well across half back. Collingwood are still having issues across that half forward line. But when the Dogs do win it, the first 10 minutes of the quarter, they were able to transition and get inside 50 and score. Now Collingwood have been able to win that possession back, turn it over and catch out a Western Bulldogs defence that aren't quite as secure as they were early.
So the last 10 minutes, the inside 50s, 8-2 Collingwood's way. They're +9 in contested ball, +13 in uncontested possessions, and the Bulldogs have racked up 8 clangers to Collingwood's 3.
That's Tua, Reds Head lending. The trend of this first quarter. Starting to head back Collingwood's way. They trail by as much as 22 points. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. Here comes McCreary out the front door of the stoppage. Pumps the ball into the goal square. McStay got back and it was rushed through by Buku Karmas. Everything at the moment for the Bulldogs is rushed.
Classic centre clearance, Joey, wasn't it?
It was. Great to see McCreary in there. I think they need that point of difference. Not often does he go in centre bounces, but he was effective on that occasion.
Richards back to Dale with a handball. Dale's kick. Perryman did well, although Vandermeer beat into the ball once it hit the deck. Here's Jones through the middle of the ground. Handball went astray, and Collingwood would be happy with a stoppage here. They get it inside the centre square, just about in the middle of the ground.
Back it out this way. Watch my line.
Umpire Foot. Umpire Nick Foot to throw it up. Cameron doing the ruck work with Fraser. Little handball from Schultz. Long. Dacos. Away from the action. Over the head of Elliott on the lead. Goes over the line out of bounds. Forward pocket here for the Pies. The punt road end. Got 27 seconds left in the quarter. 3-4-22 the Dogs. 2-4-16 the Pies.
Geez, acceleration, Nick Dacos. His first 4 steps. He takes off and puts a gap on his opponents.
A good opportunity for the Pies to add one more late. McCreary starting to make his presence felt. Turns around and snaps it back to the top of the goal square. First fist came from Rory Long. Fraser was nervous over the footy. So's Artie Jones. Clock down to 10 seconds. Ball up.
Wow, that was very close to giving away to free for a high ball. Rory Lobb given the benefit of the doubt. Boundary, a ball up in the back pocket here. Long the tackler, Jones has got it, doesn't want it to go anywhere. Siren's about to sound. Don't make a mistake here, Dogs. There's about 2 seconds left on the clock. It's 5 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Siren sounds. So, a good quarter of footy to watch from a spectator point of view. Dogs did it early with the first 3. Collingwood got the next 2, but had plenty of opportunities and an incredible crowd. We think a world record crowd, home and away, for the Dogs ever in their history. It is a 22-16 game in favour of the Dogs. The McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks football.
That quarter, the Titanium Caravans stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious Titanium Caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
the new AFL Happy Meal is here with 18 unique bag clips to collect. Available 10:30am to midnight while stocks last for a limited time only.
Melbourne, weekdays from 6. It's
Mick in the morning.
It's the show with Mick Malloy, Nick Rewalt, Titus O'Reilly, and Rosie Walton.
It's a commentator's curse. Occasionally you come across names that are very hard, to get off without sniggering.
General Booty.
That's my safe word.
This is my favourite, Dong Dong, who was a trampoliner in the Olympics.
Trampoline?
Start your day with Mick in the morning. Weekdays from 6 on Melbourne's Triple M.
Visit quit.org.au to start your journey and quit one step at a time.
Why wait for pleasure when you can have it now? At Wild Secrets, Australia's largest adult store, we're turning up the heat with our After Payday sale. That's right. Shop now, pay later, and indulge in the best toys, lingerie, and pleasure essentials without the wait. Discreet shipping, no stress, all satisfaction. Hurry, shop now at wildsecrets.com.au and spice up your nights. Because pleasure shouldn't have to wait. Wild Secrets, where passion meets play.
Now down to the post-Mac press conference with Lions coach Chris Fagan.
Chris, tell
us how the Happy Meal went tonight.
My grandson didn't get a Brisbane Bear clip this time, so we better collect all 18.
The AFL Happy Meal is here. The season starts at Macca's.
T's and C's apply.
Giving up smoking can be a real challenge. Those nicotine cravings can hit at any time, and sometimes they're pretty hard to resist. The thing is, your willpower is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. But sometimes you need a little extra help to keep them at bay. Nicorette Quick Mist relieves nicotine cravings fast. And Nicorette Quick Mist Smart Track comes with a tracking app, so you can track your progress. Help give more power to your willpower with Nicorette. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Stop smoking aid.
When your body is running on less than 5 hours sleep, your mind begins to wander and your reaction time is slowed. You'll also find it more difficult to concentrate and your memory can be affected. But do you know what the worst part is? With under 5 hours sleep, you're 4 times more likely to crash. Driving tired? Wake up to yourself. A message from the TAC.
Han 3.5. Han's slightly more sensible sibling. Enjoy the great taste low-carb combo of Han with the added benefit of a mid-strength. Han 3.5. Low-carb, mid-strength. How good? Drink responsibly.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The KGM Ssangyong Musso finance offer is so low, you'll have to see it to believe it. And it's available on the entire range of new Musso models at participating dealers. That's the Drive 2025 Car of the Year, best dual cab ute, under 50k. But you got to be quick because KGM Ssangyong's low finance offer ends 31st of March 2025. Contact your participating dealer today. KGM Ssangyong, Korean built to last.
While stocks last, T's and C's and exclusions apply. Finance for approved consumer and commercial applicants of Angle Auto Finance. Australian credit licence 530731.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M! Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Bunnings Trade. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings Trade.
Quarter time at the MCG. The Bulldogs were away to a fast start. They lead 3-4-22 to Collingwood 2-4-16, but it was the Pies who kicked the last 2 goals of the quarter to make it a very, very interesting scenario here at quarter time. Let's get downstairs. Nat Unides for Bob Jane T-Marts. Not there yet. We'll get to Nat very shortly. In the meantime, Ash Chua for Red Z Lenny. He's always there and ready to go.
Well, Nick Dacos, Jack, 11 disposals, 4 score involvements and 3 clearances for the Bulldogs, 7 apiece to Liberatore, Dale and Ed Richards. And the Pies dominated territory in the last 10 minutes. They had 7 entries to 2 and twice as many contested ball.
Nicely done, Chew Man. Joey?
Yeah,
very much a quarter of 2 halves, wasn't it?
Spot on, Jack, it certainly was. And the Western Bulldogs, Footscray tonight, in that first 10 or 15 minutes, were able to do it off their efficiency with their ball movement. So when they were winning the ball across half-back, if it wasn't from centre clearance, it was from back half turnover, and they were able to transition and get through the Collingwood defence and got some really good looks and some open players inside the forward 50. Vandermeer and McNeil were 2 of them. Sam Darcy causing some headaches. But then Collingwood tightened up and stiffened up their team defence through the middle of the ground, and they were able to turn the ball over when the Western Bulldogs tried to exit their back half, and that gave them all those repeat entries and just kept building the pressure and really starting to tighten the screws on that Western Bulldogs defence, who held up pretty well. I think Rory Lobb has had a good quarter, Taylor Giray, but the weight of numbers were favouring Collingwood the back half of that first quarter.
Just hit us with some of the major ball winners, Ash, from that first quarter. Maybe a couple of players who need to lift at quarter time.
Yeah, in terms of some players who need to lift, definitely some of the new recruits for the Magpies. Perryman, who's only had 3 touches. Dan Houston has only had a couple as well. But I'll just touch on Sam Darcy. We didn't cover him off, Jack. He's a second-ranked player on the ground. 5 disposals, 5 contested ball, second most of the ground in a major.
I feel Ash is not quite on his game tonight.
Okay.
You seem a bit nervous or...
Nervous?
A bit jittery?
No, I'm feeling pretty good.
Maybe it's just an imagination.
I know I was a bit slow in executing that DeGoey stat when you gave me 0.3 of a second for Red Z to sneak in.
For McDonald's and Remote Water, Triple M rocks footy. Just some early feedback for you, Ash. Collingwood win the centre clearance. Nick Dacos to DeGoey, and then Elliott flies! It had his name on it for the moment it left the boot. And he takes a good grab 20 metres out directly in front.
Well, there's the value of DeGoey back into the side tonight. His explosiveness, the ability to come out the front of stoppage, get goal side, and then the penetrating kick. And I don't know if the Western Bulldogs love having Bailey Williams coming out of the defensive goal square. And Jamie Elliott just attacked the footy.
Should have no dramas from here, and doesn't. Scores are level at the MCG. 3-4 apiece. First minute of the second quarter, Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings Trade.
If I am Luke Beveridge and the Western Bulldogs coaching staff, I'm just starting the discussions now about Nick Dacos. Is it starting to create a problem, the form that he's in and what he's been able to do? Two-man, because when he's getting looks, he's been able to drive his legs. He's having some real influence. I know you just mentioned his numbers, but it's looking really dangerous. How many score involvements has he had?
That's his 5th score involvement already.
So what are you suggesting what could be done?
I think it's a tag now. Right. I think they start considering, what options do we have? James Harms, Gallagher's done it in the past. They started with their own system. It worked early. Now you've just got to weigh up the game and maybe look at something different.
Notice Scott Pendlebury's been speaking to the doctor a bit today. He started on the bench here in the second quarter, which is not unusual. But the doctor has been out to him a few times. I'll get Nat to get a word on that if she knows any more in a moment. Here's Harms. Rips it off the wing. Got the little handball away to Dale. Gave it back to Harms. Harms handball there to Davidson. He had a little bit of a fumble. Chris tidies it up. Gives it to Schultz. Schultz goes searching inside 50 with a very, very long ball. Mark almost taken. Off hands. Bobby ran over the top of it. Players converge and will now have a ball up 20 out. Down to you, Nat, if you are there. Okay, we're just having a little bit of trouble with the mic, and we're getting that fixed, and we'll be back in business.
We sure will be. That'll be all over that one. Bulldogs clear the defensive area.
Both holding. Play on.
Dacos, that's Josh Dacos doing a bit of holding with McNeil. Umpire said play on. Side bottom was almost through, 45 metres out from his goal. And Bailey Williams kicks quickly to no one in particular. Norton tracks after the footy, was pushed off a little too easily in the end by Darcy Moore. Here's Ned Long, 65 metres out from goal. Wonderful squaring kick. Brought it back into the corridor where 3 Pies players were waiting for it. Bobby Hill being one of them.
Terrific kick. He was probably a bit stiff, Ned Long, to be the sub tonight. He played his best game of his career last week against Port Adelaide, but Pendlebury back into the lineup meant that he was starting sub, and he gets a great opportunity with the Reef McInnes injury. That was a terrific kick.
Back with me, Johnny.
A deep breath for Bobby Hill. Midway through the first quarter, Collingwood were 22 points down and hadn't scored. 3 minutes into the third quarter, they are in front. (4-4 to 3-4). Pies on top now. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
Getting on top around the ball now. They've increased their contested ball and clearance numbers. Collingwood, they've won 7 of the last 8 clearances. They're winning more contested possessions, and that's what's getting the game on their terms through the middle of the ground. And now their forwards, who weren't capitalising in that first quarter, are now really starting to look dangerous.
Those inside 50s have blown out to 20-9 Collingwood's way. Remember, they had 65 entries last week, Collingwood, which was their equal second highest under Craig McRae.
That's Chua there with the latest from the Red Z lenders. Scott Pendlebury, Nat, any idea what's going on there?
Yeah, so we're back on comms. I'm sure you all really enjoyed not listening to me, but we are back. Scott Pendlebury looks fine. He did go down to the rooms with the doctor, but he's back on the bench and not getting treatment.
I wonder what it is with Pendlebury. It's like he came into the game with this injury. Doctor's been all over him. Jones, so keep an eye on that. Out of the middle they come. Richards now. And his favoured left foot, even despite the pressure from Howe, goes long and deep. Sanders couldn't mark the ball. It's punched away. Picked up there by Vandermeer. Gave it to Davison. Davison's kick is good and finds the big fella Darcy 25 metres out. So Darcy, who kicked the first goal of the game, will have a relatively simple shot from 25 metres out directly in front of the punt road end. What a superstar this guy is going to be.
Is he going to be a headache?
What can he do? He can mark it. He can kick it. He's a good runner. What else, Joe? He stands out about him.
Competitive too. Even though he's going to fill out more, he's a competitive unit.
Aggressive.
Yep.
In he comes. Kick on the way is good. So he's kicked a couple. Dogs draw level, 28 points apiece here at the MCG on the Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
I don't think it's too far of a stretch to say he's not far away from being the best key forward in the competition. When you think off the top of your head, I mean, we're still looking at Jeremy Cameron.
Yep. Nick Larkey.
Nick Larkey. Oh, this guy by the end of the year could be the best key forward in the competition. That's the trajectory he's on. From what we've seen so far tonight, it's almost impossible when the ball's kicked up in his vicinity. It's a bit like the old days when Yao Ming used to play in the NBA. Jack, just throw it up to him and no one could stop him.
Yep.
There's a bit of that with Sam Darcy. Just kick it up in near his vicinity and something good's going to come of it.
Shout out to Yao Ming, big Triple M footy fan.
I know he's listening.
Yep. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water.
How tall was he?
7'5". 5, I want to say, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's tall.
Yeah, that's nearly 8 foot.
Bulldogs clear from the centre.
How often do you say someone's nearly 8 foot?
No, not often. Not in everyday life, BT, not often. Darcy Moore. Marks at centre half back. Wide to Chris, but might have a nervous little wait for a tackle in that first quarter. Slinging motion. Lob playing in front of Cox. He's had the better of that duel so far. Takes the mark.
So Rory Lobb here. And half-back, just uses the man on the mark rule to great effect. Spearing ball, got to be good here. And it is to Kennedy, takes a wonderful mark under pressure. Gets up immediately, farms off the handball to Liver. Liver goes on his non-preferred right with a good ball to Vandermeer. Took the mark out in front, went to ground, gets back up. Vandermeer searching for Richards. Good play, the Dogs. Richards takes the mark 35 metres out on a pretty tough angle. We'll have a shot at the punt road end. Sizzling play from the Dogs.
Yeah, that was the ball movement we saw in the first quarter where they could transition from the back half all the way inside 50. It was Ed Richards who had too much speed for Dan Houston, working really hard inside 50.
So Richards on the side that favours his left boot, right in front of the Shane Warne stand, kicking the punt road in. Wonderful night at the MCG. Just a light, fluffy wind. In comes Richards, across the face a little, and a minor score there. So Dogs by a point on the Bunnings trade scoreboard. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings trade. Collingwood to bring the ball back in through Jeremy Howe.
Two-man, Dan Houston, brilliant last week, got the 9 coaches' votes. What are his numbers so far tonight?
There's only the 2 disposals, Jack, for Red Z.
Marcus dropped at half-back. Bulldogs by a point. Josh Dacos had his kick run down as well. Bulldogs are starting to bring some more of their pressure game back in this second quarter. Kennedy. Broadcast wing. Flipped over the top. Quick hands by Fraser, and this is better Liberatore. Had to kick with his non-preferred right foot. Darcy got to the front spot. They put it up in the air just like Joey said, and the big man did the rest.
It's good to watch. Darcy Moore has no answers. There's no real plan B, I wouldn't have thought, for Craig McRae. There's nowhere else he can go. Darcy Moore's just going to have to fight the fight as best he can. But this guy is threatening to rip this game apart.
Some famous Western Bulldogs surnames out there tonight. Liberatore, West, and Darcy, the second generation. He kicks from 45. It bends its way back. He's got 3. And right now he's unstoppable. 5-5-35 to 4-4-28. Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
I'm not sure what else to say. I just looked up BT, the current tallest man in the world, 8'2". He's a Turkish farmer.
Wow.
No, he's 8'2". But
he wouldn't be a fruit farmer picking apples or something, would he?
I'm not sure.
But that's interesting. Gee. No wonder you're off air for a while.
Chew, what's that?
Chewbacca the Wookiee from Star Wars listed as 8 foot. that is fact for Red Z.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
there you go.
You said not too many people.
There wouldn't be too many 8-footers. There would be a pretty select group around the world, I reckon, of 8-footers.
Yep.
2 in a row for Darcy. He's got 3, as Jack has pointed out, and he is just a sensation. We've got shots of his mum and dad here today, enjoying it. I see the great, you just parked off a couple of recent champions, Jack, but let's go back to Dempsey. I think won 8 best and fairest. You know, that's when we're talking champions. Teddy Whitten Jr., of course, is here tonight as well. They're all here, no doubt about it. Richards, little handball back in. Fraser's got it. 40 out, horrible around the corner kick. Norton takes a juggling mark. No, he dropped it in the end. Had about 3 bites at it in the goal square. It's a fight for the death. Handball to Maynard. Went through the hands. Norton's got it. shoulder in the lounge room and you're trying to trip him over and you put one leg under and you just go bang. That's what he did. A free kick in the end will go Collingwood's way to Isaac Quainer.
That is called desperate goal line defence. They were just clamouring from everywhere, Collingwood, to make sure that the Dogs couldn't sneak another one through. Great work.
5-5 to 4-4. Pass in the back pocket. Jeremy Howe got awfully close to the man on the mark. Josh Dacos took possession and was caught high. And that you need his boundary side. Bob Jane teammates.
Yeah, Darcy Moore has just come off the field. It's just a tactical substitution, but it means that Jeremy Howe has gone to Sam Darcy.
She whiz.
Wow. It's left them very short in defence. Dacos hugs the boundary line with that kick. English was clever. Batted it back inside.
I hope he's still got that leap in his legs, Jeremy Howe, because he's going to need that if there's a high ball coming towards Darcy and Howe in a one-on-one.
So in a situation that they're relying totally on team defence, aren't they?
Pressure up the field.
Yep.
That's there for Bob Jane teammates. Buy 3, get 1 free, plus instant cash back on Bridgestone, Yokohama, Kumo and Pirelli. Visit bobjane.com.au today.
7-point lead here for the Dogs. They boundary throw and run in front of the Western Bulldogs bench here. See Dr. Gary Zimmerman down there with the grooviest moustache in the world. Been there for about 35 years.
Got his script pad there as well.
He was a former doctor at Richmond prior to Dogs. Boundary throw in. Middle knockdown. Cameron went with a fresh area. Jones's ball was smothered. Cameron, the big ruckman for Collingwood, sockers it off the ground. Gains about 25. Karmas has got a difficult one to pick up. He does to Bailey Williams. Bailey Williams at half back. Kicks it over his shoulder and round the corner. In comes English. Good spoil on Cameron. Little one from Sanders. Gobbled up there by Cameron. Got the handball off to Chris. Chris was tackled aggressively by Jones. And the ball was pinned. And we'll have a ball up right in front of the Collingwood bench. Darcy Moore and Mason Cox both coming on.
Second quarter numbers in a second, Tuman. Red Z lending. As Collingwood take the advantage. Pendlebury sizes up Schultz at centre half forward. And he goes wider again to Lipinski. 65 metres out. Patient build up to Elliott, who's the next link in the chain.
Darcy saying to English, go off the ground, and he wouldn't go off. You see that? Pointing him to the bench. He's still talking, saying, go off the ground, mate. I'm going in the ruck. And eventually he does.
Eventually they work it out. And eventually Collingwood find a vacant man in Dan Houston, who on the run, Joey, from 50, would put this through halfway up. Set shot, are you as confident?
Oh, he still will with the set shot. This will be a 3-quarter wedge for Dan Houston.
9 coaches' votes last week against his former team. It's there. Only just, but it's there. Houston with his first goal in the black and white. And it's back to a 1-point game on the Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings Trade.
Coming back from a clearance win for Collingwood. It was a free kick against Tim English. It was a bit of a sloppy ruck free kick. The advantage was paid. Everyone had a quick little stop and look at the umpire, and they were away. Pendlebury involved again. Pendlebury's has he had a kick yet, or has he had
just the one kick?
One kick and 8 handballs. Yeah, he's been really busy. Oh, that was a short kick, but he's been busy. Pendle's in tight.
Just those second quarter numbers, Jack. So Bulldogs are winning the territory battle. 4 out of the last 5 inside 50s, 4 out of the last 5 clearances, plus 5 in ground ball. And Matty Kennedy's racked up 7 touches alone in this second term.
Yes, Tua all over it on the Red Z lending stats. Thank you, Ash. Doing 4 games every weekend these days, Ash? Or you
3 to 4 BT.
Jesus. Raking it in. No wonder it's disappearing out of the coffers. There's Darcy over the top to Richards. Wrong-footed on his right with a low ball. Jones couldn't get on it. Maynard, little gifty tap to Josh Dacos. He tumbled it deliberately end over end out towards the wing. Bailey Williams is going to arrive, pursued by McCreery. Wasn't well done by McCreery. Handball comes off to Fraser. Fraser looking for Norton, and Darcy Moore has a rare win so far in this game tonight. Outmarked him at half-back. Scoreboard reads 1-point lead here with the Western Bulldogs. On the world's most horrible scoreboard up there. It's very, very hard to read. You've really got to look at it. And that's one thing you don't want to do with a scoreboard.
No.
You just want to glance.
Just have a look and move on. Bailey Williams.
Well, you don't want to have to think.
Yeah. And there's ads running on it all the time as well now. And Darcy had the arms chopped. That time against Mason Cox. I know we've got his numbers at quarter time too, but let's just go back to Sam Darcy's game so far. Red Ted Levy.
Yeah, 8 disposals, 7 contested balls, second most for the Bulldogs, and 3 goals straight.
Nice kick to half forward. Richards marks and plays on. He pokes a pass for Norton. And it was guided through for a rush behind by Moore. 5-4-34. Collingwood 5-5. 5-6, I should say. 36, the Western Bulldogs, Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard. Off that rush behind. What are you seeing out there, Joey? Red Z Lending?
Real arm wrestle now this quarter. It's sort of both teams just trying to be able to transition the footy. I think the contest and clearance has been the key.
Joe Montagna.
This ball right here.
It's been a win for the Bulldogs. Little pokey left foot kick by McNeil into the forward pocket. Norton almost. And it's out of bounds.
Should have had an almost night. Aaron Norton hasn't been able to quite clunk them and get some good looks, but he's close.
Richards off, Liberatore on, boundary throw in deep in the Dogs' punt road pocket. Mason Cox to do the ruck work with English here. Liberatore, the only player out there not to be manned up. Side bottom now goes to him. Cox there, English keeps his feet, knocks it down the throat of Lipinski, will have a ball up. Talking about big people, Bigfoot, of course, there's been many sightings around the world of Bigfoot. They reckon anywhere between 6 and 15 foot. Most sightings, I'm told, are around the 9 foot range. So watch out for Bigfoot if you're walking around outside at night to go and collect the paper or something. Just keep an eye out for Bigfoot.
Where have the sightings been?
All around the world.
Oh, I see.
So he could be anywhere. Well, he or she could be anywhere. Here's side bottom. He's not a person that does a lot of chitter-chatter. Let's get down to you, Nat.
No Bigfoot down here, but I'm keeping an eye on Matt Kennedy, who's been getting some treatment on the sidelines. He actually copped a cork to his thigh, so he's had that strapped, he's had the magic spray, and he's back on the bench, so hopefully we'll see him back out there shortly.
Every throw in. English. Beautiful little knockdown. Harms got met high. It was accidental from Maynard. And Harms has won himself a free now. Fancies himself here from 40. Men on the marks at 45. He'll still have to connect well. But he'll get a shot at goals. As the Dogs players have a bit of a chat with Maynard.
He always fancies himself, James Harms. But Maynard, a little bit sloppy, but also Harms just slipped when he won that first possession from clearance.
He's just over a 50% converter from set shots, Harms. 39-34 in his career. This one from 48 metres. That looks pretty damn good, though. That has split the middle. Magnificent kick from Harms. 3 goals in the quarter for the Dogs. Likewise, the Pies. But the Dogs hold a slender lead. 6-6-42 to Collingwood 5-4-34 on the Bunnings trade scoreboard.
There's been a good response from the Western Bulldogs. They've just started to get on top, chew around the clearance and contested ball this quarter. It feels like they're starting to win a few more of those 50-50 balls and getting some good opportunities to get repeat entries.
Yeah, +2 in clearances, contested ball +7, and the ground ball, Joey, they're at 16-9 as well. And just their efficiency for the Bulldogs is unheard of. 16 inside 50s for 12 scoring shots. The AFL average is 44%. They're way over that.
You ever seen Bigfoot, Ash?
Not recently. Not out in Point Cook. Put it that way.
Point Cook's not exempt, you know.
Are you saying that Point Cook's a bit too posh for Bigfoot?
Definitely not.
2 men, is that what you're saying? McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. 4 games a week. You got one of the best places in the suburb. That should be a free kick to Pendlebury.
That's a dangerous action.
It is. Bailey Williams got right underneath him. He was airborne and couldn't control his landing.
It's a tech foul in basketball, isn't it? Or a flagrant?
Harvey Norman replay. He landed flat on his back. The Collingwood champion.
Stay out.
He and Steele side bottom together. Game 308. Pendlebury's kick intelligent. Picked up on the bounce by Elliott.
Okay.
He snaps around the corner and misses. The Pies cut the margin back to 7 points. Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
Great pick up on the half volley from Jamie Elliott. And Pendles, we don't often see him at half forward, but he looked good taking the strong overhead mark.
Bramble kicks in from fullback. An opportunity there with Gallagher. He launches a long ball in the Vandermeer direction. Crashing over the top was Maynard. Took his own man down as well. Riley West, always better good handball. Got it to Jones. Jones goes on to Davison. Davison goes inside with a beautiful ball to McNeil. And he marks deep in the pocket for the Dogs. So McNeil had a couple of opportunities already. Kicked one goal. Will run around on the left boot here. He just takes his time. Make sure he knows where every player is. Side bottom's going to come at him from front on. Does now. McNeil around the corner. Good looking ball. Missed. Minor score. 43 the Dogs. 35 the Pies. From the Triple M Bunnings trade scoreboard.
Game just in a bit of an arm wrestle.
Yeah. It's failing to reach any great...
Yeah,
it's clean, but it's failing to reach heights of high skill, isn't it?
Oh, geez, that's risky. That kick in from Houston. It's going to end up okay, and he's going to change direction. Play the broadcast side this time. Sam Darcy back on. Didn't mark the first time. It was like his hand had a suction cup. He dragged it down and then moved it on to McNeil, who's been busy. That time he's been caught holding the ball, but he's got talent, Joey, that we're not even close to seeing the best of Sam Darcy.
No, we're not sure that the level he can get to.
Had the Travis Cloak style glove ability, didn't he? Maynard, short ball to Houston, had to take it off his toes. Now he has to retreat because of the bad kick to Howe. Howe takes the mark deep in defence though, so they messed that up, the Pies. They look to go again and spread. Short kick finds Darcy Moore, the skipper. Moore's got long on if he wants to use him. Decides against it and goes for Schultz. Schultz was punched away from him, so it was a bad choice in the end. It was well done by Bailey Williams, who closed very quickly. Jeremy Howe went in with enthusiasm. Oh, Pendlebury, wonderful party trick, a handball out the back door to Nick Dacos. Nick Dacos gives it further afield to Josh. Josh finds a beautiful kick from McStay. McStay goes wide looking for Cox, and Cox has taken the mark. 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle. Scintillating handball from Pendlebury at the congested area of that starting.
Harvey Norman replay, brilliant from Pendlebury. He's done that a number of times in this game. His hands have been elite in close. No longer has the leg speed to get out of congestion, but how clever his handball is. He's still setting up his teammates.
64% converter from the set shot is Mason Cox, is right on the AFL average or thereabouts, Ash.
61's the average.
Okay, and he comes and he kicks it left. And he needs to make every opportunity a winner because he won't get a lot of them. And that one's through for a behind. So 43 the Western Bulldogs, 36 the Magpies as Bramble brings the ball back into play.
Roddy Mychek rested for tonight's game. So you think he'll be back next week for Collingwood? Howe flies on the wing. Trying to bash that ball towards the boundary line. Instead it'll be balled up.
10 coming from the middle.
A lot of injuries for Collingwood to start the season. Tom Mitchell missing with a foot issue. Oleg Markov.
Funny time of the year to be resting a player.
Yeah. Had a couple of games and then he gets a rest.
They only played one. Two, have they?
Yeah, they played Giants in opening and round 0.
Oh, that's right.
And then last week against Port Adelaide. But you're right, it's...
They have a bye coming up, don't they, in a couple of weeks?
Yep, they do.
Next week?
Not sure it's a rest, Brian. I think there's a few porcupines going on there.
Yeah, I do too.
5-6-36 the Pies, Bulldogs, 6-7-43, Triple M Bunnings trade score.
Boundary throw in, forward line here for the Dogs. Trying to muscle it out. Libber's got it. He was tackled high. So Houston got him high. Now, Libber probably won't get the journey. He's not a powerful kick. Man on the mark's at 45. Don't know whether he'll make the distance from there, Tom Liberatore.
Just keep an eye on whether someone just tries to wrap around the back. Dogs are known for that.
He goes on, plays immediately. Here they come. Howe was there to punch it away. Beautiful front centre by Houston. Gave it a penalty under pressure. He gives it back to Houston under pressure. Got rid of it to Quainer. Quainer funnels the ball out to Pendlebury. They've forced the turnover here. The Dogs' pressure sensational. Richards was upended. And a free kick will go the way of Isaac Quainer. That half back here for the Pies. They get out of trouble just. Quainer deep in that pocket. This is a rare game. The Dogs have got a home game at the G, celebrating their 100 years. High footy. Cox takes the mark on the wing. He'll look to shift it off with the handball. He does now out the side door to here Lockie Schultz. He thought about Nick Dacos and thought the better and went the long ball. Kicked down the line here looking for Elliott. Duray did well, kept his feet. Elliott went to ground, got up there. Free kick will go the way here of Elliott though. Got him high, Duray. So Jamie Elliott's about 75 metres out from goal in the old practice wicket area.
He's going to be too far out to score. Collingwood have got all of their tall timber back. It's a shallow entry. Cox got to the front. Almost marked to go. He went driving through and was buried in a tackle. That looked more rugby league than AFL.
That was very rugby league. Tried to break through, and Tim English laying the big Sonny Bill Williams style tackle.
Quick ball up from the umpire to go in. A little boot on it. Lob. Rolls it towards the boundary line. The umpire's circling, and that'll be insufficient intent.
On the line, please.
Your end zone. Lipinski, the closest man to the action, will take it. Left forward pocket, 30 metres out to make it a 1-point game.
Too far out, isn't he, for around the corner?
Feels like it.
56 games with the Western Bulldogs. He just misses it, hits the post.
Good effort.
Gee, no good contact. A goal the difference. Triple M Bunnings Trade scoreboard.
It's a tough kick when you snap from that far out because you can't kick it right on the point to hook it. You need to get a bit more belly to get the distance as well as the curl, and he almost did it perfectly.
Bramble kicks in with precision, finds Rory Lobb in the back pocket, almost at half back on the northern side. The blue-headed Lobb.
Me too.
Kicks out wide, looking for Quainer.
Play on.
And that's out of bounds. McNeil took it, and we'll have a boundary throw-in down there on the wing, centre wing here, northern side. So great crowd in, good night for footy. Two good teams, tight tussle. 43 plays 37 in favour of the Dogs. Some highly skilled players. More would you want on a Friday night? Triple M football, thanks to McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Boundary throw-in out the back is DeGoey. Just wondering and looking around, little handball comes from Perryman. Richards tracking it, Hill, Nick Dacos there. Bobby Hill will get the free kick, and the advantage is paid to Nick Dacos. Nick Dacos kicks it wide to McStay. Karmas read it brilliantly off the boot of Dacos, though. He had it covered.
Back into the team tonight, Buka Karmas.
Get on with it.
A bit going on the wing. Ed Richards and Bobby Hill getting caught up in front of Nat. To the opposite wing, underneath the Shane Warne stand. Here's Sam Davidson in his second game. He pops a high ball into the pocket. Not a great one. And it's out of bounds on the full. Collingwood waste no time. Back inboard to Long at half-back.
It was a brave kick from Maynard. He wasted no time. Perryman, little soccer off the ground. Bailey Williams has got a difficult one to pick up. He did. He avoided DeGoey. DeGoey just looking a little fatigued or slightly off at the moment. Picked up here by McNeil. McNeil out wide to Norton. Norton and Libber can raffle it. They decide to peel it off with a Norton handball to Liberatore. His kick was shocking. And it's been marked down very, very low by Jeremy Howe. Jeremy Howe spearing ball finds Perryman.
Had players out everywhere, the Dogs. That was a bad miss.
Collingwood have got players out at the other end. If DeGoey can get this footy moving, they are in really good shape. Pops it out in front of Mason Cox. Did brilliantly. A little toe poke was so important. And then McStay was halfway between having a shot and passing. In the end, did neither. And from directly in front, a certain goalers are behind. They made a mess of it, Joey.
Well, he tried to do the same thing. Tim Membry was in the goal square all on his own. It was just a little 15-metre pass, but Membry slipped, and then the ball travelled through the behinds.
Oh, boy, talk about mess it up. It was just a 20-metre kick with no one between he and the kicker, and just missed. Simple as that. McStay just missed with the foot pass. So a boundary throw in here now, almost on the wing on the southern stand side of the ground. Scoreboard read 43 the Dogs, 38 Collingwood. Bit of a murmur in the crowd. Nick Dacos got the handball off to no great effect. Darcy knocks it down in a terrific game for him. Schultz got the handball to DeGoey. DeGoey looking for an overlap run, and Lipinski out very wide. Josh Dacos there as well, but getting in the middle of them was Gallagher. Sees it over the boundary line, another boundary throw in at half forward for the Maggies. So we've got about 40 seconds left to half time here. Still a tight tussle. Collingwood trailed by 6 points at quarter time, and they currently trail by 5 points now. Boundary umpire to rip it back into play. Darcy reaching over the top of Cameron, knocked down. Comes here as the tackle is applied to Davidson. Will have another ball up.
Who's momentum with right now, Joey Montagna?
No, there isn't any momentum either way. It's an arm wrestle, as you said. I think it's going to go into the half. An arm wrestle, and we'll see which team can get the game on their terms once we come back out.
Joey's here for Seabus Super, making hard work pay off since 1984. Still time for Collingwood. Clock ticks down to 19 seconds to go. He goes without the footy. 50 away from the Pies goal. Liberatore bends down and picks it up and ambles into the path of harms. They should be okay here, the Dogs. Davidson kicks quickly up to the wing. Darcy Moore will mark, but the siren about to sound. Nothing separating these two teams on Friday night footy. It's Footscray 6-7-43 who lead Collingwood 5-8-38. You've got Joey Montagna alongside Ash Chewer, Nat Unides for Bob Jane Team Arts on the boundary, Brian Taylor and Jack Hebron with you. For Friday night footy, it's a good one. Big crowd. It's where you want to be for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Bunnings Trade. Load up on landscaping at Bunnings Trade.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M rocks footy.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Melbourne, weekdays from 6. It's
Mick in the morning.
Mick in the Morning with Roo, Titus and Rosie.
What's your favourite animal? Come on.
Oh, the bear, the grizzly bear.
Rosie, what's your favourite animal?
Probably the otter. They're cute. They have rocks and they go, hey, look at my rock. How good's my rock?
Oh, they got big buck teeth. Is that the beaver?
It's the beaver. They're not bad.
That's right. I don't mind a beaver.
Start your day with Mick in the Morning. Weekdays from 6 on Melbourne's Triple M.
Visit quit.org.au to start your journey and quit one step at a time.
At Amy, we know when our game has its moments. Like when you're playing in Whoop Whoop. The only park left is behind the goal square. You get heat rub in your eye. When your banner has a typo. The scoreboard doesn't add up. You lose a boot. And the match winner misses everything except your windshield. It's lucky you're with Amy. Before buying comprehensive car insurance issued by Amy, read the PDS and TMD at amy.com.au and consider whether it's right for you.
Lucky you're with Amy.
When you're passionate about the footy, you know the game like the back of your hand. It's a bit like that at your local Mitre 10 Trade Centre. We're passionate about the trade and we know it better than anyone. With expert advice and top quality timber and building products, our dedicated trade teams are ready with specialised service backed by an Australia-wide network. So while you support your team, Mitre 10 Trade is supporting you. That's mighty helpful, Mitre 10.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The famous National Tiles Spend and Save is on now. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. Yes, the more you spend, the more you save at the National Tiles famous Spend and Save. But you'll have to be quick. So rush into a National Tiles store near you or go online at nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Now down to the post-MAC press conference with Lions coach Chris Fagan.
Chris, tell us how the Happy Meal went tonight.
My grandson didn't get a Brisbane Bear clip this time, so we better collect all 18.
The AFL Happy Meal is here. The season starts at Macca's. T's and C's apply.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Yeah, it's been a long week. Now, it's finally time to put your feet up and watch your team work hard to bring home the win. Seabus Super is on your team too, working hard to provide strong long-term returns for after the final whistle. Seabus Super, making hard work pay off. Read the PDS and TND to decide if Seabus is right for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
For jobs that demand power and precision, Brandt delivers. With our unmatched parts and service support, we're here when you need us. For tough equipment and expert advice, stop by your local Brandt dealer today.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
This halftime break for Specsavers Audiology. Rediscover the joy of everyday sounds with a Specsavers hearing expert today.
Copper McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Very entertaining match here at the MCG so far between the Western Bulldogs and Collingwood. It is 6-7-43. The Western Bulldogs leading the Pies 5-8-38 by 5 points at halftime. And this is the halftime break for Specsavers Audiology. Specsavers Audiology. Rediscover the joy of everyday sounds with the Specsavers hearing expert today. We are about to go through everything that has happened in that first half with Lee Montagna. But before we do that, Ash Chewer, you got some stats for us?
Well, the inside 50 is Collingwood leading the way 27-22. Look, the Bulldogs' scoring efficiency sort of dried up in the back half of that second quarter. At one stage, they were going at 75%. In fact, near enough to 80. It's currently at 58%. Just Collingwood, in terms of their defensive 50 chains, they've had 14 D50 chains, but they've only been able to put it inside 50 on one occasion. So the Bulldogs are actually number 2 for forward half pressure since the start of 2024. They're currently at 191 at the moment in that part of the ground. The AFL average is 172. But just individually, Nat, Sam Darcy, he's a number 1 ranked player on the ground. 92 ranking points and a half. 10 disposals, 5 marks, 4 in the front half, 9 contested ball, which is the second most on the ground, 6 score involvements and 3 goals zip. Just some other leading ball winners, Liberatore, he's had 18 touches, 11 in that second term. Richards, second ranked player, 15 disposals, 371 metres gained and 6 score involvements. For the Magpies, 17 to Dacos along with 7 score involvements. Pendlebury's had 14, interesting, 2 kicks versus 12 handballs. Just some of their key players, a little bit down. Look, DeGoey, first game back, is that right for the season? 10 disposals, just 4 in the second term. Houston, 8 in a major. Sidebottom only 6 and Membry just the 1. And just one final stat here for you, Nat. So remember, Pendlebury and Sidebottom, 308th time they're playing together as teammates, which is the all-time record, overtaking Andrew McLeod and Tyson Edwards. They played their first game back in 2009, got off to a bit of a rocky start, lost to St Kilda by 88 points. Joey, you picked up a lazy 38 disposals and 2 Brownlow votes, FYI. Then they lost to Carlton the following week by 51 points. However, bottom line is they've played in 24 finals, 5 grannies, and of course they've won 2 flags together. So that is a great effort between those 2 players.
Do you feel responsible for this dynasty?
Well, it all started. So that would have been was it Sidebottom's first game?
Correct.
2009.
Yeah.
It's your fault.
No recollection of it whatsoever, but they've gone on to be 2 champions of the football club, and they're still going pretty strong. In particular, Scotty Pendlebury tonight, some of his handballing from in congestion to get out to the outside has been exceptional in this first half, and in some ways that's been a bit of the contest and where I think this might be decided in that, because both teams seem to be getting relatively good looks when they go inside 50. They both squandered some golden opportunities late in the quarter, but it's whoever for me can win the ground ball and clearance through the middle of the ground are really being able to sort of get some opportunities. So that's going to be critical. Both midfields are having their moments. Stu just mentioned some of the numbers. Pendlebury and Nick Dacos doing some damage, Richards, Liberatore, those sorts of guys. So it's whoever can win more of that battle through the middle of the ground in this second half, I think is going to get great looks. And Sam Darcy's the one that looks like ripping this game apart. He's been exceptional in this first half. He's taking marks. He's giving Darcy more headaches. To be fair, Darcy Moore's actually playing pretty well, Chew, when he's not on Sam Darcy. When he's had Norton or been able to sort of come off as a free man, he's actually getting some intercepts and having a really good impact, but he's just got his hands full when he has Sam Darcy.
I want to talk to you about Sam Darcy because we are starting to see exactly how good he can be. He had a breakout game against the Pies last year, so Collingwood supporters certainly know how good he is. He's already got 3 goals tonight. We know that Darcy Moore has had some issues. The injury to Reef McInnes, though, down back, how much is that stuffing up Collingwood's structure?
Yeah, they've been able to hold up okay. Norton hasn't really been able to come along and support Sam Darcy. If Norton can start marking the ball and causing some headaches, then it does become an issue because Jeremy Howe has to be their second tallest defender. They've already rejigged their lineup, so Harry Perryman, who's been a midfielder since he's come to Collingwood, has had to go into defence because Ned Long has come on as the sub and gone into the midfield. So they are, short-handed down there in defence. But at the moment, it's just Sam Darcy. Norton not having much impact, but that could change if the Dogs keep getting supply and Aaron Norton can get the mismatch.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit because there was a really interesting debate. I think it might have been on the Herald Sun about Dacos v Darcy. Which of the father's sons is going to be better?
Oh, that is putting me on the spot. I'm still going to go Nick Dacos. I just think Sam Darcy probably has a higher ceiling, like in regards to where he could get to, could be God knows where.
He's a unicorn.
He's a unicorn. But I think just from playing it a bit safer. You know what you're going to get from Nick Dacos. He's going to be a future AFL Hall of Famer. You can already say that now. And his level of performance will be at an exceptionally high level for a long period of time. So that's probably where I'll lean. But, yeah, it wouldn't surprise if Sam Darcy at some stage is the best player in the competition. I think he's not far away from being the best key forward in the game if he continues. But, yeah, that's a tough one.
Sorry, Joey. As footy fans, though, we are in for a treat over the next decade. We're looking forward to watching that one play out. Also, there was an incident in that first quarter, Jack Crisp, with a pretty dangerous sling tackle potentially. Is he possibly in trouble?
Well, the action was dangerous. It was definitely the sling to ground. The good thing was, who was it he tackled? He got to his feet, so it looked like more of a shoulder than a head. That might save him from a suspension, because if he had hit his head and had been looked at or assessed.
I think it was Riley West.
Then that would have been maybe more of a concern. But hopefully for Jack Crisp's sake, he gets to keep that consecutive games record alive, because that is going to be a pretty historic feat that will be hard to beat if he does break it.
240 years on. He needs 4 more games to break the record of Jim Stein. So we'll be watching the MRO. That'll come out tomorrow night. But we need to get to the Amy Clanger from that first half. When clangers happen, it's lucky you're with Amy, and this is what we had.
Collingwood have got players out at the other end. If Tagoe can get this footy moving, they are in really good shape. Pops it out in front of Mason Cox. Did brilliantly. A little toe poke was so important. And then McStay was halfway between having a shot and passing. In the end, did neither.
Oh, boy, talk about mess it up.
Mess it up, he did. And that is why that is our Amy Clanger for the first half. Joey, before we do go, this has been the halftime break for Specsavers Audiology. Who are you tipping from here?
I think a lot like last night, where the game was like this at halftime, Carlton Hawthorn. I felt that if Hawks got the game on their terms, they'd break it open. I still feel that right now. I think if Collingwood can get the game on their terms and get it to the outside from winning contests through the middle of the ground, they do look like they've got a bit more speed and run, and I think Collingwood can break this game open in the second half.
And Choice Hotels around the ground. Choice Hotels get you more for your money, so you can check into more, get the lowest price guarantee when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Ash?
3 games on Triple M footy for tomorrow, Nat. Essendon versus Adelaide at the MCG. They haven't played at this venue since 1995, and they should get a pretty good crowd as well. And we've got Port taking on the Tigers at the Adelaide Oval. That's at 4:15, followed by St Kilda versus Geelong at Marvel Stadium tomorrow night.
Looking forward to that. Here, I've got a stat for you, Ash.
Yes.
The Western Bulldogs, this is one of only 2 games that they're playing at the MCG.
For the whole season?
For the whole season. They don't play here again.
Wow.
Now I'm doubting myself. Now you might have to double check it. But I don't think they play here again until round 22. So
right, okay.
They're getting a good look at it, and they're not playing too badly. Would you say they've exceeded expectations given the injuries that they've got, the likes of Bontempelli, Waitman?
Oh, no, I knew they'd bring the effort and they'd be in the contest. If they can win this, I think it'll be an unbelievable performance against a pretty good Collingwood side. So still got a second half to play out, so a long way to go.
Absolutely right. Really looking forward to watching how this second half plays out at half time. This has been the halftime break for Specsavers Audiology. Specsavers Audiology, rediscover the joy of everyday sounds with a Specsavers hearing expert today. It is the Western Bulldogs by 5 points. More coming up after the break.
That halftime break for Specsavers Audiology. Rediscover the joy of everyday sounds with a Specsavers hearing expert today.
For Ring Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Don't miss Macca's AFL Happy Meal Trade Day, Joe. It's this Saturday, the 22nd of March from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Whether you're still missing your team or aiming to collect all 18 unique bag clips and skill cards, swap with other fans to complete your AFL Happy Meal collection.
Plus, enjoy meet and greets with AFL and AFLW players and score exclusive AFL merch giveaways throughout the day.
Find your local trade day restaurant at mcdonalds.com.au/AFL Happy Meal. T&Cs apply.
While Triple M rocks footy this weekend, Triple M's Rush Hour follows up with the best analysts in the game.
Mike Shearney, the Godfather.
Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Bill.
I don't normally like to say anything positive about that. And Shane Crawford in the same bucket. Because they're happy to send themselves up and laugh at their own expense, people forget how bloody good both of them were.
Shane was a very good player.
Oh, you're not saying that about Bill?
No.
Triple M's Rush Hour, Monday from 4 on Melbourne's Triple M. Good times and greatest hits.
Now down to the post-Mac press conference with Lions coach Chris Fagan.
Chris, tell us how the Happy Meal went tonight.
You know, we went into dinner really well. My grandson George, he had a Happy Meal and he gave it a good shake, and I had a chocky shake.
And how did you react to the bag clip collectible?
Yeah, look, my grandson didn't get a Brisbane bag clip this time, so we better collect all 18.
The AFL Happy Meal is here. With 18 bag clips and 2 plus Sharons to collect, the season starts at Macca's. T&Cs apply.
At Bunnings Trade, you can load up on landscaping. Our trade specialists are ready to help with fast commercial quoting, sourcing supplies, bulk orders and end-to-end project support. Talk to us at the trade desk or call 134 872 today. Bunnings Trade, helping business is our trade.
When your body is running on less than 5 hours sleep, your mind begins to wander and your reaction time is slowed. You'll also find it more difficult to concentrate and your memory can be affected. But do you know what the worst part is? With under 5 hours sleep, you're 4 times more likely to crash. Driving tired? Wake up to yourself. A message from the TAC.
Yeah, hi, it's Deb. Yeah, Craig's been taken to hospital. I don't know. I know that something's happened at work. I don't really know.
Redlegs are one of the only Victorian law firms who never charge uplift fees, so you get more of the awarded compensation.
I think we just need to get in there and see him.
Which is a great outcome for you and your family. Redlegs Work Injury Lawyers. Get back to better.
Around town. Switch to GMHBA Health Insurance for award-winning hospital cover. Winner of the CanStar Outstanding Value Health Insurance Hospital Cover in Victoria 3 years running. gmhba.com.au. The Lowdown.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. Pocket even more savings at Bob Jane T-Marts. We've got Bridgestone free, Yokohama free, Kumho free. How? Simply buy 3 and the 4th tyres free. Get up to $150 instant cashback on selected Pirelli and Bridgestone tyres. Plus, receive an e-gift card up to $150 when you buy 4 selected BF Goodrich tyres. Give us a call or shop online today. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T&Cs apply.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious titanium caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Third quarter not too far away here at the MCG. It is the Western Bulldogs who lead 6-7-43 to Collingwood 5-8-38. Brian Taylor, Joey Montagna, Jack Everett, Ash Stewart and Nat Unides, your call team for Friday night footy. Both teams back out on the ground, BT. We will hear you tomorrow for the Bombers and Adelaide here on Triple M Footy.
Yeah, a lot of games going through the MCG at the moment, which is pretty amazing. So looking forward to that. That'll be an interesting game tomorrow, the Bombers, to see how they perform. That'll be a reasonable crowd at this venue as well, so very much looking forward to that. And then on Sunday, what's the Triple M game on Sunday? No, I'm doing a
North Melbourne
game. I think we'll be doing that as well.
Yep, Sunday Rub Boys will be here for that one.
Yep.
Well, that's at Marvel, in fact.
It is.
Actually, yes.
That's my first game at Marvel this year, so...
Yep. Essendon Adelaide would be a good one. I think two teams that would expect to win that game tomorrow. I think Essendon would have to feel confident after the way they played against Hawthorn.
So do you think they're at similar levels, Essendon and Adelaide? A lot of people see Adelaide high.
I do.
I don't know why.
I don't mind Adelaide. I think the 3 additions into their side have made a difference to the structure of their team. They had a lot of guys that were injured last year. Guys like Worrell and Murray, Miller, even Rankin only played 15 games. So I think they've fit. They've got a full list to pick from Adelaide. They've got no injuries. They're fit and healthy. I think it's a different team to last year, the Crows. So
do you think Adelaide are better than Port Adelaide or not?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
Yeah, I think this year Adelaide will finish higher than Port Adelaide.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, Port Adelaide-Richmond is the twilight game. You hear that one, of course, on Triple M Footy. Port Adelaide taking on Richmond at the Adelaide
Oval. If Richmond win.
Well, Joey, we all saw Richmond last week. From a Port Adelaide point of view, they wouldn't want to not turn up tomorrow because Richmond Richmond will bring effort.
Yeah, we've already seen it across the competition. Teams that have a poor one bounce back with their effort. Even Carlton last night, they didn't win, but their effort was sensational. And, oh boy, BT, there'd be a lot of talk about Ken Hinkley on a lot of footy shows if they lose again. Can you take any more Ken Hinkley chats on all the TV shows?
Amazing. Now, Jack, I've been getting the tram home for the last few weeks, just trying a different mode.
Have you really?
So I walk from here to Collins Street, and I jump on the tram at Collins, and it takes me down to the West Preston route, down Brunswick Street, and I jump off there. And I would highly recommend that people don't do that because it's not a great experience so far. Hot, sweaty people slithering all over you as they come in the door.
Very compact, isn't it? Everyone's very close on a tram.
Stand up and you've got to hold onto the rail above your head, and of course that exposes the Under Armour.
Oh, yes.
And that just wafts through the whole carriage. And if you've got a stinky one that's stinking it up a bit, it can be horrific.
I'm just trying to work out why you're catching the tram.
Don't worry about why.
Because he's a man of the people, Jack. He's a man of the people.
Man of the people, Jack. Yes.
There must be some sort of contradiction with Metro or something.
No, if only you knew. But go ahead and call this guy.
Righto. For McDonald's and Rick Hotwater, Triple M Rocks Footy. We will get to the bottom of that. We start.
Got to be something in it, doesn't there, Jack?
Absolutely, there is.
On air, we won't.
Okay. 3/4 time. Bulldogs by 5 points. McStay had to put out on the path of him and then kick the belly of the footy and sprays it into the stands at the punt road end.
Maybe Toyota cancelled their car deal with BT or something.
No, very much in love with the Toyota. Driving the new Land Cruiser. Watch out for the Prado if you can get into one.
Okay.
They're pretty impressive
You could
too.
sort of just sort Joey and I out. That'd be appreciated.
I'm now got the Mazda BT50,
really?
yeah. First free car in 25 years.
Because when I think BT50, I think Joey Montana. Yes. It's Darcy Cameron. Free kick on the wing.
Yep. He outmarked Sam Darcy. And Sam Darcy, I love his attitude. He was not happy that he was beaten. Around the corner, Josh Dacos. Kick to his brother that was near on impossible as Libba got over the top and spoiled it to ground. Boundary throw in. So this game needs to reach greater heights. It's been a bit of a 0-0 draw early on, slightly favouring the Dogs. Cameron and English. Cameron wins the knockdown straight to Libba. He's kicked a lot on his right boot tonight, Libba. That one high on the head of Darcy. Norton comes in. Moore got him in the tackle. And illegal disposal. Just got a nick on it at the end, Darcy Moore, that saved the day. Otherwise, the Dogs were away. So he's on this northern wing. He's kicked, misses the Perryman target. Riley West is going to swoop. Handball over the top to Darcy. Darcy gets it, runs into an open goal, misses. Hit the post. From 12 metres out directly in front with no one between he and the goal. He hit the post. He has 3, and that's a minor. 44 plays 38 in favour of the Pars.
Gee, that's a let-off.
Bad. Yeah, both teams have had golden opportunities to kick goals that they've squandered in this game.
6-point lead to Footscray. They celebrate 100 years tonight. Great crowd at the MCG. What are we thinking, two-man, crowd-wise?
Early 70s, I reckon, Jack. I'll go for about 74,000.
A fantastic number for them. Dacos kicks to half forward. No one really home. First one to gather was Bramble of the Dogs.
High contact. Bulldogs.
The free kick will go to the Western Bulldogs for high contact. Taylor DeRay. We're told to play on.
It's been interesting how wide Collingwood have gone from the corridor when they go forward in this game. I don't know if they're just trying to hem the Bulldogs' transition ball movement in.
And they change direction and look for McNeil. Liberatore is doing a lot of running. He's covering some territory tonight, but that ball's out of play before it gets to him. He'll be thrown in right in front of the interchange benches, right in front of Nat Unides. 5-8-38. Collingwood, Footscray 6-8-44 Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Yeah, remarkably low scoring for perfect conditions. Collingwood out the back door here. Look at them run off in a tribe. Pendlebury got it to Josh Dacos. Josh Dacos goes long. McStay just giving Karmas a bit of a lift under the ball. Little one here, Schultz. Run to an open goal. Sold some candy, right foot banana bender. Got it. Pies electric. Kicked his second, Schultz. 6-8-44 apiece at the MCG on the Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, that's twice in this game that Tim English has given away cheap free kicks in a ruck contest. The whistle's been blown and the Collingwood side have been able to take the advantage and been able to score. I just don't think there's any need as a ruck to give away a free kick. If you're out of position, let them win the hit out. Very rarely that the hit-outs create too much. But you give away a free kick, it just sets up the opportunity, and Collingwood got that handball chain going again through the corridor. That's their MO when they're at their best, and not much the defenders could do about it.
It's with Lockie Schultz. So 9 disposals, 2 goals, but he's also laid 6 tackles, laid 7 last week, which created 5 forward-half turnovers, resulting in 3 majors.
He's been a good get for them. I mean, he kicked a goal a game last year, Schultz.
He was criticised, though, wasn't he? I think
he was.
Some people thought he might have been...
He's been a bit better this year, I think.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy.
It's probably more the fact Collingwood gave up a first round and a second round draft pick for him.
Yeah, that comes with a bit of expectation, doesn't it?
That would have been discussed in detail in all those shows.
Yep. Free kick. Collingwood take the advantage. Pendlebury to Nick Dacos. High, long ball. McStay in great shape. Karma's got a fist on it. McCreary waits down and finishes from 25 out directly in front. End-to-end stuff from the Pies. They kick 2 in a row. And they lead 7-8 to 6-8. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, 2 chains in a row that Pendlebury and Nick Dacos have been involved in the passage. They're both now up to 8 score involvements each in this game. When they link up, good things generally happen. And that was the case in that passage of play. The best players in the team getting some deep entries, bringing the smalls into play. And as we mentioned at half-time, when teams are, both these sides are getting inside 50s, they are getting really good opportunities to score.
Yeah, Collingwood 2 entries for 2 goals this quarter, Joey.
Hey, Nat, it does look like Pendlebury is carrying something a little. I know he had an issue last year with his elbow. Could be something to do with that. Who knows?
Yeah, he did miss a lot of footy with an elbow injury last season, BT. So I'm going to keep a close eye on him because he has spent a lot of time on the bench.
Yeah, he has indeed. And just looked a little soreish as he come off end, but still doing a great job. Libba goes forward. Here's Darcy! Oh, strong jerks in the contested mark against Darcy Moore. He has just been superb in the air, and he'll line up for goal number 4.
How many contested marks?
Just his 4th contested mark. Actually make that number 5.
Yeah, well, you don't hear a lot of them these days. They used to take 5 a quarter, but now he has been incredible. He's got a very erect posture in setting up for set shot. He's very stiff when he does this part of the game. Comes in. It's very safe, though, and he misses to the left. So he's missed a couple of sitters in this quarter as Darcy, but he is an absolute ripper for the Dogs. 45 plays 50 in the Pies' favour.
What do you make of the set shot of Sam Darcy's beat? Like, is it an efficient technique? Is it a concern? What do you think going forward, like you said, there's a set shot goal?
It just looks a little stiff to me, a little unnatural, a little prefabricated. He doesn't look relaxed when he's kicking. He looks tight and stiff. I'd like to see him relax.
Very mechanical, isn't it?
Yeah, mechanical is probably a good term for it.
Nick Dacos held up, 3rd quarter. For Titanium Caravans, scoreboard has Collingwood leading by 5 points as it stands right now. 7 minutes gone in the 3rd quarter. Let's gather at ground level by Membry. Left foot snap around the corner. But stay in a one-on-one. Kept it moving towards Collingwood's goal, but Bulldogs have got support. Gallagher careful to Karmas, and now Bailey Williams is a long kick of the footy to the wing.
Now high ball. He just opens up the middle of the ground a little bit here for the Pies. They've outnumbered them, but the free kick will go Norton's way. So a bit of a let-off there for the Dogs. Norton can go to Libba over the top. Libba takes the mark. 60 metres, he's run over the mark, so he gives the handball to the running Bailey Dale. He launches on the head of Darcy once again. Couldn't hold it. Moore's there. He's caught in the tackle by Jones. And we'll ball it up in front of the Dogs' goal. About 20 metres out from goal. Collingwood by 5 points.
Thought he had the arms chopped.
Yeah, definitely did.
Yeah. Triple M Harvey Norman replay in a moment. Fraser's kick was smothered. Go Harvey Norman. Samsung 2024 TV run out is on now. Big screens, king screens. All screens are on sale. Harvey Norman Samsung 2024 TV run out is on now. You've got a king screen, BT?
I haven't got any screens. So
Darcy.
Harvey Norman Samsung sounds good. I do know that Samsung are a ripping brand.
Yes.
If I was going to buy a TV, I'd buy a Samsung.
We've got one. We love ours.
Yeah, they're good.
Fantastic. Sees a lot of Bluey and Peppa Pig and stuff like that. A bit more than I would like, but Bulldogs 45 out from goal. Fraser flipped it over his head. Snap comes from Dale. High up and under. English kept his eyes on it. He's knocked away from him. Side bottom. Combines with Maynard, make an exit defensive 50.
Tries to chisel it down to Cox, gets over his head and lob, and over the boundary. Should have taken it Elliott, but he keeps it alive for the Dogs. Little handball comes back into play. Involved was Gallagher. Lob, squared the little handball backwards to Bramble. He falls over. They pounce on him. DeGoey got him in the tackle. He still got rid of it. Lob's manhandled over the boundary line. He's almost swung into Dr. Zimmerman's lap by Bo McCreary. And a boundary, in fact, it'll be a free kick going Collingwood's way.
On the ball, Collingwood.
So DeGoey gets the free.
Here, Max here.
And the pressure just closed in on him. Pendlebury comes off the bench. DeGoey taking a while to move the footy. Goes short to Pendlebury. How can that happen?
Stand.
Pendlebury now within about 80 metres of the punt road goal. Deep up against the boundary line, though, on the northern side. Just crawling along the boundary, finds the present up lead by Crisp. Just smart. And that spot's still open if McCreary wants to come again in that spot. This time he goes a little more inboard. Barely the required journey to Josh Dacos. Dacos takes the mark. They're sneaking up on that's 6 metres. Good call, umpire. Play on. Has Long marked it, but it wasn't paid. He has to go immediately high. Off hands Elliott. Got to Lipinski. Sold some candy. Back to Schultz for his third goal. Was it touched on the line by Cameron? Might have been going through from behind. It was. 51 plays 45. Nat Unides downstairs.
We still haven't seen Reece McInnes emerge from the brooms, but we've just got word from Collingwood saying it is a suspected ACL. So if that is the case, that is going to be awful news for Reece McInnes. But of course, we won't know until we have scans.
That's horrible news for the youngster.
They normally get it right, the doctors. They're 95% by just feeling and looking.
English takes the advantage and plays on. That's smart. Heads up play. Collingwood were just walking back and Norton put the head down and took off, and English found him 48 metres out, a little worse than a 45-degree angle, Joey.
Yeah, this would be a really tough kick for Aaron Norton in this spot. And just back on Reece McInnes, it's amazing how just some players just get so much more bad luck than others. That's all it is sometimes with ACL injuries. So we wish him all the best.
3 goals last week for Aaron Norton. Hasn't kicked one tonight. Trying to find English in the pocket. The idea was right. And Lipinski got a fist on it. And it'll be thrown in left forward pocket, City end.
Julian Feller, Collingwood's orthopaedic surgeon, would be here tonight, so he's probably had a little bo peep already. David Young, the dog surgeon, also here. So often they'll pop in if they see something that looks a bit abnormal. Little one off the ground here. Howe. West.
Collingwood.
And the free kick will go the way of Jeremy Howe.
Stand.
Howe goes wide to Darcy Moore, who immediately breaks free of his opponent. He's able to run and play on. Harms gives chase, but doesn't go anywhere near catching. Elliott flies, but in front was Membry. Is that how many touches he had tonight, Ash? Membry?
2 touches.
Yeah, boy, goodness gracious me. Kick out wide to Elliott. Elliott comes back inside here to Lipinski. Lipinski squirts a bullet out the side door to Schultz on the lead, and he marks, but he's going to have to kick it 50 metres from the angle. It's a little heavy for him. I don't know whether he get the journey from there. 50 metres for the little man, Lockie Schultz.
Sounds good. Stand up and down.
We have a lull here at the MCG at the moment.
Very quiet, isn't it?
Yeah. Normally humming by half-time. So Lockie Schultz, with the benefit of the camera, we can see right over his shoulder, doesn't go for home. Pops it to Cameron, couldn't mark it, crashes to ground. Plenty of Dogs players front and centre here. Bailey Dale hoiked the ball out to Bailey Williams. He goes over the top and finds an opportunity here with Davidson, who's carried over the boundary line by Jamie Elliott in the tackle and over boundary throw-in.
Mason. What do the Red Sets tell us, two-man? Third quarter numbers?
Collingwood's ball use looking pretty good in this third quarter. They're going at 74%. Bulldogs are at 60. And their pressure, Jack, they're going at 204. Bulldogs only at 158.
Red Zed lending loans for the self-employed. REDZED.com. Joel Fraser. The kick from a standing start. High left foot ball. Umpire said that he'd play a mark. Quaynor picks it up. Lipinski. Hands in tight were okay to Ned Long. He's a big body. Stood up in a tackle, and then when he put the boot to ball, he puts it out of bounds on the full. So 7-9-51 Collingwood. Footscray 6-9-45. Friday night footy for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water.
Collingwood will kick the last 2. In fact, the only two of this third quarter, Ash, I think I'm right in saying.
Spot on, BT.
Thomas goes out to the Shane Warne's hand side. Mason Cox, how many marks has he taken tonight, Ash? Mason Cox back in the side.
3 marks.
Yep. So Cox now, not bad. 70 metres out. Tries to tee it up for someone at the back. Big pack of players. Gallagher over the top. McNeil in front. He was tackled. Elliott went, scooped it up one hand, caught in the tackle, but still got the handball out. Riley West was in there. They break free. McNeil, handball in there. Free kick will go the way here of Collingwood, though, for a throw, I think. And it'll go to Long. So Long will get a look at it from exactly 50 metres out directly in front.
That's the pressure Chu was just talking about. Been excellent from Collingwood this quarter. Fighting hard, scrapping. Up at 210 now. AFL average 180. Bulldogs down at a low 154. So
Joey,
they're getting reward for effort. I know it's your favourite stat.
Well, you're a stats man, you know. What did you say it was at, the pressure rating?
210.
Please tell me what the top of the thermometer is.
Well, if you 300 is off the charts.
Right. Oh, you can't get any better than 300. Well, finally, we've got an answer out of someone on where the thermometer blows its arse completely out of the...
So does Ash.
Yeah. In comes Long. A long ball misses to the right and a minor score. So 52, plays 45 in the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. By the way, looking for a luxurious, tough off-road caravan? Explore Australia like never before in a Titanium Caravan, where rugged durability meets premium comfort. Australia-made and 100% Australian-owned, built for the toughest terrain and super quality, ultimate luxury. Make your next caravan a Titanium Caravan.
Great partners of ours on Triple M footy. Here's Buku Khamis assessing his options. He measures a kick to half forward. Riley West had the right, didn't take the mark, and Collingwood can set themselves up from the back half of the ground. Pendlebury with his eyes darting around can get a handball back off Howe next to the centre circle. Now they link up with Dacos, and when they do that, good things should happen. His kick just fell short of Elliott. Support arrives now through Hill. Elliott tracks back after it. Some tired legs out there. McCreary from 50 metres out. Brilliant kick. Back in board to Lipinski. He drops the mark that he should have taken as well. A couple of mistakes for Collingwood in that passage of play.
Yeah, more opportunities squandered. That's an easy chest mark for Lipinski. Just felt the perceived pressure.
He dropped an absolute pud, it was. Fraser from the stoppage just kicks it high out wide to try and relieve a bit of the momentary pressure, fighting hard out there and doing a good job as Doolan. He needs some help though. A lot of Collingwood jumpers around this one. In they go, and Perryman's out there, will have the ball up, and so is Houston. And umpire Brett Rosebery, one of our most experienced ever out there. Don't think he's got the 500 mark yet, but he wouldn't be far off. Only 4 players achieved that. Here's Lipinski. Through traffic, squirt the ball wide, and Membry takes the mark. Membry well within his range, 35 out, but quite a tough angle he's got in front of the Shane Warne stand side.
Partied with Brett Rosebery once in Thailand. We were on a podium at a footy trip, and then we looked over on the podium next to us, and there was Brett Rosebery.
What, dancing?
Yeah, dancing on the podium. Yeah.
Jesus.
He's a good fella.
Wasn't everything was all right there?
Yeah, it was good.
Wow.
Random story with Brett Rosebery.
Yeah. Dancing on the podium. Wow.
One of those Thailand full moon parties.
Joey's partying with umpires. That sounds cool.
No, nothing wrong with that. Here is Membry. He's got well under that. It's online, but it was just short in the end because he got under it and it was helped through the goal in the end by Rory Lobb. And a minor score it was. 53 plays 45 in favour of the Magpies.
Bailey Dale wasn't too sure what to do. Defers to the captain Liberatore in the absence of Bontempelli. On the wing, Dolan will run and chase and carry and then roll the ball along the line. It's about 45 metres that he's gained in the end. It's a good result.
I mentioned that Brett Rosebery hadn't made the 500 game yet. He has. He's done the most in history. He's 536. So he's pretty good.
Yes.
Done about 10 grand finals or something. He's amazing.
That's right. He's been on the piss with Joey in Thailand.
Yeah, on the podium.
Yeah.
Who gets up there and there?
Yeah, but in the podium back in the day, BT, the
shirt off.
Yeah, shirt off. Yeah, no shirts
shirt
off. Yeah, no shirts off.
Shirt off in the budgies.
Yeah.
This is unusual.
What happens in Thailand stays in Thailand.
Unusual podium.
Holding, Collingwood, Dacos.
Picture no artist could paint.
Dacos free.
7:11:53. Footscray. Collingwood, I should say. Footscray 6:9:45 on that scoreboard. It can be hard to understand sometimes. Side bottom. Up to the wing, just fell short of Membry. Well done by Dale, put himself in the front spot. Was tackled, could have been legged. Umpire says play on. Bailey Williams links up with Liberatore.
Libba, little kick here, finds his opportunity.
Darcy wants it one-on-one. Poor kick.
A little bit short, it was indeed. Who was it that kicked? Dolan it was. Intercept mark being taken here by Jeremy Howe. Little chip kick over the top to Nick Dacos. He's in half-back, little one around the corner, finds Houston. They're sneaking up the ground too easily. Houston goes out wide looking for Schultz. Bailey Williams got one claw on it, and they knock it over the line out of bounds. And so Collingwood all of a sudden have got the ball on their 50. What is the forward half time in possession here in this quarter, Ash? Have you got any idea of that particular stat? It feels like Collingwood had a fair bit of it.
Yeah, Collingwood going at 60%, Bulldogs only 40, and the inside 50s 9-5. Collingwood's running.
Yeah, it's sort of low inside 50 count this quarter. It's been played between the arcs most of this third term.
8-point lead to the Magpies here. Sanders had the footy, so did Davidson. Stripped of it. Collingwood applying pressure here. Out the back it's Kennedy. Got the handle to Williams. He's chased down though and forced to kick around the corner with a scrubber kick. It spills to side bottom, backs out of trouble. Got the overhead handball. They're in real trouble here, the Dogs. They're going absolutely nowhere. There's handballs flying everywhere and they're in the same spot. They now go for the opening kick in the middle to Fraser.
It's a good one too, and Gallagher streams through the middle of the MCG. Looks slightly wide with his kick to Vandermeer. Takes it in rhythm from 60 out into the pocket. Nice build up. Riley West diving down. Has got it. 30 out from goal. Tough shot at the city end.
Yeah, but needed someone to break the game open, and of course it's the leg of Bailey Dale, who had the confidence to spear a ball into the corridor, which opened up the whole field for the Western Bulldogs forwards to work into. Good transition.
His father Scott, one of the greats of the Footscray Western Bulldogs footy club. 7-time best and fairest winner. And Riley's taken a while to find his spot in the team, but he's starting to make his mark. And he'll keep his spot in the team for a long time to come if he finishes like that. 7-9 plays 7-11. Smart goal from Riley West on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Another son of a gun. Father Scotty, 7-time best and fairest winner. Footscray celebrating their 100 years in the AFL tonight. And that was a clutch finish. He really needed to steer that one home. They've really struggled and haven't had many opportunities in this term. So when they do get them, they've had to make the most of it. And on that occasion, Riley West was able to do that. He's played on Jeremy Howe a lot. I'm not sure if she can get the numbers up. I'm not sure whether it's been a bit of a defensive role in Jeremy Howe or whether Howe's just playing as the deepest and West is playing more of that full forward role. But he seems to have been on him for a fair portion of the game.
The voice of Joey Montagna on Triple M Football. Seabus Super Special comments. Back to the middle we go with old Bentham out there in number 22, Nathan Williamson, the umpire, with a good bounce. Out of the middle they go. Here is Riley West. Clearing ball. Got over the back to Liberatore. He's running onto his preferred foot. Got the handball back inside to Sanders. He eludes the Plainer tackle. Goes back to Libber on the boundary line. Libber tries to spike one here to Darcy. Darcy had both hands on it. Just knocked down to ground. Centering ball here. Should be marked by Cameron. Had it spoiled. Free kick given away by Harms. The old too rough free kick. I'm not sure what was for, but Cameron's got it in the defensive goal square.
Yeah, if that's a free kick, you could have argued again that the Sam Darcy contest could have been a free kick as well from Darcy Moore. He's had a few chances.
Well, the Pies by 2 points. We head towards three-quarter time. Nothing has separated these two teams tonight.
Stand.
As the Bulldogs who kicked the first 22 points of the game. Collingwood have clawed back since then. Here's Lockie Schultz. Has 2 goals to his name. Collingwood's only multiple goal kicker for the night.
Me too.
He's told to play on. Sat it on the head of McStay. Presents well. Dacos, so smart, knew where the footy was going to be and put himself there. Handballs back in board, Nick to Pendlebury. He's tackled by Williams. He's tackled by Dale. And he's got a problem.
It was smart though. He could have let go of the ball, Pennery, but he knew he was surrounded by Dogs players, so he said, okay, I'll concede the free.
Yeah, slow it up.
Yeah, but it's not getting out of here. And he's done a good job at doing that, because now Dale has to kick over the man on the mark. And he says, someone come at me, I'm a good kick, I can spear you, and he puts it straight down the throat of Cameron. So Cameron takes the mark at half back for Collingwood. 7:11:53 Collingwood leading the Dogs 7:9:51.
Play on!
Low scoring affair given the conditions. Cameron with a pretty high up and under kick. Membry closing, English backing back, neither got it. Free kick for a block here will go Collingwood's way here to Membry. Must have been off the contest slightly.
Yeah, Bailey Dale took his eye off the ball to stop Membry from running jumping.
Membry looking for something deep. They're all calling to go long. He does. Very, very high ball. Trying to get a run at it. Karmas did well with a thunderous spoil. Knocked it forward to the front to Houston. Undished the handball, went out wide, side bottom, picked it up. Right foot snap around the corner. He's got it. Something out of nothing for the Pies. 8:11:59 to the Dogs. 7:9:51 on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Yeah, well, they've been able to get a few of those goals tonight. They've been patient, Collingwood, when they've got the ball sort of between that 50 and 70 mark, and it's meant that Collingwood are able to push their numbers inside the forward 50, either to pressure or if there is a big fist like we've seen, they've got players there to crump. And it was Houston that had the clean pick-up, shoveled the handball out wide. It was a bad bounce for Bramble, but side bottom with a bit of time and space, he's all class. That'll never disappear, even as he starts to slow down towards the end of his career, but
Let's go,
that's a nice finish.
Game number 334 tonight.
Good effort.
For Steele side bottom. Two-time Copeland Trophy winner. Been a brilliant footballer for Collingwood.
Just so talented, as Joey pointed out, on both sides of the body. Just got incredible feel for the ball in the game.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. A little bit of breathing room for the Pies now. They lead by 8 points. And we've got 2 minutes remaining in the quarter. Here come the Bulldogs forward. A little chip onto the head of Sanders, who we haven't seen a lot of tonight. Lipinski, quick hands. Works it back to Houston. Trying to kick with the outside of the boot. Didn't time it well. It's out of bounds on the full.
I've never seen Houston kick on his left. Can't picture that, seeing Dan Houston what it looks like.
And he had Maynard out the back, who was a lefty, but he tried to right foot banana it.
Bit cute.
I don't think I've ever seen him kick on his left. Long ball in here from Harms. Big spoil over the back, spills to Moore. Under pressure, the Pies. Dacos with an underground handball to Lipinski. Got rid of it quickly inside bottom. Happily conceded over the boundary. Still inside the attacking 50 here for the Dogs. As we close in on the last 2 minutes of this third quarter. Still a tight game. Anyone's game here. We think a record home and away crowd ever for the Western Bulldogs here tonight. In fact, we don't think. Looking at the crowd, we know. An amazing turn up tonight it has been. Norton was there, tackled immediately. We'll have a ball up.
Sam Darcy with 3 goals.
Long tipping tonight, somewhere around the 77.5, Ash, somewhere around that.
Normally pretty good with your numbers too, BT.
Yep.
I'd be surprised if it's much more, and I'd be surprised if it's much less.
He's got a brilliant eye for these things.
Yeah, he's a genius.
Pendlebury didn't have a lot to work with ahead. Membry was playing from behind. There's a whistle here for some holding.
Those free kicks have turned around, Jack. It's now 25-12 Collingwood's way. At one stage it was 5-1 the Bulldogs' way.
Here's Chua, Red Z lending. Clock ticks down to a minute remaining in this third term. Shallow kick forward by Membry, and it's picked off easily by English of the Dogs.
English, short little kick here to Karmas, who's been trying hard all night, and Karmas is told by the bench, of which he's very close to, strangely, that there's a few seconds to go, 30, 40 seconds, and to slow down when they've got the ball going forward. Weird. High footy. Norton couldn't get a run at it. Maynard with the big spoil will knock it immediately to the boundary, and we'll have a stoppage and half forward for the Dogs with 30 seconds left in the quarter. It's been a 3-goal Collingwood quarter to a 1-goal Western Bulldogs quarter. An amazing crowd. We think a record all-time home and away for the Dogs. English in front. Knocked down West, was immediately tackled by Lipinski. Richard hovering over it. Gee, side bottom keeps his feet so well in these situations where it's a running maul. Spills wide here. Went after it and sort of won it in the end. Jarray went back into trouble, and another ball up right on the Toyota logo.
They've been able to wind the time down. We have 14 seconds remaining. Ball up on the wing. Members side. here at the Coliseum that is the Triple MCG. And at three-quarter time, it's Collingwood who are going to hold a slender lead. 8 points in a game where there's been nothing between them so far tonight. 8-11-59 to 7-9-51. Brian Taylor, Joey Montagna, Ash Stewart, Nat Unides and Jack Everin with you for Friday Night Footy. Big crowd here at the MCG, and for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter, the titanium caravans stay off-road and off-grid for longer with a luxurious titanium caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
the new AFL Happy Meal is here with 18 unique bag clips to collect. Available 10:30am to midnight while stocks last for a limited time only.
Melbourne, weekdays from 6. It's
Mick in the morning.
It's the show with Mick Malloy, Nick Rewalt, Titus O'Reilly and Rosie Walton.
It's a commentator's curse. Occasionally you come across names that are very hard to get off without sniggering.
General Booty.
That's my safe word.
This is my favourite, Dong Dong, who was a trampoliner in the Olympics.
Trampoline?
Start your day with Mick in the morning. Weekdays from 6 on Melbourne's Triple M.
Visit quit.org.au to start your journey and quit one step at a time.
Why wait for pleasure when you can have it now? At Wild Secrets, Australia's largest adult store, we're turning up the heat with our After Payday sale. That's right, shop now, pay later, and indulge in the best toys, lingerie and pleasure essentials without the wait. Discreet shipping, no stress, all satisfaction. Hurry, shop now at wildsecrets.com.au and spice up your nights. Because pleasure shouldn't have to wait. Wild Secrets, where passion meets play.
Sculpting. Work. Expenses. Work. Clay. Work. Receipts. Work. The kiln. Work. Trying to match up receipt dates with the same amount of success you had when you were trying to match up with Stacey O'Keefe at your high school disco. Not much, but hey, at least you got to hold hands with the receipt. Work. Do less work with Solo by MYOB, the new admin app for sole operators that tracks expenses by snapping them on your phone. Sign up for Solo at myob.com.
Autumn's here, and so are the leaves. Sort your garden out with Cyclone's complete range of rakes, gloves and garden bags built to last. Your autumn tidy-up just got easier. Visit cyclone.com.au today. Cyclone Tools, the right tool for the job.
I am the compensation for your injuries.
After your lawyer takes up to 25% in uplift fees
This is the
that you will actually receive.
Oh dear.
Redlicks are one of the only Victorian law firms who never charge uplift fees, so you get more of the awarded compensation, which is a great outcome for you and your family. Redlicks Work Injury Lawyers. Get back to better.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
The tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Upgrade your home with Doors Plus March Madness sale. Save on stunning external or sleek internal doors. Even doors for pets. March Madness savings across the range. Plus, we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Hassle-free from selection to installation. March Madness on now. Doors Plus, no fuss.
Hey, and have mercy. This is Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top.
This is George Thorogood. The Red Hot Summer Tour presents the greatest rock show on earth, starring ZZ Top, George Thorogood and the Destroyers, along with The Living End, Baby Animals and Rose Tattoo. The Red Hot Summer Tour, rocking on the lawns at Mornington Racecourse, April 27. Get your tickets now from redhotsummertour.com.au.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M! Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Tradies, big jobs, small jobs, tough jobs. Beacon Trade's got the lighting, fans and electrical to get it done. Join up at beacontrade.com.au.
The battle continues at the MCG. Three-quarter time, it's Collingwood who lead by 8 points, kicking 3 goals to 1 in the third term. 8-11-59, they're in front of Footscray. 7-9-51 in front of a record crowd. It is a wonderful, wonderful night And we look set for a big finish. Ash Chua, what are some of the numbers tell us from that third quarter? Red Z Lending.
Well, Tom Liberatore, he racked up a fair bit of the pill, 12 touches in that third quarter, but currently the number one ranked player on the ground, 30 disposals, 9 clearances and 7 inside 50s. Nick Dacos leads the way for the Maggies, Jack, with 25 touches and 9 score involvements.
Amazing player, isn't he?
How do they try and stop that, Joey? Nick Dacos.
Well,
it's a question on everything.
Yeah, they haven't really tried. So that was the watch. They haven't really tried to stop him. They're backing their own game in. They love to get more numbers around the footy. That's been a bit of the hallmark of the Dogs. I think they're plus 13 in ground ball gets in this game. So you can see the Dogs outnumber and try and flick it around by hand if they can get forward. Collingwood have been able to use their hands from the back half in that quarter, get that corridor game going, which was they were so synonymous with in their premiership year, where they come through the back of the square, charge through the middle. So it's a real game. It's still up for grabs. Neither team could break it open. It was played between the arcs. Sam Darcy and Norton are still threatening, but Collingwood are getting the better looks in the game. So first goal, I think, of this last quarter is going to be important and probably tell a story.
For Bob Jane Team Arts, buy 3, get 1 free, plus instant cashback on Bridgestone, Yokohama, Kumo and Pirelli. Visit bobjane.com.au today. Boundary side, Nat, you needies.
Yeah, Jack, the Magpies were forced to make a sub pretty early in this match, with Reece McInnes going down with what is a suspected ACL injury. So that is absolutely wretched luck for him if that is the case. The Bulldogs have just made their substitute. So Oscar Baker has come into the game for Artie Jones.
Hey, Nat, just remind us of what Chris is staring in the face with that consecutive record and what he confronts.
Yeah, so there's a chance that he does get signed by the MRO for a sling tackle. At the moment, he's on 240 consecutive games, and he needs 4 more to break the record from Jim Steins. So if he is suspended for that, could be all over for that streak.
Yeah, he absolutely looked... well, the head hit the ground, player got straight up, so there's no problems there. But we know that doesn't really matter anymore. It's the intent. Knocked down here to Richards, so that'll be interesting to see. Richards a very, very high ball. Darcy reaching over the back. Beautifully gloved off the front by Jeremy Howe in the front centre. Goes out wide with a beautiful kick to find Lockie Schultz at half back. Dacos wanted it short. Would have been barely the required journey. So just anybody's game here. Lockie Schultz easily able to get around Gallagher on the mark. Took a bounce as well and goes down in the Cox direction. Good Mark English at half back for the Dogs.
Had a good night, Tim English. He's very good when the two teams played last year. As has Sam Darcy. 3 goals. Missed a couple in the second quarter. Could have had 5 in the game. Norton couldn't mark. Fun on contact. Wasn't paid. Dogs fans not happy. Crisp for Collingwood. Turns and looks for Dacos. He and Schultz confused each other in the end. They both thought they were going to leave it for each other. And the end result for the Bulldogs is a turnover, and Richards kicks a high ball into the pocket. Not a great one. Vandermeer couldn't mark. Quaynor takes care of it and belts it out of bounds.
So Dogs in this last quarter going to the punt road end. Have it deep in their house down there at the moment. Big opportunity from the stoppage here for the Dogs. Sam Darcy there but won't do the ruck work. English and Cameron do it. Chris got the handball to side bottom. It was electrically quick.
Wow.
Schultz knocked the ball forward to Long. He was one-armed at ground level and somehow threw it out the back door. I'm not sure it was legal. And then the tackle applied on Lockie Schultz will have a ball up right on the defensive 50 for the Pies.
Guys, roll off straight up. Darcy, Tim, stay back. Here we go.
You can hear mic'd up live for Triple M football. Knocked down the throat of Nick Dacos, got the handball back to Cameron. Long advances the ball, risky in the corridor though, and it spills to Duray. His handball's intercepted by Cox. Cox can go out wide. He sets a task for Bobby Hill. It's kicked out in front of him. He doesn't have to break stride. He took a bounce. Bobby drills the goal. Electric from Collingwood. Bobby Hill says thank you for coming. And what a goal. 9-11-65 the Pies. The Dogs 7-9-51.
You're not going to beat Bobby Hill in a race when the goals are in sight. It was good vision from Mason Cox. He could have gone straight down the line. He just caught out the corner of his eye that Bobby Hill had just a metre or two on young Sam Davidson. That's a lonely place when you're chasing through the middle of the MCG and you know you're not going to catch someone. I did that a lot. It's very awkward. You know everyone, 77,000 people are watching you, and he couldn't do anything about it. Important first goal, you feel for the Pies. Just give him that little bit of buffer on what's been an arm wrestle.
Scores from turnover tonight. Ash, Red Z Lending.
Yeah, Pies almost twice as many. 6-7, 43. Bulldogs at 3-5, 23. Remember, the Pies posted 99 points from turnover last week.
14 points is their lead, Collingwood. It is the biggest in the game right now for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks.
And a secondary ball up inside the centre circle.
Hi, Collingwood.
Slap through the effects mic. Tim English is just full-blown bitch slap Darcy Cameron then. It'll be a free kick to Collingwood. Handball to Josh Dacos. Had to be quick. His kick was to the advantage of Tagawi. He had a couple of bites of the cherry, didn't mark. He'll be disappointed that he didn't hang on to that one. Norton kept it in play. Broadcast swing. Richards with time for a bounce and now a second.
He does. Now on the left boot, he's got to dispose of it well. It's at the toe, at the shoelaces of Darcy, not where he wanted it. Knocked back to Cameron. Cameron's handball to Josh Dacos. He relieved pressure by going back to side bottom. Drills it down the line, side bottom, looking for Crisp. Crisp couldn't take the mark. He'd been paid the free though. Feel like Tagawi's just a little bit rusty at the moment. Is this his first game of the year, Ash?
It is, and just the 12 touches tonight, BT.
Yeah, but we'll get better, as you'd expect. Now, Crisp has got the free on centre wing. That's a very ordinary kick to no one's advantage except English. English got the handball off to Sanders and now Karmas.
Handballs to Oscar Baker, the sub for the Bulldogs. And that's a rush kick from Gallagher right next to the boundary line. Sam Darcy did pretty well to make sure it wasn't out of bounds on the full.
Not sure whether Baker needs a headband to stand out.
Tim, Darcy, thanks.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
He stands out enough, does he, BT?
Well, I think you just want to play it.
Oh, just fly under the radar a little bit.
Headband, you got to play well.
And what happens if you spray your hair blue for tonight's game?
Yeah, you got to play exceptionally well.
Pendlebury, a great driver in heavy traffic. Drew a man, then Crisp. Handballs off to Long, absorbs that tackle. Pendlebury follows up. Handballs off to Crisp. He could go himself instead. Decided to be unselfish. McStay all alone, 30 out directly in front of the city end.
Pendlebury brilliant again. His hands in traffic tonight have been exceptional. The freshen up's done him the world of good. All the composure in the world. Set up this play. Bailey Dale be disappointed with the missed tackle. He had Ned Long cold. And that kept the handball game going.
For his second of the night. And to give Collingwood a 20-point advantage. He lets them off the hook. He misses to the left. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Still in the hunt, the Dogs.
Finding it really hard to score, the Dogs. Last sort of quarter and a half.
Dale's kick in is wide. Finds Karmas down low. He takes the mark. Karmas a little unsure what to do. In the end, he does nothing. He goes between the corridor and the boundary to no man's land. Picked up by Lipinski, although Baker worried him out of it. Pendlebury had another go. Knocks it out to Josh Dacos onto side bottom. Side bottom over the top to Pendlebury. Pendlebury with a bit of a look-away handball to McCreary. McCreary slips. Williams will be first to recover for the Western Bulldogs. Shoots the handball to Harms. Comes back now to Bailey Williams. Kick's got to be good. Quayner's on top of it to spoil. DeGoey gave the handball to Cameron. Cameron got it to Houston. And Collingwood have a win now with Josh Dacos.
He looks up ahead. And he's got a lot of stagnant targets. So kicks a left foot ball in hope as much as anything else. Fraser flips a handball back to Williams. Dale. Sanders. This is all in tight for the Bulldogs. 50 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Gallagher. Side bottom got him. And he got all of him too. Fantastic tackle from the veteran. Gallagher had nowhere to go.
Ball up, 55 out from Collingwood's city end goal. Cameron knocks it down. No advantage though. Picked up by Fraser of the Dogs. Sanders, lovely handball. Gave it off to Kennedy. Got time on the left boot here, Kennedy, to spear the ball. Norton did well, although Josh Dacos was a magnificent front centre. And a long handball to Quayner. Quayner now with a long kick from the middle corridor out wide to Bobby Hill. He takes the mark on the half-forward line on the southern stand side. Leads are coming from everywhere. Membry demanded it. He ignored it though. Goes a little bit longer and deeper. Elliott flies over the top and no win. And it'll be Williams and the Dogs to take it away.
They need a goal here, the Western Bulldogs.
Fluffing around with it a bit.
Yeah,
Price,
it's been a while between drinks.
Wouldn't be surprised to see the Dogs kick multiple goals here. Fraser switched off, I reckon, a little bit.
The transition starts with Norton next to the centre circle. Joey, what are you seeing?
Well, Dogs are just struggling now to move the ball forward. They've got to try and start running and getting some handball game going.
Strong mark taken by Sam Davidson.
High set up well defensively.
Second game. Pick number 51 in last year's draft. Dale kept it low coming in. Darcy crashes the pack.
What a march.
Or kick it to that man.
He split that pack wide open and hangs onto it. With a chance to line up for his fourth and an important one for the Western Bulldogs, too.
That's his sixth contested mark, which is a PB for Sam Darcy.
That's a good grab.
Needs to convert here though, BT.
Yep.
So test the set shot technique.
Let's have a look at it as you described. Quite mechanical.
2 behinds in the third quarter. Kicked 3 in the first half. Sam Darcy to the punt road end. He's got it. The Dogs hang around. His fourth of the night. 8-9-57 and 9-12-66. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Tradies, big jobs, small jobs, tough jobs. Beacon Trade's got the lighting, fans and electrical to get it done. Join up at beacontrade.com.au.
Yeah, clutch finish, but you feel like he's still going to have a big role to play in these last 13 minutes. As I mentioned, he's just found it a little bit harder to get some separation in this second half. Collingwood have really adjusted their team defence after they were sort of opened up in the first 15 minutes of the game. They've been able to get numbers over to support, but on that occasion, it was just too good of a mark.
I reckon Collingwood have taken... They're sort of overplaying it a little bit the last couple of times they've gone forward rather than just getting the job done.
Haven't put them away, have they?
And just got a bit of Payakaroon about them. And I reckon it could come back to bite them right on the cracker. As Cox goes for something in the middle, Norton takes it away. Gives it to Richards. Richards funneled the ball out to Davidson. Davidson worked back inside. Dangerous exploring forward-bound ball. Darcy was there off hands Vandermeer. Spills to West. Gave the handball to Liver. Liver on the left kicks it. Sensational from the Bulldogs. Back within 3 points. Dogs trail by just 3 with a heap of time on the clock on the Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Centre bounce clearance, that has been the one advantage the Dogs have had tonight, Shu. What are the centre clearance numbers and scores? Because it seems like when the Dogs come out the front, they've had good looks.
They certainly have 13-5 with the centre bounce clearances. Bulldogs were able to kick 3 goals, 2 from centre bounce. Maggie's just a 1 goal, 2.
I thought young Davidson did a bit too much. I thought he could have kicked it in the first time to Darcy one-on-one. He was able to step around a couple. Darcy provided the contest. The Smalls got to the feet. They know where it's going. And then Libbo, who's been enormous tonight, loved his work rate in his game. That's a wonderful finish.
Tom Liberatore, two-man, Red Ted Lending.
Number 1 ranked player. 31 disposals, 9 clearances, 6 score involvements at the goal.
Bulldogs lifting in front of their home crowd for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks footy. Fraser fumbles next to the centre circle. Cox gathered for Collingwood, had his kick smothered. Desperation from Norton. Sidebottom takes possession, and he's caught holding the ball straight away. Footscray wastes no time. Sanders hoisted high inside 50. And Sam Darcy attracts the double team, and that's an easy mark for Jeremy Howe.
You think there's at least 3 goals left in this game either way. So there's plenty of scoring. We've got just on 12 minutes remaining. Jeremy Howe. Advantage at the moment, though, with the Dogs, as Maynard takes a mark right in front of the Dogs bench. The difference has been Norton going into the ruck has looked good.
Yeah.
Got the last couple of clearances as a result. Nick Dacos's kick is punched away by Darcy, spills to English. Here they go, they reload again. Bramble, slipping over was Darcy. Perryman, handball to Quainer. Quainer handball to Lipinski, likewise to Nick Dacos. Right on the wing, Dacos. Looking for Cox. Doesn't come at it. Lob the spoil, but the mark's paid. Cox needs to get up quickly. Lying face down on the G at the moment.
Got the free. Free kick.
And I reckon did he get a attempted spoil in the mush and it's knocked his glasses off? And may have sent him a bit wobbly as well, the big fella. He's just getting up now and he's going to come straight from the ground. So it'll be a kick to Nick Dacos. Mason Cox coming from the ground.
Nick Dacos was the one that kicked it to him back on the wing. There's about 4 other Collingwood players that were close to the vicinity. Smart, Nick.
And he's got the eye split as well. The left eye under it split, but Dacos takes the kick and here's the lead of Elliott. Strong mark overhead on the lead. Sensational stuff. And Collingwood will get a set shot from directly out in front, 35 metres. Down to you, Nat.
Just keeping an eye on Mason Cox. He's talking to the doctors and it looks like he's definitely going to be going down to the rooms because he has a beautiful shiner on his cheek. So he's bleeding from his cheek, so he's definitely copped one there.
Okay, thank you. Now, big kick here. It is a 3-point margin in favour of the Pies. There's 10 minutes left. Jamie Elliott has a set shot. 40 metres, 35 metres out directly in front of the city end. Kick on the way is a little left, and he's really mungled it and missed badly. So 67 plays 63 in favour of the Pies.
Set shots tonight, too, for Collingwood. Feels like they've missed a couple of really gettable set shots in this second half.
Yeah, 5 goals, 8. And Elliott tonight, his conversion rate, 1 goal, 3. Usually goes at 63%.
It's the 2-man for Red Z Lending, Joe Montagna. Alongside him, Friday night footy at the MCG. 4-point game. Very much up for grabs right now. That was clever from Kennedy. Handball's off to Vandermeer. Long ball to the pocket. A little too long for West. They get a stoppage next to the point post. Punt road end, Joey.
Found some energy, the Dogs, haven't they, the last sort of 5 or 6 minutes? Really got some running now and found their second win and feel like they've got the momentum here.
Kick to nobody then from Vandermeer. Vanbury throw in very, very deep in the Dogs' attack zone. English takes the front position, knocks it down. Riley West arrives. Wants to shovel the handball out, got back up and was immediately tackled to the ground by a very aggressive Tagawi. Both those players aggressive. Riley West likes to serve it up as well. Umpire Gian Fagner throws it up. Cameron got a handball out loose to Nick Dacos. He's over the top to Prairie. Ball sits well for him. Prairie takes a bounce. Trying to run him down as Davison. Prairie got rid of it in front of the bench here. High ball. Looking over the top of McStay. Needs the front centre of the Pies. Oh, Elliott gloved it so magnificently. McStay's handball now in the path of Membry. Membry's being pursued by Williams. Williams won't let him away. And sees it out of bounds. Well done, Bailey Williams. Over boundary throw and attacking 50 here for the Pies. They lead by 4 points. Down to you, Nat.
We've just got an official crowd figure here at the MCG, BT. 78,027.
Well, there you have it, BT. As you said, record home and away crowd of all time for the Western Bulldogs. Footscray for tonight.
Wonderful, wonderful turnout by Bulldogs supporters and Collingwood supporters too. The crowds to start this season have been phenomenal.
So biggest home attendance ever. Biggest home and away attendance ever. How far off the final, Ash? We'll come back to you in a moment.
60 away from Collingwood's goal. Houston flips a handball wide. Lipinski smart. Tagawi right forward pocket. He starts it out wide and that's where it stays.
I'm tipping they would have had 100 at the grand final.
Yeah, against the Swans 2016.
Yeah, they won't beat that one. It's a bloody amazing night though for them. Well done to all of the organisers of this big celebration they've put together tonight. We've got a game to match it. Collingwood by just 5 points. It really is anyone's. English, lovely mark at centre half back. Handballs to Sanders. Through to Karmas from the middle. Karmas tackled by Hill, but he breaks the tackle. Handball went backwards to Bramble. Bramble's under pressure. Spills to Dacos. Dacos can go long and deep. Bailey Williams arrives with McStay at the same time. Off hands. Kick through the goal by McStay. Kicked his second. Bailey Williams saying he touched it. I'm not sure he's convinced, but there will be a review.
Score review. Umpire's call is touched off the boot. Please confirm.
So they're saying it is touched off the boot. Yes.
Yeah.
And it is.
Yeah, you can see the fingers.
Great call by the umpire.
Yeah. And great desperation from Bailey Williams. He's had a couple of enormous efforts in this fourth quarter.
Well done with the goal review. And that will be a clear behind. Couldn't be any more definitive on the goal review, and a minor score only. So 68-63 in favour of the Pies.
And the goal umpire, as you said, BT, called it straight away, said it was touched. Great work. Western Bulldogs waste no time. Long kick from the goal square to the outer side, and English thought that he had enough of it. Mark wasn't paid. Instead, we're going to ball up.
Darcy, Tim.
The Pies by 6 points.
Yours.
Friday night footy, the MCG. Fraser from the base of the stoppage kicks up to the wing. Riley West was doing some holding. And Quaynor takes the advantage for Collingwood. He's got some numbers on the outer side wing.
He has indeed. Goes inside here looking for Degoe. And drops a bit of a chesty under a lot of pressure from Bramble. Anyone sitting on the bench, Nat, that shouldn't be there needs to get out there now. Got any good players, either team, on the bench here?
Yeah, strangely enough, the Western Bulldogs have had Sam Darcy on the bench for the last couple of minutes, so they'll be hoping that he can get out there shortly. We don't want to see a repeat of what we saw with Tom de Koning last night.
Well, the ball's on the other side of the ground now. There's 7 minutes to go. If it stays over there for 3 or 4 minutes, he won't get back out there. So they need to make sure they've got that bench sorted. Sanders with a high ball. Jeremy Howe sets himself and takes a nice mark. Collingwood lead it by, 6 points. Kick into the middle, side bottom, one hand. Coming through was Fraser. Paddles the ball. He's got runners left, right and centre. He says, piss off, I'm going for home. And he kicks the goal. Scores a level. He said, get out of my way, I'm not giving it. Scores level at the G's with 7 minutes remaining on the Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, something out of nothing there. The kick was on for side bottom. He had some time and space. He may have felt there was some perceived pressure. He couldn't take the mark. And then I love what Fraser did, because he did look up, BT. He looked at his options. There was nothing inside 50. And you could see the moment he made the decision, right, I'm putting the head down, I'm having a bounce, and I'm going to pin the ears back. And he took it on himself, and that is a wonderfully executed play from a youngster.
Just his third career goal, if you don't mind.
Number 1 ranked play this quarter. 9 disposals, a couple of clearances and 1 major. And BT, just that crowd of 78,027. That's the 12th all-time biggest crowd for the Western Bulldogs in their 100-year history, including finals.
Wow.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. Scores level at the MCG with 7 minutes remaining. And it's Nick Dacos who takes it upon himself for the centre clearance win. Handball off to side bottom. Left foot kick into the pocket was good, and Schultz run underneath it. The ball was tailor-made for him, and he didn't judge it coming in. Dale kicks it out of defence for the Western Bulldogs. Now Oscar Baker, a bounce down the Shane Warne stand wing.
Not much to give it to, so he has to go low to Riley West. And Maynard got a fist there as well. And over the boundary line it goes. This one's heating up now. Scores level. 6 3/4 minutes remaining in the game. No win favouring any end. Scoring easy at both ends. Huge crowd. Breaking all sorts of records. Magnificent night for the Dogs. Quick kick goes to the boundary by Collingwood, and that'll be deliberate.
Just panicking a little bit here, Collingwood. Some drop marks and some efforts. Just need to regain their composure. Certainly, obviously, still well in this, but Dogs with the momentum.
The head-banded Baker sends it forward. Bound Darcy was there off hands. It comes to Sanders. Got the handball out to Fraser. Oh, he wanted to go again. He got a snifter of them, and he said, I love the smell of the honey pot. And he coughed it up, and now Degoe.
One-on-one on the wing. Williams did well. Didn't overcommit. Karmas picked up the footy. Degoe tackles him. Alligator rolls him into the ground. Ball up, members side at the MCG. 69 apiece. 6 minutes remaining. Joey Montagna on Triple M footy.
Some great contest. There's tired bodies everywhere. This is where you got to dig in mentally. Who wants it more?
The little things are the big things right now. And a Collingwood free. Handball from Schultz off to Houston. Sends it to the top of the goal square. All of the Collingwood forwards assembled. Degoe is going to be paid the mark.
Wow. Really?
Harvey Norman replay, BT. I'm not sure he had enough of that.
I'm not sure he had much of it at all. The umpire's indicating a bit of a push here, but gee.
Gee, it's Harvey Norman. First of all, it was a big shove from De Goey to nudge Buku Khamis under it, and then the mark's probably there.
Mark's right, but
the spoil from Lob came a bit too late.
First game of the season tonight to put Collingwood back in front.
Oh, he's missed.
He does, but only by a point.
Wow. What's the draw history, Ash, with Collingwood leading by a point? Is there any draw history?
BT, just once. That was back in 1995. And, of course, the Bulldogs were known as Footscray back then. The scoreline was similar, 71 points apiece back then.
Oh, yeah, Footscray again tonight. Ash drawing all sorts of comparisons there. High ball it is. Wonderful mark here by Houston. And Houston takes the mark here at half-back. So what do we got? We've got 4 3/4 minutes remaining. Collingwood lead by 1 point. There's a goal in it. There's a goal to be got here somehow by someone. Lipinski to Sidebottom. Sidebottom to Dacos. Dacos over the top there has been cut off by Bailey Dale. And a free kick for a deliberate. McStay. He reckons Bailey Dale made no attempt to keep it in.
No, that ball bounced up off his shoulder, essentially. Gee. What's the free kick count tonight? This is amazing.
31-14, Collingwood's way.
Oh, there'll be some doggy supporters that'll be ringing up Talkback Radio later.
And they can do it. McStay, 50-metre line where it intercepts the boundary line. A horrible, horrible kick, and Bailey Dale marks in the pocket.
No point ringing us. No. BT will be on the tram by then.
I will.
Dale into the back pocket. Baker under some duress. Bobby Hill got him. He chased him from 30 metres away. Wow. And he ran him down.
Baker looks like something off a comedy show.
Karate Kid skit or something like that.
What a tackle run down from Bobby Hill, Jack.
Watch him run out here. He might want to run around.
He's kicked 2 goals in the game tonight already.
I'd be careful if I was Oscar on the mark.
4 minutes remaining at the MCG.
9. Let's see if there's a bit of candy 7, on it.
6, 5.
Bobby Hill takes all of the allotted 30 seconds. Man on the mark. 50 metres out. A step in from the boundary. Here he goes from 50. And he kicks it off his shin. And it grubs towards goal.
That's better than a behind, I reckon.
And it's out of bounds.
So it's a boundary throw in deep in Collingwood's attack zone. Down to you, Nat.
Mason Cox is unbelievably just come back from the rooms and he's warming up on the boundary. So we thought he might be going down for a concussion test. He definitely has a shiner on his cheek, but he's warming up and looks like he's ready to go.
Boundary throw in here deep for Collingwood. Side bottom for the stoppage goal. 52nd. Oh, the skill and the knowledge. And he gets surrounded by teammates here, side bottom. And he gives them a very nice lead with 3.5 minutes remaining. Collingwood 76 to the Dogs 69.
Just all the smarts, all the skill in the world. He just summed up the opportunities. Opponent Bailey Dale just got drawn into the contest, spilled out. He only needs half a yard. Took it cleanly. Was able to drop the ball one-handed, but got the drop of the ball exactly on the angle he wanted to snap it around. And in a milestone game for Scott Pendlebury and Steele Sidebottom, that might just be the one.
It was impressive.
He's still got it.
Yep. He's just got a wonderful feel of the ball and foot and hand.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. 7 points now is the deficit for the Western Bulldogs. Liberatore's been enormous. Centre clearance win. Follows it up off the back of a Richards handball. His kick was smothered. Excellent from Houston. And then Sidebottom kicks for territory. The ball rolls out to the wing broadcast side. Too fast for McCreary. Membry gave it. Only as far though as Gallagher for the Bulldogs. Boots a ball. He's starting to run out of room. Sidebottom 75 metres around from Collingwood's goal. One more just about iced the game. Perryman pops it up. McStay couldn't get a run at it. And the Dogs have got to go now through Baker.
Well, they do. They've got it with Vandermeer on the half-back line, so they can go all the way here. Can they find someone down on the wing? Vandermeer has to go for the all-or-nothing kick, and he finds Big English. English has taken the mark on the point of the square at half-back. It's a 7-point margin in favour of Collingwood. In the hands of Kennedy now. They move it to centre forward. Lobb should mark, and he does. They're a big chance. Lobb's going to go forward. Harms has got the sit on Howe. It's a genuine one-on-one. He got under it, Harms. He got hopelessly under it. If they concede the behind, which they do, Collingwood, quite unbelievably, that sets it up for a draw. It's a 6-point margin. Can't believe they conceded that, Joey.
Interesting, wasn't it? He's confident how that they can hold on to the footy for 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
It's a long time, Joey.
It is still too long.
It is a long time. Howe runs his full measure and kicks long to McStay, who gets to the front spot and marks.
He's gone for the all or nothing.
Back in ball, it's risky.
3 of them coming at him.
It pays off to Schultz. And now they can start to play the possession game, Collingwood, if they wish.
Dogs have to get organised. They have to man up, find one.
A minute 45 left.
They're unorganised here, the Western Bulldogs. There are 2 spare players. They've got to squeeze up and find one each. They're not urgent enough here. Collingwood will just pick them off.
Josh Dacos. Disposal number 25.
They're one error away from it, though.
Has to kick to a contest. It's right against the boundary line. Karmas chimes in front and takes the mark. It's go time for the Dogs.
It is. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. They're a goal down. Karmas runs. Sends a long ball, Norton bound. Hands on it, couldn't bring it in. Got it for second grab. Moore is there. Little handball out wide. The blue-headed lob is rammed into the ground, and the umpire said, we'll ball it up. It's 55 metres out from the Dogs' punt road goal. They're down by 1 goal. You reckon win Collingwood or draw are the only 2 possible results. 1 minute remaining. Ball up, Darcy. Knocks it down side bottom. Side bottom towards the boundary line. McStay knocks it over the line, and the umpire says we'll throw it in.
Well, it's all set up now, Joey. Throw in. Neutral territory.
Collingwood have got, what have they got? Just 1 behind the ball at the moment. Pendlebury, Western Bulldogs got 7 forwards, so Rory Lobb's gone forward.
56 seconds left. Collingwood lead by 1 straight kick. Pendlebury off the back of the stoppage. Handballs to McStay. Now Nick Dacos walks it to the boundary line. The umpire thought about it for a second. And instead, we get another throw in. Collingwood take 10 seconds off the clock. It's now down to 46. They have been the close finish specialists from the moment Craig McRae arrived. They're tested in a tight one once again. Throw in broadcast wing. Davidson threw that out. Umpire let it go.
Wow.
Richards got boots of ball and slams it inside the Bulldogs forward 50. Schultz back there for Collingwood. He slipped over. Chris got a kick away.
He has indeed. There's 30 seconds left. Karmas is in front. It's 70 metres from the Dogs' goal. They trail by 1 goal. Ball knocked out wide to the boundary line. Norton and Baker has a little bit of a fumble. So set the scene. There's 20 seconds remaining. The Dogs trail by 1 goal. The ball's between wing and half forward for the Dogs. It'll have to be swift and it'll have to be perfection. Can the Dogs win it and clear it from the stoppage immediately? That's what needs to happen. Dacos in there. Got the handball out here to side bottom. Collingwood are going to win as side bottom kicks it out of bounds on the full. 9 seconds and counting. And the Pies, you would think, are going to win from here.
It's going to have to take something remarkable from here. Free kick will be taken. Gallagher is underneath the Shane Warne stand. He'll run as far as he possibly can. Kicks to a contested situation. Darcy Cameron gets back, and that'll be your ball game. When it's winning time, Collingwood know exactly what to do. Winners by a goal in a thriller at the MCG.
They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Yes, Yes, what an incredible win it was for the Collingwood Footy Club. The Dogs were going right to the end. And in the end, they really hung on because it was the Dogs, I reckon, Jack, that were finishing with, as Joey pointed out, more energy.
They needed another minute, didn't they?
Yep.
Just one more minute would have been enough, BT.
And I reckon Collingwood started to turn off with about 10 minutes to go, and it was just a bit early to turn off. Gee, that can harm you in terms of your mental approach, can't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they win. Only just. And for the Bulldogs, they've got so many players out at the moment. This would have been a real 50-50 game that they would have loved to have pinched tonight.
Yep.
And not forgetting, of course, that it's a night of celebration for the footy club, and they are going to fall agonisingly short. And meanwhile, Collingwood, after a thumping in round one, have taken their record back to 2-1.
Yep, and I guess we all feel for McInnes tonight, don't we? It looks like, as Nat reported down there, a possible ACL for him. So that would be the rest of the season for him. Jack Crisp is in danger of his consecutive games record being cut short by the fact he could at the match review be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, not good news, unfortunately, for him. 10-10-70 the Bulldogs. Collingwood 10-16-76. Confirmation of that final score on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Tradies, big jobs, small jobs, tough jobs. Beacon Trade's got the lighting, fans and electrical to get it done. Join up at beacontrade.com.au. Fantastic performance, a milestone night for Scott Pendlebury and Steel Sidebottom. Here they are, courtesy of Channel 7.
Yeah, well, it was nice to get the steal because it might have cost us one there in the middle of the ground, but yeah, what a slog, really. That's just
good job, mate.
Yeah, a bit of grit there. I think wasn't our way all night, and yeah, I think good teams find a way, and we're able to do that.
Pendles, what about this guy late? I mean, 12 disposals in the final term. He kicked 2 tonight. It's pretty impressive, winding back the clock.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just the passion too when he kicks the goal. The crowd love it, and yeah, footy has a funny way of being the fairy tales and stuff like that always happens. So it was great that he kicked the sealer and had a hell of a last quarter.
308 games together. It's actually quite hard to fathom. I mean, less than 1% of players reached the 300-game milestone, but how much have you loved the journey so far?
It's been incredible to share it with someone like this that's basically become a brother of mine, and this one to me almost means more than any individual milestone I've achieved, because to do it with a really close friend and in a game like tonight, it's just been yeah, hell of a ride, but I reckon we've got a little bit more left in us.
You two have tasted so much success side by side, but how hungry are you to get some more in 2025, as Pendle's just alluded to?
Oh, definitely. That's the one reason I'm here. It's the one reason everyone's here, and I think if you lose that drive to want to succeed, then that's probably time. But yeah, we're both just as hungry as ever, and yeah, can't wait for the season just to play out.
I'm going to throw this one at both of you, but what's your favourite memory playing alongside each other?
It's about here in 23 when he kicked the goal and he hit me that hard, he nearly knocked me over. Seriously, he hit me that hard. He had to hold me up, but that's a good memory to have though for tonight. I'll sleep well knowing that side he kicked the sealer.
How are you, Sadie?
Yeah, plenty on the field, but just now going through it with Dip, but having our family to be a part of all these milestones like this, and yeah, to have my kids interact with Dip's kids, and it's a real family club, and yeah, it's really nice.
Congratulations, guys. Go and soak this up. It's an unbelievable milestone, and no doubt very proud.
Thanks, Ash.
Certainly is. Great performance from Scott Pendlebury and Steel Sidebottom. Scott Pendlebury and Steel Sidebottom, Two-Man, what were their contributions tonight?
Yeah, Pendlebury, 26 disposals, Jack, 11 score involvements, but Steel Sidebottom, he had 22, kicked 2 majors, but in that final term, 12 disposals.
Wow.
And kicked a goal as well.
2 players that have still got it and still offer this team so much.
Yeah, and speaking of the experienced players, we won't call them the oldies, but tonight's team in regards to Collingwood, second oldest team in VFL, AFL history.
And a really cool touch here, they've just swapped jumpers, Scott Pendlebury and Steel Sidebottom as well. As you said, as we heard in the interview, they've become such wonderful mates over the journey, and now there's a little keepsake for them that they can keep each other's jumpers forever on this milestone night. It's Collingwood who get the win, 10-16-76 to the Western Bulldogs, 10-10-70. Josh Dacos to join us down in the rooms with Joey and Nat as part of the Amy review on the other side of this. A big win for the Pies all night long and all season long. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Tradies, big jobs, small jobs, tough jobs. Beacon Trade's got the lighting, fans and electrical to get it done. Join up at beacontrade.com.au.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M rocks footy.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Melbourne, weekdays from 6. It's
In the morning.
Mick in the Morning with Roo, Titus and Rosie.
What's your favourite animal? Come on.
Oh, the bear, the grizzly bear.
Rosie, what's your favourite animal?
Probably the otter. They're cute. They have rocks and they go, hey, look at my rock. How good's my rock?
They got big buck teeth. Is that the beaver?
It's the beaver. They're not bad.
That's right.
I don't mind a beaver.
Start your day with Mick in the Morning. Weekdays from 6 on Melbourne's Triple M.
Visit quit.org.au to start your journey and quit one step at a time.
Why wait for pleasure when you can have it now? At Wild Secrets, Australia's largest adult store, we're turning up the heat with our After Payday sale. That's right. Shop now, pay later, and indulge in the best toys, lingerie, and pleasure essentials without the wait. Discreet shipping, no stress, all satisfaction. Hurry, shop now at wildsecrets.com.au and spice up your nights. Because pleasure shouldn't have to wait. Wild Secrets, where passion meets play.
Listen to your body. Your wheezy smoker's cough is trying to tell you something. It's telling you it's time to quit.
For help, visit quit.org.au or contact Quitline on 137848.
It's arrived at Mercedes-Benz Waverley, the new GLC 200 4MATIC SUV. And at 95,500 drive away, it's well worth a look. Plus, discover the new GLC 300 Avant-Garde 4MATIC SUV, 99,900 drive away. To experience the GLC difference, make your move to Mercedes-Benz Waverley today. 769 Springvale Road.
On my way, on my way.
T's and C's apply. Licence 578.
Doors Plus March Madness sale on this week. Bifold doors, sliding doors, stacking doors and more. March Madness savings across the range. With up to 50% off fully installed packages. Why shop anywhere else? March Madness on this week. Doors Plus, no fuss.
No time to cook? What do? A, cry for help. Or B, tuck into a ready-made U-Foods meal. U-Foods tasty ready-made meals are delivered fresh. No prep needed. Just heat, eat and enjoy. Get your fix today with U-Foods.
Hey, and have mercy. This is Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top.
This is George Thorogood.
The Red Hot Summer Tour presents the greatest rock show on earth, starring ZZ Top, George Thorogood and the Destroyers, along with The Living End, Baby Animals and Rose Tattoo. The Red Hot Summer Tour, rocking on the lawns at Mornington Racecourse, April 27. Get your tickets now from redhotsummertour.com.au.
Get a $200 sign-up credit on your first home electricity bill. Find out how at energyaustralia.com.au. New South Wales and Vic only.
New working year, new working gear. Step on up to the new Bailey Aluminium Step Extension Ladder. Using unique rear slides, it's the quickest, most convenient and most compact conversion style ladder available. Way more compact conversion than a traditional dual purpose. Bailey's Step Extension gives you step, leaning and straight with a rear leg section narrow enough to work within studs and manholes. Treat yourself to the all-new Bailey Aluminium Step Extension Ladder, exclusively at Bunnings. BaileyLadders.com.au.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy. When clangers happen, it's lucky you're with Amy.
Collingwood win by a goal at the MCG, and here they go to sing the song.
Sung with absolute gusto after what was a very tight encounter here at the MCG. 6-point winners, Collingwood over the Western Bulldogs, 76-70. A still side-bottom goal in the dying minutes eventually won it for them. I'm joined down here in the rooms by Joey Montagna. Joey, we're going to talk to Josh Dacos in a minute, but before we do that, I think we should get to your Triple MVP award votes.
Straight into the votes.
Let's do it.
Well, I think this was a bit more of a clear-cut votes than sometimes, so I gave the one vote to Sam Darcy. He was unbelievable. I thought that particularly in the first half, he looked like he was going to rip the game open. Kicked the 4 goals, 6 contested marks, a career high for him. Missed a couple as well, so he could have had a big bag, but he was brilliant. 2 votes I gave for Tom Liberatore. I thought he was enormous tonight for the Western Bulldogs. He was everywhere, winning contested ball, winning clearance, hitting the scoreboard, and he had a massive amount of footy. But as we'll hear on Brownlow night, 3 votes Ndakos. He was just sensational. Lifted again in the last quarter when they needed him. 39 touches, 11 score involvements. Everything that looked good about Collingwood when they were running through the middle and looking threatening, it was involving him. And to be fair, Scott Pendlebury as well, but I thought Nick Dacos was clearly the best man on the ground tonight.
It certainly helps when you have somebody like Nick Dacos in your side, but a lot does get made about the age of this Collingwood list. We've seen that Scott Pendlebury and Steele Sidebottom, they've set a new record. We've got signs around here in the room, side by sides, 308 games for those two. It really is the last roll of the dice for the Pies this season, isn't it? And they really need to make the most of it.
Yeah, they're in the window, and this is their time, and I thought they really dug in tonight. It was a great effort. They had to dig in. The Bulldogs were coming. You're chatting to us. We've got Josh Dacos now, chatting to us at Triple M. We've got Josh Dacos here. Congratulations on the win. Hard fought. It was gutsy. They came late, the Dogs, but you found a way, as you normally do.
Yeah, it was. They came out strong and, like you said, finished well late. And, we were a bit inaccurate on the night, which I think hurt us. But all in all, great game. 2 for us now, so we're very happy.
For Bob Jane T-Marts, buy 3, get 1 free, plus instant cash back on Bridgestone, Yokohama, Kumo and Pirelli. Visit bobjane.com.au today. T's and C's apply. I'm sure you'll be doing that, Josh. Hey, just want to talk to you about Steele Sidebottom, because that was an incredible moment for him and what's a really special game for him and for Scott Pendlebury as well.
It was super fitting. He's a big-time player. We've seen it years on end now, and awesome for him to kick the match win in the end. He's so classy, and it's an amazing achievement for both of them, both absolute legends of the club, and I think just speaks to their professionalism and longevity towards their career. They've been amazing teammates, and so happy we get the win for them.
And not done yet, still going strong. Just a word on Reece McInnes, even though he's had a lot of bad luck, looks like it might be more bad luck out of the group field.
Yeah, obviously waiting for more news with Reef, but seeing him go to the game early, I think with what might be a knee, I'm not too sure how bad. Obviously, we'll be thinking of him. It leaves a sour note on this win, and he's been an awesome player to start this year. Like you said, he's had a tough run to start his career, and it's unfortunate to see him go down like this, but fingers crossed for the result.
And then it meant you had to rejig the back line a little bit. Obviously, Ned Long came in the midfield, Perryman came back, but then you had your hands full with Sam Darcy. You were back there. He's pretty impressive. What were the conversations when you got together as a backline group on how you could support one another to try and stop the big man?
He is, like you said, we lost a bit of height with Reef going down, and Sam Darcy's enormous, got a massive reach on him, and he was really dangerous tonight. So I think as much as possible, you almost need 2 to go to him. He's just so good one-on-one, and obviously for how young he is, he uses his body so well. So he was really dangerous tonight, but it speaks to the flexibility of our team. Obviously, Longy comes into the midfield. Pez played great down back, and I think that as a team, it's super important to have that.
I want to talk to you about your brother. Joey's just given his votes, and he's given 3 to Nick again. I want to know, honestly, though, do you get sick of hearing 3 votes for Nick Dacos? There's got to be some sort of sibling rivalry there.
No, not at all. It's actually quite the opposite. Growing up, always been best of mates from day one, and I'm never surprised with Nick and his football, and the amount of time we spend working together, I get to see firsthand, the work he puts into his game, and then to see it come out game day is super special. It's a real credit to Dad as well for all the work he did with him growing up, and Nick's so young. I think I forget it at times just with his maturity and the way he's been playing. So I'm excited, to watch him continue growing.
Just the last one tonight. You're pretty handy yourself. How are you enjoying the half-back role? What have been some of the challenges, and how are you finding it?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I think I've really enjoyed it. Went there back end of last year, and it's just been a nice change for me. I played wing for predominantly most of my career, so it's been something new, and I'm enjoying playing with Dan Houston. He's been an amazing pickup. Harry Perriman's awesome to play with, and it's a good back group that we'll look to continue growing and being a really tough team to score against.
And Josh, 2-1 to start the season, not too bad from where you did start against the Giants. Thanks so much for your time and good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you guys so much, really appreciate it.
Josh Dacos joining us there following Collingwood's 6-point win over the Western Bulldogs. Thank you, Josh. What a lovely young man.
They are beautiful people. The Dacos family, they are a beautiful family. So they're very respectful young men, and they can seriously play footy.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, there is a little bit of star spotting. I haven't spotted Dacos Senior though down here. Have you seen him?
No, I haven't seen Big Pete. No, he was an idol of mine growing up, but I can't quite. Oh, there he is. Yeah, we can see him in there. He's got the black on black suit going, so he's looked sharp as always. But they're pretty sort of low key in the rooms. Not as big a turnout maybe as some of the other games, but as you mentioned, it was a great recovery now to be 2-1 after the way they started. They've had a couple of tough opponents, and I thought this was a gutsy win tonight. It felt like the Dogs had a bit of momentum. They might have been a bit deflated a little bit as we get Jack Crisp sticking the headset on. Just talking, Jack, congratulations, mate, on it. Just talking about, did the group get a little bit deflated at all by the opportunities that you squandered? You missed a lot of set shots for goal. There were some sort of muck-ups in the goal square, but the group were able to sort of not let it bother them and just continue to play the game out?
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is deflating a little bit. But we know that we're doing what we could to get the ball in the forward half. Things were going to turn. We embraced the struggle. We knew it was going to be one all night. But we definitely squandered some opportunities, and then they capitalised on a few of those turnovers. Like cliche as it is, boys' credit, stuck to all the bloody stuff and we won. So sorry about that.
What is it about this team? Because obviously last season didn't go your way, but whenever you do get in these situations where it is so tight, heading into the dying stages, you seem to find a way. Just what is it about this team?
We probably touched on, I guess, a bit more in the pre-season about those moments, end of quarters, when the game is really tight and we're finishing. So it's about what we're going to do with the ball, wide kicks, exits, making sure we're still competing for the ball. And just little wins, like if we're slow to, we might take a bit of time off the clock, I guess, and just energy and stuff. But everyone's predictable to each other. It's about setting up the field. You might be able to try to do that in the game, but if no one's in the right spots at the right time, then it makes it hard.
Playing a lot of footy together as a group as well, which is handy. Speaking of playing a lot of footy together, the two old boys, Sidey and Pendles, they still got it. They were brilliant tonight. Steals 2 goals, but Clark's they came at some big moments. They were important. And then Pendle's hands tonight, his handball, we know how good he is, but some of those handballs in tight to break open the game were just unbelievable.
Yeah, he hit the nail on the head. I went up to Steele after he kicked that last goal, and I said, of course it's you. He always manages to lift in those big moments. He lives for it. He's done it his whole career. And as you said, Pendles, I remember I was sitting on the bench at one stage. It might have been the second quarter. I think he just flipped one over his head to Nick, to Josh. It's just like classy ball movement. But that's, again, you put your bodies in the right spot, stuff we train for. Pendles knows we're going to have someone streaming through there. Even if Nick or Josh wasn't there, our blokes are going to be there in the right spot to create a contest.
Speaking of consistency, 240 games straight for you. How's the body feeling? How are you going?
Yeah, I'm good. The two six-day turnarounds, I think, in a row probably take its toll, and the heat for the first 2 games. I was pretty knackered throughout this week, to be fair. It took me about 3 or 4 days to properly recover and get some energy back. But now we've got the bye next week where we can review, have a good training session, a couple of days off and regroup.
Absolutely. And, of course, the other thing that we need to mention, Reef McInnes, does look like it might be a knee injury. You must absolutely feel for him. He's had shocking luck.
Yeah, poor fella. And he really found a home down back for us. He had a great pre-season again. He's so strong, reads the ball really well. I didn't actually see what happened. I heard him come off, and then originally I thought it was an ankle. But, when you see the bands around his knee, it's definitely not good news. But, we'll rally behind him as a team, as a football club, and I'm sure the Collingwood Army will do that too.
What happens in a situation like that? Do you guys find out? Does news trickle down, or do they keep it away from you? Like, what happens in that situation?
I kind of asked on the bench, and that's when they said ankle, just because I want to make sure he's okay, obviously. If he hadn't resurfaced after 15, 20 minutes, it's probably something quite serious. But then we'd find out at the end of the game. You said potentially knee, but again, you've got to wait for the scans to find out what the actual go is.
Absolutely right. And we do have our fingers crossed for Reef, of course. Jack, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the win. Go enjoy it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jack Crisp joining us there.
Well done.
Just everybody. We're just so popular. People just coming over and talking to us. We're not sure what's going to happen down here. Before we do go, we do need to get to our
Macca's moment.
My Macca's I'm loving it moment. Now, You're probably not going to have too many. Do you want to have a guess?
I'm going to have a guess.
Okay, go on.
25-minute mark, fourth quarter, Steel side bottom. Let's see how the boys called it.
Let's find out.
Boundary throw in here, deep for Collingwood. Side bottom for the stoppage goal. 52nd. Oh, the skill and the knowledge. And he gets surrounded by teammates here, side bottom.
Joey Nostradamus Montagna. Absolutely fantastic by you.
From BT.
Yeah, no, it was. And it was an amazing goal from Steel side bottom as well. For Choice Hotels around the grounds, Choice Hotels gets you more for your money, so you can check into more, get the lowest price guarantee when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Tomorrow, we've got plenty of action. We've got the Saturday Rub. It's at a new time at 11:30, and then it all gets underway back here at the MCG. Essendon and Adelaide. What are you thinking?
That's going to be a great game. Looking forward to it. Two teams that expect to win. I'm going to lean towards Adelaide. I like the way they played against St Kilda, but that'll be a good one. And then, of course, the Sunday Rub will be at Marvel Stadium for the North Melbourne game. Looking forward to that as well.
And just quickly, a word on your Saints.
The Saints, got my fingers crossed.
Okay, we'll take it. Anyway, it's been a fantastic day. If you're a Collingwood fan here at the MCG, a 6-point win over the Western Bulldogs to start their season at 2-1 for McDonald's and Reef Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy. When clangers happen, it's lucky you're with Amy.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Every week on Mick in the Morning, you'll hear from one of the biggest names in the game.
He stands there like a Goliath.
Club captain.
And he bombs away.
All-Australian and Premiership captain.
Number 11, the captain of the Melbourne Football Club, Max Gawn.
Get Max Gawn's review of the round. Tuesday after 7 on Mick in the Morning with Rue, Titus and Rosie.
Triple M.
the new Bailey Aluminium Step Extension Ladder. Quick, convenient and compact. Exclusively at Bunnings. BaileyLadders.com.au.
Monarch could take your footy club to the next level with pro ground markings and a mini Monarch footy clinic with Brendan Favola. Enter now at monarchclubupgrade.com. Monarch. Painting made easy. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. The famous National Tiles Spend and Save is on now. Spend $4,000 and we'll only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 and we'll only charge you $750. Yes, the more you spend, the more you save at the National Tiles famous Spend and Save. But you'll have to be quick. So rush into a National Tiles store near you or go online at nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Celebrate Victoria's cultural diversity. Try out flavours from across the world. Join exciting events. Learn traditions that span centuries. All right here. Cultural Diversity Week. Get involved.
Keep your AFL multi from hitting the post with Ladbrokes. Place a 3+ leg same game multi on any game this week, and if it loses by any number of legs, get up to $50 bonus back. Doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, 3 or all legs. T's and C's apply and available on website. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Jump on the bandwagon and taste the new CC's 4 and 20 flavours. You can't say no.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
In 2025, Triple M rocks footy. Incredible! Choice Hotels gets you more for your money, so you can check into more. Get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
Take a bow, that was brilliant.
C-Bus Super, making hard work pay off.
What an effort that is!
Amy, when clangers happen, it's lucky you're with Amy.
Nice work!
In 2025, Triple M rocks footy.
No boring stories.
How about that?
No blind shouting. No brainless spam.
Absolutely extraordinary!
Just the best sports coverage from Australia's biggest newsroom. Code Sports. No BS, just sport. Grab the app today.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Kevin Sheedy, proud ambassador for Essendon BMW. Your ultimate driving machine is waiting for you at Essendon BMW. Come and explore our outstanding selection of in-stock vehicles ready for immediate delivery. With an on-site business manager and vehicle appraiser at your service, the team is dedicated to maximising your trading value and finding the best financial solution for you. So why wait? Located conveniently in Essendon Fields, visit Essendon BMW today and take the first step towards sheer driving pleasure.
LMCT 0011700.
Triple M plays the songs you grew up with. From A to Z. And all the greatest hits in between.
If you wanna have a good time.
Here's another song you grew up with on 105.1 Melbourne's Triple M.